Alright, so let's start with our travel project. So I have already created an almost empty directory here, 06 travel, for our travel project. And I have already prepared this image with discovery and the mountains. As you can see, you can find this image on Unsplash when you search for Norway. And the only thing I did was I added this discovery text behind the mountains. If you want me to show you how to do stuff like this, just comment on this video so I can create a new video on that. Right, but as you can see, we have this image. But then we need to add the header here and maybe even those three icons here. And then this nice looking navigation and yeah, then some icons for social media here. So let's start with this. Right, so here we have an almost empty directory with just this discover JPEG image. So I'll create here a new file, and that's always index.html. All right. And as always, we start with empty HTML5 boilerplate, and let's call this one, I don't know, Visit Norway as a site name. And let's open a preview. All right, so we have now Visit Norway here, and let's see how it should look like. All right, so we need to start with this header here. So let's put a header, and inside header we have a logo. We have actually like, we have logo, and then we have navigation, this navigation, and then we have this navigation. And well, you could say that there are like three columns, this column, and then this and this, but actually I would say that this is only like two columns. This is the first column-ish, and this is the second, and there's like space between those two. So we can align this stuff together and this stuff separately in another column. So I will, as always, add like a div called columns here. So I can add a flex box on this and define a grid or something. And then I will add two columns like for navigation and for the right side. So I think the easiest way would be to just add two divs, first and second. The first one will be for the left side and the second will be for the right side. And let's see, in the first thing on the left side is actually this logo type with nt dot. So let's do a tag because it will be a link. Let's add a class name so we can style it differently. And let's say that instead of nt, we will have, okay, let's do nt Norway travel like this. Then we have this navigation. So let's put enter here, and let's do navigation. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 links. So let's do a times 4, but let's place some text inside. Let's do tours and number. Now we don't need the number. Let's just do tours on all of the links. Now I will just put them in separate lines. So we have 4 links. Let's change the second to special offers, and then we will have articles, and the last one will be contact us. As you can see, there is some special styling on those. First, the contact us looks differently. So I will add an extra class name here. So let's add a class, and let's say just contact. So we can style this link differently, or maybe instead of contact, we can do just red to make it red. And then we have underline on this. I think this is because this is the active page. So on tours, let's do a class active like this. All right, so we are done with this navigation address for now. Let's see. Let's maybe see how it looks like. Not that bad. Let's add some CSS now. So here inside my head, I will do a link to style sheet, and let's call my CSS file, let's say norway.css, and let's create it here. So new file, norway.css. All right, now let's style this. So the first thing is that we want to put everything in line, and nothing is in one line. Let's see here. So I'll put here this to the bottom, and let's see, we have div columns, then we have one div with everything. Here we have the logo, and there we have navigation. All right, so let's first style that though inside this div that navigation will be next to this logo. So let's do something like this, that header have a navigation, and let's say that display on this navigation will be, instead of block, it will be inline block. Yeah, so now it's next to each other. Now we can maybe style our logo type here. So we have a tag with class logo, and it's also inside header, so we can say like header a logo, and now let's style it so it will look like this. All right, so as you can see, the font differs a lot from what we have. So let's open fonts Google to find something similar, and let's search for font that will be something like this one. So I will put here NT dot, and I think the Roboto looks okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think we will go with Roboto. Right, so I will select regular, this one, and let's maybe, do we need other like thicknesses of the font? I don't think so. We just need regular. So now at the top, let's add it to our website. Let's use imports, and I will just copy this part, and at the top of my CSS file, I will import this. All right, so now I can use it. Let's say we want to use it on all our website. So as you can see, they're using this font even like here or even on the links. So yeah, let's use it everywhere. So I'll put it inside body. So let's do font family, and it was Roboto, and default will be sans serif. So if there's something wrong with this robot font, it will go to default sans serif. Right, so as you can see now, our font looks better, but we need to style it a little more. So first, let's get rid of those underlines, or maybe we can start with just this logo. So let's get rid of the underline, and I think we need to make it thicker, so, and bigger. So first, inside our logo, let's do text decoration to none. Now let's make it bigger. Let's do font size, and we want to make it at least 2 times bigger. So let's do 2 rem. Yeah, I think that's better. Now, as you can see, there is no space between N and T. So let's do the same, and let's use letter spacing for that. Let's see if we can do like -2 pixels. Yeah, it works, but let's increase to -3. Yeah, now those are next to each other. Let's see. Yeah, I think now it looks okay. All right, so now the problem is that we need to fix those links. So let's see. Okay, those should be no underline. So let's see how we can style them. Those are A tags that are inside navigation and inside header. Header, navigation, A tags. And let's do text decoration none. All right, and yeah, that will work. As you can see, all the links here are white, but I will not add white color for now because we have white background and I will not see the links. So I will fix it in a minute. First, we need to add this background image. All right, but now let's fix the spacing between the links. So on each link, let's say that there will be padding, and let's use 2 values here. So from top and the bottom, it will be 0, or maybe let's add like pixels from the top and the bottom. And from the sides, let's do at least 15 pixels. Yeah, now it's much better. So as you can see, we've added like 5 pixels from the top and the bottom and 15 on the sides. But we want to do more spacing from the left side between the logo and navigation. So as you can see, here we have navigation and here we have the logo. We want to increase some margin or something between those two. So let's add styling for header navigation, or we actually have it here. So I can get rid of this one and just add something here. So let's do maybe margin left, and let's say 20 pixels. Yeah, now we have some more spacing here. Right, so now maybe let's add some styling for active and contact us links. So the first one is active, so we can add some extra styling on this. So the same way we did it above, just header nav A, but here we will add a class name active, so that active. And now let's see how it should look like. It has this white background, white border underneath. So let's do border bottom, and let's do 1 pixel solid, and let's say blue for now, because blue will be visible, other colors will not be visible. Yeah, I think that will work. And maybe the space on the sides is too big. Yeah, I think it should be smaller. So I will decrease the padding on the sides from 15 to, let's say, 10. Yeah, I think that's good. Maybe even less. Let's do 5 pixels. Yeah, but this was padding, so this was inside this link. But I want to increase the spacing between the links anyway. So I will also add a margin here, and on the top, on the bottom, it will be 0, and let's say it will be 10 pixels on the sides. So now we have some more spacing here. As you can see, we have both padding and margin on the sides. All right, let's see what else do we have. I think this border line should be thicker, so let's do 2 pixels. Yeah, and that's better. And is the spacing between it too big? Maybe let's change it 3. Yeah, I think that's better. And now let's fix the contact us, because as you can see, it's red here. And let's see how we can fix this. So the contact us link has this class name red. So let's just fix this. So inside the header, we have navigation and a tag with class name red, and we want to make it red. So I will actually zoom in here to grab the color because it will be easier. So let's pick this color, copy this color in X, and let's do, and now it will be background here, background color, hashtag, and this. Yeah, so now we have this color, but the text color will be white, so color white. Yeah, we need some more padding here. Yeah, and the rounded corners. So let's start with border radius of say 5 pixels. Yeah, I think that's better. Now we need some more padding on the bottom and on the top. So let's do padding on this one will be 5 pixels on the top and the bottom, and 15 pixels on the sides. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think now it looks better. Yeah, now let's maybe add those 3 here. So let's go back here, and as you can see, we have here another div that we have prepared for the stuff on the right side. So the first is this search icon, then we have this user icon, and then we have a language link. So first, let's maybe grab icons for those two. So I will go to Font Awesome to find the icons, and let's search. The first one was search type of icon, so I think this one will work. I will copy SVG, and I think I can just paste it here, but it will be a link. So let's do a tag, and inside let's paste this SVG. Then we'll have another one for this user, so let's do a tag, and let's search for a user-ish icon. So close this one, and let's search for user. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's just take the top one. It doesn't need to be this exactly the same icon. Yeah, it looks really bad, but let's continue. The third link will be just a text. So here underneath, I will create a third link with just en, and for English. And now, as you can see, everything looks really bad because the icons are huge, because those are vector icons in SVG, but we can fix it in CSS. So here, let's add some CSS for our icons. So inside header, we have those SVGs that are really huge, the SVGs that we created here. So let's style those. Header SVG, let's make them smaller. So let's do height of, let's say, 20 pixels. Yeah, so now those are really small, but let's get rid of this underline we have everywhere. So we can actually, we have this underline here on this English, and then we have small underline from this search icon as well. But as you remember, we already get rid of the underlines on this navigation and on logo. So we can actually say that all links inside header should be without underline or any text decoration. So we got rid of the decoration here inside navigation A tags. So for those, and for the logo, so from here, but we could actually do just all links inside header. So header A tag and should not have any text decoration. So I can do like this. Now it disappeared from here, from those 3, and those are already removed, but we can remove this from logo and for navigation links, because this is already defined in our all header links should not have text decoration. Right, but now we want to put this stuff on the right side. So as you remember, we had this div with columns, and then we had the two divs. The first one was for the stuff on the left side, and the second was for the stuff on the right side. So now, as you can see, those two are sitting inside this div with class name columns. So this is because I can now use flexbox on this div. So let's do header. Inside header, we have a div with class name columns. And now let's do display flex. So now, as you can see, everything is in one row. So the icons are not here, but on the right side. But now I want to spread around. So those icons should be on the right side. And here should be just space. So here we just add justify content space between like this. And now, as you can see, the icons are on the right side and everything looks fine. But now the problem is the spacing, the vertical spacing. You see the logo is on the top, then those links are in the middle, not in the middle, but more to the bottom. And this one is to the bottom and those are to the top. If I hover, you can see it, and the stuff is not vertically aligned. But we can fix it by doing align items center. Now let's see, you can see that it helped for the icons. If I hover this, now the icons are aligned vertically, but not the links in navigation. So let's see, here inside we have this link and then we have navigation. So I think we can just add also flex display on this navigation and make it align item center. So let's see, here we have navigation. Let's do display flex. Okay, sorry, we have already display inline block on this. So let's change this one to flex like this. And now it went to another line, but let's change it to inline flex. Then inline flex, yeah, like this. And now align items center. This didn't help. I think this can be because we have elements that are inline here, and then we have an inline block, inline flex element here. So I'll first update this logo. So I will change the display on the logo to inline block. This didn't change anything because it's not the flex on the navigation that needs to be added. We need flex on this div so we can align the navigation more vertically, so we can pull those navigation links more. So we don't have any class name on this div. As you can see, it's just a div that sits inside the div columns, but we can do something like this. And here where we have definition for div columns, we can do something like this: header div columns. And we can say that this is the direct child of a div column. So this means that this definition will be for those two children inside div columns. Nothing inside, even if we have a div, something here inside, it will not be for this div because this means a direct child of div columns. So it will be only for these divs, those two divs that are direct children for this div columns. So let's add display flex. And now, as you can see, the links are like almost fixed here. So let's see. Yeah, I think now it looks really good. So now maybe let's fix those links here. And I think we need an extra class name to specify styling for those. We don't have any class name here or class names on those links, but I want to add some spacing and colors for those. So let's go back to our HTML, and just to make our life easier, let's add some class name on this one. So we can add the class name like right side, so we can then style that a tag inside the div with class name right, that sits inside header. We could do this, or we could do some extra magic in CSS that I'm going to show you. So no class name here. And how we can style the links inside this div if it doesn't have any class name. We could style all the links, but it would also apply the links for those, but we want only to apply styling for those. So let's do something like this: header, and inside header we have div columns. Div columns, we could do something like this because the div columns is direct child of the header, but it doesn't matter, it's shorter without this. And inside div columns we have two divs, the left and right side. As you can see, on div columns we have those two children, but we want to do styling only for this one. So we can do something like this: that div with nth child, that is nth child second, will have some styling. So let's do, for example, border 1 pixel solid red. And as you can see, we had this red border here, but we want to style the links and not this div. So after this, I will just do a tag. So for this div, I will style those links. So we don't want any border on the links. Instead, we want to change the spacing. So let's do some padding, and let's say that we want the same padding that we had for those links. So let's see, it's 3 and 5 pixels, 3 pixels from the top and the bottom and pixels on the sides, something like this. But I think it's not enough. Let's see here. Well, maybe it is enough, but the icons should be smaller, and let's make them a little bit smaller. So we have here SVG, the height should be 20, let's change it to 14. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's now check those links here. Yeah, I think it looks better. Now let's see with inside columns. Yeah, I think those look all right. Let's just hover here. Yeah, I think this will be okay. Maybe the last link is not aligned with the icons, but this is because other links are icons and this one is just a text. So I would like to pull this one 2 pixels or 3 pixels up. So let me show you how to make an easy adjustment for this. So here we are adding CSS for all links here. So I can just copy this, and now I could do that a tag with nth child third in this example, because this is the third link. But I can do something also like this, last child. So the last child will be, let's say, border 1 pixel. I just want to show you solid red. So now as you can see, the last child is the last child inside this div is border red. So now I can pull it up a little bit. So I will do position relative, and now just stop and minus 3 pixels. Now if I save, yeah, it has been moved up. Yeah, as you can see, so now it's more aligned with the icons on the right side. All right, so now I think we are done with this header. So now let's add this image. So inside our HTML, we have this header. That was this very top part. But now let's add the rest of this intro-ish. So I'll create a div with class name intro, and let's see what type of content do we have inside. So the first thing that we have inside content-wise is this weird navigation, and then we have only those 3 icons because this text is already inside the image. I can show you here. We have this image and we have this discovery inside the image, so we don't need to add it inside the HTML. All right, so in our HTML we just need to add this navigation and those social icons. So let's create a navigation for our inline navigation with these lines, and then another maybe a div with social links. So we have navigation. Now let's just add a div with class name social links, and that will work. And inside navigation, let's see, we need to put like those countries with some dates, and between those we have those lines here, as you can see. So let's put the country names as links, because I think those should be just clickable. If I click on it, it will change to another page or something. So I will put a link, and inside the first one it will be Denmark. So let's do Denmark. But we also have a date here. So and we have Denmark here, and I will add another tag here, and I will call it will be time. We could use div with class name date or something, but I think time is will work better. So inside the time, let's do 1st of April or 4th of June. I don't know. I think it's 4th of January. All right, and then we have a line here between Denmark and Sweden. So let's do something like, I don't know, span with class name line. Then we'll have Sweden. So I'll just copy Denmark and we'll put it here, change it to Sweden. And then we have another line. Then we have Iceland. So we'll copy Sweden here. We could actually do just small letters. It doesn't matter, Iceland. And I will do even here, Sweden. And we can make those uppercase in CSS. And then we have another line between Iceland and Norway. So let's add the line. And then we will have Norway. So let's add the last one, Norway. And we have another like line here that doesn't go anywhere, so I think I will just skip this line. Right, so we have Denmark, Sweden, Iceland, Norway, and lines between. Let's see. It doesn't look like it should. Let's also change the dates. So let's say that this one will be 5th of January, this one will be 6th of January, and this will be 7th January. They didn't change here, but well, I don't think it matters that much. Alright, on the last one we have this view more, but well, I think we can add it inside CSS later as a content. So let's maybe the image first. So we have this div with class name intro. As you can see, it is here. Div with class name intro. It's super small for now, but let's add the background first. So inside our Norway.css, let's say that div with class name intro will have background image. We can do just background, and we can do URL for the image. And let's say, well, it would be more proper to do image, but it doesn't matter. We can do without the image. URL to this background image. It's in the same directory that we have our Norway CSS. So we can do just discover.jpg because this is the image we want to use. Let's save. As you can see, we have some background image now. Now the next thing is that we want to make it centered. So it's just add, maybe not center for now, but let's see how it looks like if we have more spacing in between. So let's add some padding from the top and the bottom. Let's say the padding from the top and the bottom, it will be 100 pixels for now. And from the sides, let's do 50 pixels. Right, so now I'll make this one smaller so we can see more. Now, as you can see, this is our div intro. We have a lot of padding from the top and the bottom, and also 50 pixels on the sides. And our image is clipped here, so we only see this part, but we want to scale it down. So we want to see the full image, even if our div is too small. So I will do first center. So I want to center it vertically and horizontally. Okay, now we see the center of the image, so the mountains here. But now I would like to scale it down. So I'll add another property here. Let's do background size, and let me open the preview back. And here we will do cover. Yeah, so now we see, now it has been scaled down, so we see both the left and the right side. So the browser is trying to put as much of the image as possible. All right, but now we can see we have some white paddings on the sides. And this padding comes from our main body element. As you can see in this orange border here, it shows the padding. So I could actually go here and add here padding 0, but instead I want to reset this for all elements because browsers are adding this also for other elements, and I don't want any unexpected padding. So I will do asterisk for all elements. I don't want any padding as default, so I will do padding 0 and also margin 0. For some elements like body or button, or I don't know, the browser is adding some padding or margin as default, but I want to specify it by myself, so that's why I did it asterisk. So for all elements, reset padding and margin to 0. Right, so now we don't have these white lines on the sides, but we have this photo here, and it looks better. So now let's see. Now we want to this div intro to start from the top and not under the header. So here we have header, and underneath we have this div intro. And how we can fix it? If we want to put this div intro, make it start from the very top, we can say to the header, don't take any space, and we can do this inside a definition of our header. So let's add definition of our header, because I don't think we have any CSS for header. And here we can do just position absolute like this. And now, as you can see, our div intro has moved to the very top, and the header is above the intro. But the problem now we got is that the header ends here, and it doesn't go all the way to the right side. And the icons are now on this here and not on the right side. So we can do something like this with 100%. And now the icons are here. All right, but now we can also fix the color of the links because the background of the header is not white anymore because we have this image underneath, so we can make the links white. So let's see, here we have a definition for all the links inside the header. We can add just color white. And another small thing is that this border bottom here is blue. We didn't want to go with white because we wouldn't see this. Let's change this blue to also white. Yeah, that's much better. Let's see, yeah, it works. And I think now only the icons here are black. They shouldn't be. We have some styling for the icons, for the size of the icons. Yeah, here inside header we have SVGs. The height should be 14. Let's change the fill color for SVGs to also white. Yeah, so now these are white, and yeah, I think it works much better. Now we maybe want to add some more spacing on the top, so we will see this discover text. So inside our intro we have 100 pixels from the top and the bottom, from top and the bottom, and 50 on the sides from left and right. But let's add more to the top. So if we add a third value here, let's say 200 pixels, then it will change that the first value will be from the top, then this one will be for the sides, left and right, and this one will be for the bottom. So let's change that. For the bottom we'll have 100, and for the sides we'll have 50. Okay, now we have some more stuff here going on, but still not enough space to show this discovery. But we can increase this 200 to 400. Yeah, and now I think it is a little better. Let's see here. Yeah, it is a little better, but maybe we can add more spacing to the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, maybe more spacing to the bottom. Let's say 100 pixels here. Oh, and this is on the sides. Here we have 100, so let's do 150. Yeah, and maybe let's decrease from the, so let's do 300. Yeah, I think that should work. All right, so now maybe let's fix this navigation that we barely see with Denmark, Sweden, Iceland, Norway. So it will look more like this one. So let's see. Let's inspect this one. Denmark is first, so let's see. All right, let's see how we can style this. So this is navigation tag that sits inside div intro, and here we have links like Norway and Denmark and stuff. So div class intro, navigation a tag, div class intro, navigation a tag, and we want to make it white. So let's do white. Okay, now we have white links. Let's get rid of those borders. Text decoration underlines. So text decoration done. Okay, now it looks better. Let's see. But well, those three shouldn't be like pure white. Instead, there should be white by 50% transparent. So I will use RGBA here, and 255, 255, 255, and 1 will be white. So this is white, and this is the alpha, and we will decrease the alpha from 1 to 0.5. So now it will be 50% transparent white. Yeah, I think that's better. But now, as you can see, we wanted to make those uppercase. So let's say that we want to do text transform and uppercase. So now Denmark, Sweden, and the names of the countries are uppercase. And those should be maybe a little bigger font size. Let's say 2 times bigger, so 2 rem. Maybe not that big. Let's say 1.4. Yeah. But now the problem is, if I open you a preview, that those texts have different font. You see, it's not the same font that they're using for the links, but the font here and here is more narrow comparing with this and those texts and this. So let's, I have already found this font. So if I show you, this one is called with something with, not here. Here we should search for fonts. The font we need is called something Bebas. Let's see. Google fonts Bebas. Yeah, they have it here. So yeah, this is the font we need. So I will select this one, and I will copy the import here, and let's go to the top of my CSS here. Let's add it. So we have 2 fonts now. The first one is Roboto, and we have this also Bebas Nowhere. I don't know how to spell it. And let's now add this a new font for our links. So let's scroll more to the bottom. So we have CSS for our links, but here I will add the font family. I will change font family to Bas Neu. I think it should be like this. Now if I save, you can see that those the font here will change. Save, yeah, and you can see the font family has changed here. Now they are saying here in my IDE that there should be a more generic as a default. So let's add a comma and let's do sans serif. Yeah, so this will be a backup font if something goes wrong with this one. So okay, now it works, but now I think we can do the links a little bit bigger. So let's do 1.6, 1.5, yeah. And now another thing is that we need those lines between countries, so there will be no next to each other. So we have this navigation, and we have link for Denmark and with date, and then we have line, but the line is empty. So let's fix it. Let's go that inside div intro we have a span with class name line, and how we want to style it. We want to, let's say that we want to specify, we don't know what is the width of the line we want to make, because we want to make it more flexible. So if our website is more narrow, the lines will be shorter. If our website is wider, the lines will be wider. But we can define the minimum width of our lines. So let's do min width, and let's say that min width will be 20 pixels, like this. Now we need to define the height of our lines, and so let's do height, and let's say that height will be just 4 pixels. So let's see if we can see our lines. No, we cannot, but let's add some color. So let's do background color, and let's do the same color that we did for the color text for our links. So let's copy and paste this one, and let's change the display type on the lines here from inline to inline block. Yeah, and this helped because as you can see we have those lines here, but those lines should be in the middle. So how we can do this? We can use flex to this navigation here, so we can place everything evenly, so it will take as much space as possible here. So inside div intro we have this nav tag that we want to make display of type flex. Okay, and now the lines are here above, they start at the top. So how we can fix it? We can do align items center. So now the lines are in the middle, but they're too close to the names. As you can see here, we have some spacing. So let's add this spacing here as well. So let's say that on each line, we want a margin. We could do margin left of 10 pixels and the same margin right 10 pixels, and this will work. But oftentimes I do just a margin with one definition, and the first param will be, the first value will be from the top and the bottom, and the second is for the sides, and it's less typing, and it gives the same result. Okay, so we have this, but now we want to for our lines to take as much space as possible. So if we have some extra space on the right side, we should make the lines wider. So the minimum width was 20 pixels, but let's do that default width will be 100%. Yeah, so now they are trying to be as wide as possible here. So we have more spacing between country names, our links here. Right, but now as you can see, the next thing we need to fix is those dates doing, and the lines should be even lighter. So now it's and thinner. So let's change from 4 pixels to 3, or maybe even 2. Yeah, 2 pixels, and let's make it lighter. Not 50% white, let's change it to 30%, so the lines are barely visible. And now we want to put those dates under the country names. They are next to each other, but they should be underneath. So inside each link, we have this CSS for links here. We have like a text, but we also have a time element inside. And this time we want to put it underneath. So here we have CSS for our links. We want to do the same, but for the time element that is inside. So the time element, as you can see, is inline element by default, but we can change it to display block, so it will go underneath. Yeah, and now we maybe want to make this those dates, this time element smaller. So let's do font size of, let's say, 0.5 rem. This is too small. Let's do 0.8. Yeah, I think this is much better, but now it should be closer to the country names, so we can actually update it here for our links. Let's do line height, the height of the line of a tag, so our link. Let's say it will be 1.5 rem. Nothing has changed much. Let's do 1.2. Yeah, now as you can see, the space here has decreased. Let's do just 1. Yeah, now it's better. But now, as you can see, the lines are in the middle, but they are between the dates and the names. And here they go not in the middle between the dates and the country names, but only between the country names. So I was thinking that maybe we can add some margin to the bottom. We have some margin on the sides for each line that we have defined here. 0 from the top and the bottom and 10 pixels on the sides. We can add a third param that will be bottom 0, so nothing have changed. But now we can maybe add, instead of 0, let's change to 10 pixels. Yeah, so as you can see, now we have some orange at the bottom. We added this 10 pixels margin at the bottom. Let's change it to 20. It will be pushed more to the top. Yeah, it worked. Now let's see here. Yeah, I think it works. We could add some more maybe spacing here. Let's do line height 1.2 rem. Yeah, I think this is better now. Now the country names could be even bigger. So let's do 1.6 or maybe 1.7. Yeah. Now, as you can see on the preview, the Norway is much bigger and they have this view more text. So I was thinking maybe let's make it also here. I think Norway is like an active page for this one, because it will show the tours for Norway. So I will add a class name active on this one. So we have here a tag, so our link for Norway. I will add a class name here for active because it's active and clicked. And now we want to make Norway more like this. So let's see. Let's go to our CSS and let's see what is the main difference. The color and the size. So here we have a definition for all our links, and let's just copy paste this and just add a class name active. And now let's define the differences. We had color white, but it was 50% transparent. We can copy this, put it here, but instead of 50%, let's do it just 1. So now, as you can see, the Norway is pure white, but it will be shorter with just this, and it will be the same effect. Now the size. Let's do font size, and let's say 3 rem, 3 times the default size. I think it should be even bigger, so let's try with maybe 5. Right, but now the date is under the Norway text, and this is because we need to update line height as well. So let's put it here, and let's try with maybe 4. 4 is too much, let's do 3. Yeah, 3 is still too much, let's do 2. 2 is too little, let's add 2.3. Yeah, I think this one will work. But now, the problem is that they have this view more. So I don't know, maybe it is on hover, that when we hover, it makes the country bigger. So yeah, maybe I will just change it in my CSS that I will get rid of this active class. So now it's small, but we can make this extra styling for hover. So instead of class name act, let's do hover. And now if I hover, it's super big, but let's add maybe some transition. So let's do transition for all aspects of our CSS. Timing will be, let's say, 0.3 seconds, and easing will be just is the animation type. So now if I hover, the animation is much better, but the animation works only when I hover, and no, not if I hover out from it. So I will put it just here as a default for all links. Okay, now if I can hover any, yeah, you see. But the problem I have, if I close this one, that this intro div will be smaller and bigger depending if we hover anything. Because if we hover something, the navigation will be bigger in height and it will take more space, so it will be here when we don't hover anything, but if we hover it becomes bigger. We can check it. Let's see, let's do inspect, and you can see if I hover, if I select navigation here and I go to computed values and let me this bigger, so you can see that navigation now is 30 pixels, but if I hover something, it's still the same size. I guess it hasn't been recalculated, but well, let me define the height of navigation anyway. So I will go back to styles. Let's resize this back, and we have some styling for our navigation, but let's add a default height, or better, minimum height. That the minimum height will be, let's say, 50 pixels. Sorry. Okay, so now it is 50 pixels, and make it bigger, it moves anyway. So maybe let's do 100 pixels. So now if I hover something, you see nothing moves, because even if I hover something, it becomes bigger, but still it's smaller than 100 pixels. So now everything works. Yeah, and I think it looks really nice. And the last thing that we don't have is this view more link. So let me add it to every link. So we can add link to every, we can add this view more to every link, but we can hide it on all elements except the one we hover. So if we hover something, we show it, otherwise it will be hidden. You can see that on other line, so we have first and other line, we have only the time here. So maybe we can change this time to something else, because this will not be only the time but also the link here. So we can do something like this, or instead of this, we can either change this time element to a div and put also a link here, or we can put this time inside another div. So, and this is the way I think I will do this. So I will put an empty div here, and the closing div will go after the closing of time. And now let me reformat this a little. So inside every a tag, inside every link, we have a name, and then we have an extra div, time, and the div ends here and the a tag ends here. So inside every link, we have just a string, but we have also an extra div with time, and that's all for now. But after the time, I can add something more. I can add maybe a span element with just view more and an arrow, and it's right arrow like this. And now, as you can see, if I open the preview, we have this view more and arrow to the right, but it's really big and we should change it. So let's go to our Norway CSS, and we want to style this view more. As you can see that if we go to a specific link, we have this div and we have this span element here. And the thing we want to do is to do this span element smaller. So here we have a definition for our CSS for a time element. Now let's do the same for a span element. So we have a div, intro, and inside we have navigation and a tag, and we have span element here that we want to style. And what do we want to do? We want to make it the same size that we have our time. So let's copy this font size here. Yeah, so now view more is as same size as the date, but let's see, it's far from the date. Why? I think this is because the default height is line height is taken from the a tag. And another problem is that this view more should be on the right side of the. Why it isn't? Because our time, so the date, is display block, but we can change it to inline block. And now, as you can see, we have this view more that sits here, but we didn't have enough space for our arrows. All right, is it a problem? No, because when we hover, the arrow has enough space to be in line with our date. But we want to hide this view more if we are not hovering. So maybe let's first fix the spacing for our arrow anyway. I think it is a problem. So let's see here. All right. And how we can fix it? We can make the dates even smaller. So let's make it, instead of 0.8, let's make it 0.7. Okay, now the arrow is here, but it's not here where we have Sweden or Iceland. I think we can make the default small links even bigger. So instead of 1.7, let's do 1.9. So now they are bigger, but let's compare it with this one. Yeah, I think it will be okay. And let's make this view more link even smaller, because it doesn't need to be visible when we don't hover anyway. So let's do it 0.3 rem. So now we have enough space for both arrow and view more. It's super small and you cannot read this. So we can make the time bigger as it was, 0.8. So the dates are bigger. And we don't hover here, so we can hide those view more. Let's see what happens if we just do 0 rem. Yeah, so now these are not visible, the view more links, because they are 0 in size. Even if we hover, they are 0 in size, in font size, so they are not visible, but we want to show them when we hover. So here we have a hover for our links, but we want to also update the CSS when we hover this one, the CSS for our span elements where we have this view more. So let's copy this one. So when we hover a element, the main element here, we make it bigger and stuff, but also we need something on the span that is inside, and we want to update the font size to be bigger, and we want to make the font size let's say 2 rem, and let's see now what happens. Yeah, it becomes 2 rem immediately. Instead, we should also add this transition to the span element here. Now let's see. Yeah, this will work. This works really nice. Maybe not 2 rem. Let's see what is the size here. And it should maybe uppercase. So let's here change the text transform to none, because it shouldn't be uppercase. Maybe we can do just lowercase. I don't think it should be lowercase, but it should be, let's see. Yeah, there should be lowercase, but we can change it to initial. Let's see. It's still capital letters. Okay, maybe it's capital letters because we on this font we only have capital letters. So let's change the font family on this one. Font family to Roboto and the sans serif as the default. Now let's see. Yeah, now we can have smaller letters. Let's see. Yeah, it works. And if it's hover, we can make it 1.4, let's say. Yeah, view more. Let's see here. Should be even smaller. Let's do just 1 rem. If we hover, yeah, we have this view more. Think it works. It works nice. Maybe the date should be bigger. So here we have a hover for links. So let's copy paste, and the time. So our dates inside should be also bigger. Let's do a font size of 2 rem, but now they are jumping in size. So let's also add transition to those. Sorry if it becomes complicated. We have time here. Let's paste the transition. So now the sizing of it will be also animated on for the dates. Yeah, and we have this view more link. Works really nice. But the view more link is not on the same position as the dates. So I just want to pull it up a little bit. So here we have this span. So this is view more. Let's make it position relative, and let's make it top minus, I don't know, 10 pixels. And let's see now. Yeah, maybe little less, minus 6. So now if I hover, yeah, I think it looks really nice. Okay, maybe we want to make it on hover and if any of those is active. So let's actually add an active class name on Norway, class active. And now let's go to Norway CSS. And we have here some on hover. We want to make the links bigger. We want to make times, so dates inside links also bigger. And also the spans that are actually read more texts, view more, those should be also bigger. But we want to have the same hover, but for active class names. So I would do comma here. I will copy this part, and underneath I would do just a active. So now Norway is big, but we want to also add it for time. So for a tag that is hover, we want to update here time, and also time for when it's active class name on a tag. So now even the time is big. Now also this view more that sits inside span. Let's add a comma here. Let's just copy this part, put it underneath, but not for hover, for class name. So dot cover, not cover, sorry, active. Yeah, so we have view more here. All right, so yeah, I think now it works. All right, and the next thing will be those social icons. This will be super easy, so bear with me. And we have navigation here, and we have a div that we've created, social links. We have 3 icons, so let's do 3 A tags, A times 3, and now we'll just do some, place them in different lines. And now we want to place SVG icons inside those links. So we have Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So let's search on Font Awesome Facebook here. Let's paste it on the first line, on the inside first A tag. Then we have, I think it was Instagram, right? Yes. Let's search for Instagram, copy SVG. Let's paste it here. And the third one will be Twitter. So let's search for Twitter. Yeah, copy SVG. Let's paste it here. Yeah, now we need to style those because those are really huge now. And so as you can see, those sit inside social links div class name social links. We have links, so A tags and SVGs inside. So let's go to Norway CSS and let me close this navigation. Here we have social links, so you can see we have A tags, so links, and SVGs inside. So div with class name social links. We have A tag that has SVG inside, but we can just skip this because that's better. And now let's say that height should be, well, 20 pixels. That is much better. I don't even see the icons. Where did they go? Here. Okay, these are barely visible because we need to change the fill color of those. So let's do fill and let's do white for now. Okay, now these are white. Let's see. Should they be white? White, but 50% transparent. So let me copy this white with 30% transparency, and we can change it to 50. Yeah. So now here we have the icons. Maybe we can make them more visible. Let's say 70%. Yeah, maybe now it's better. But now we want to align those links to the right, not to the left, because as you can see, those are to the right side. So let's do div social links and let's make text align center. Not center, sorry, should be right. Yeah, so now the links are here. All right, and that will work for now. Okay, one thing that I will not fix is to make them more visible. So I would do pure white, so 100% here in alpha, and there should be more like on the C level. So let's add some margin top on the social links, margin top 50 pixels. So we have some spacing between this navigation and the social icons here. So we have some spacing, but I don't think it's enough. So the 150 pixels instead. Yeah, now we see them. But now I would want to add some more spacing between those. So we could add some margin on those SVGs or maybe on the links. It doesn't matter, the effect will be the same. So I will add margin on SVGs, but first I will do display inline block on those, so they will listen for my margin. Let's add margin 10 pixels on every side. Yeah, so now we have some spacing here. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's much better. Now we can decrease the alpha channel on this white back to, I know, 0.7. Yeah, that will work. And let me close this. Let me see how it looks like. And they have much less bottom C on the photo they are using. And well, think maybe we can update the alignment of our photo here. So instead of center, let's do maybe top center, and let's see. Nothing much changed. Let's do bottom center. Okay, nothing have changed. This is maybe because we have enough space in height to put everything about this image. So let me maybe decrease something here. So let's do padding from the top 100 and only 50 on the bottom. Now let's see if I change it to top, if something changes. Yeah, let's see if I change it to bottom now. Yeah, it moved a little bit, but it's not that big of a difference. I will put the paddings back and I would just edit this photo. So I would just open this is with macOS here, preview, and I would just crop it somewhere here. Let's crop it, save it. And now if I refresh, you can see that we have much less C at the bottom. So now maybe we can decrease some padding, let's say 200 from the, and from the bottom, let's say 50 pixels. Yeah, that will work. Let's see here. And the margin from the navigation, top navigation here should be much bigger. So it shouldn't be on the mountain here in the middle, but it should go more to the bottom. So we have this div intro navigation. We have this mean height of 100 pixels. Let's see how we define margin on the top here. Okay, we have only padding from the top. Let's increase padding from the top in intro to 300. Sorry, 300. Yeah, so now it is, the navigation is more on the mountains as they have it. Let's see if we change this one to contain and this one to top. Okay, I think this will be much better. So if I change it back to cover, you can see that they're trying to put as much of the image as possible, but if the height of the div is, let me see, this is the height here from the top to the bottom. If it's bigger than the image, then they will scale up the image to cover the div. Instead, we can do something like this. We can just change the contain. And now, as you can see, they are repeating the image because they're trying to put the image, but if the height of the div is bigger, then we are using contain and not cover, so they are repeating the image. So we can we can remove this repeating of the image with background repeat, no repeat, and this no repeat can be actually moved here to the background, so we can have it in one line. But now let's see, we don't see the social icons because those are somewhere here, and because those have like a lot of margin from the top. Yeah, as you can see, that we can get rid of. So let's do social icons, margin top, let's change it to 0. And now as you can see, we have them here. Let's compare with this one. Yeah, this work. Maybe we can pull the navigation up a little bit. So we had this padding from the top here in the div class intro. Let's decrease it. Div class intro, we have 300, 250. Yeah, now the social icons are here. We can put back some margin top, let's say 50 pixels at least. Yeah, now I think it's perfect. They have much smaller icons, but let's leave them bigger so they will be more visible. And yeah, that will work. Maybe let's pull them down a little bit. So div intro, let's make 280 pixels. Yeah, and social icons, margin top, let's say 30 pixels. Yeah, and yeah, this will work. Right, now I would like to add some padding on the header because the links are too, and at least the logo is too close to the side, to the border of the website, and even the links here on the right side. So let's scroll up to our header and let's just add some padding here, and let's try with 20 pixels. I think that's much better, but that's too much at the top and the bottom. So for the top and the bottom, let's do just 5 pixels. And now as you can see, the problem is that we get this horizontal scrolling. And this is because if I, as you remember from my previous websites, the calculation of 100% doesn't include the padding. So it makes this header with 100% plus 20 pixels on the left and the right. We want to get rid of this, and we want to make it that 100% of the width includes this 20 pixels. We can fix it on all elements because I want the same behavior on all elements. Box sizing, border box. So the sizing of the box will be calculated by the width, by the padding, and then also with the border if there's any. Now as you can see, we don't have a horizontal scrolling and we see these links. Right, so I think we are basically done with this part. So we are done with this part. Now let's do tours here. So inside tours, we have like a first part, which is headline, the tours headline, and then we have a little bit of a text, and then we have this those tabs. Okay, so let's go to our HTML. Let's scroll down a little bit, and here where we are closing the div with class name intro, underneath, let's add a new div with class name tours. And well, here we have two rows or two parts. The first one is this one, and then we have like a list of cities or tours. So let's create two divs. The first one will be tours head, and we can do tours body as a class name for the second. And all right, so the first we have this header here, and I don't think this is the main header, so let's do h2, no h1, because there could be only one h1, but those kind of headers we have many of those. So h2, let's put tours here inside. So we have this, and then we have this paragraph of text. So let's put it, let's do paragraph, and let's put some lorem ipsum here. So we have some sample text, and then we have some tabs here that we also want to have. So let's do div with class name tabs, or maybe navigation with class name tabs will be better. And inside we'll have links. Yeah, let's do links, and let's say we will have 5 links. Yeah, and let's just put them in different lines, and let's fill it with Denmark. Then we have Sweden, and the third one is Iceland, fourth one is Norway, and the last one is all. Okay, and okay, so now let's try to style this because it looks bad. So let's go to our Norway.css, and let's add some empty lines here. Let's inspect this so we can see the structure inside our HTML, and see we have tours here, div with class name tours, and well, we want to make that everything inside this tours head is in one line. So as you can see, we have this header, then this text, and then these. We want to put this everything in one line. So in this tours head, div tours head, we can make this display type flex. So now everything is in one line, but as you can see, they take place really weirdly. So we want to change it. So how we want to change it? We don't want to take this paragraph to take as much space as possible. And what else do we want to do? We want to have some space here. So maybe let's change this grid flex to grid. So now it looks bad, but now we can define grid columns, and so grid template columns. And let's see how we want to define columns. So let's maybe put that the first one should take only as much as the content. So let's do min content, the first column. Then the second column, so paragraph, should also be min content. And the last one will be max content. And now let's see how it will look like. Well, almost. Yeah, now we want only some space between the columns. So let's put a gap here, and let's say the gap will be 50 pixels. Okay, so now we have some gap here, but we want to have more gap here, and we want this one to take as much space as possible if there is any left after those. So instead of doing the second column in content, I would do 1fr, and let's see. Yeah, now it's much better. 1fr is like a fault. So if you have two columns with the same size, it will be 1fr, 1fr, and if we go with min content, it means take for this first column as little space and width as the content needs, and then for the second column we say, well, take the default width of the column for this one, and we say that the last column should take as much space as the content inside needs. So if we would change it to min content, then the links would be under each other, but when we do max content, they are next to each other. All right, so I'm thinking like I will leave it like this. We could actually make the space here a little bigger. So I can make div towards head paragraph. I can add the margin on the right to be 50 pixels. So now we can see we'll have more spacing here on the right side. If I make it 150, yeah, you see we have a lot of more space because we have 50 pixels from the column gaps, but we have also 100 pixels from this paragraph. Right, but let's go to styling, to the more to the colors and less to the structure. So first, let's see. As you can see, everything is centered more or less. So here where we have this grid, let's do align item center. I think this will fix a little bit. Yeah, now I think everything is centered. Yes, it is. Now it should be centered. So we have some spacing on the left and on the right side, here and here. And this is not like space 20 pixels here, 20 pixels here. We could make it this way. But instead, I think I will make it that this width should be fixed, or max width should be fixed. And then if there's any space that is more, we should make it centered. So, and I will make this for our tours, not only tours head, but even the stuff that we have underneath. So let's do a div tours, and let's say that max width will be 500 pixels. And let's see. All right, now it's super small, but let's make it bigger. Let's say 700 pixels. Yeah. So as you can see, tours now take this amount of space. The div ends here, but we want to make it centered. So this space that is left here will be divided by 2, and it will be half of it here, half of it here. So let's do now margin 0 from the top and the bottom and out on the sides. Now it's centered. 700 pixels, maximum width, and it's centered. All right, I think we can decrease the margin from the right side here on this paragraph from 150 to just 50. Yeah, it's better. Now let's maybe style this tours. So inside the div tours head, we have this H2 that we want to style. But because this H2 will repeat in many sections, I would just do global styling for all H2 elements. And how we want to style it, let's see. We want to make it capital letters. So let's do text transform, uppercase. Yeah, so we have capital letters now. Now we want to have the same font family with long letters that we have here. So let's do font family. And it was Bebas Noe, and default will be sans serif if there's if we need a backup font. Yeah, so it's better. Now this tours should be not black as we have it now, but it should be, well, grayish, 50% transparent, something like this. So let's do color, and let's do RGBA so we can do alpha. So 0 red, 0 green, 0 blue, so it's black, but with 50% transparency. Now let's see. Yeah, maybe we can decrease it even more. Let's do 30. Yeah, and now let's make it bigger. So font size, free rem. Yeah, that looks better. Maybe even bigger. Let's do 5 rem. Yeah, and that's better. And the spacing here could be smaller, so let's decrease the gap to 30 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Now they have like more, and they have another like image here that goes here. So I don't know. I think I will try to find it. So here we have Unsplash. Here we are searching for Norway. Let's find something similar. Let's see. They have like a lot of city buildings that are reddish, similar to this one, but not exactly. Maybe it's this one. Let's see. It's not, but I will use it anyway. So I will download this one. Medium size will be enough, and I will put it in my directory. Traver. Yes, let's just rename this. So refactor rename city, so we can have an easy name for this. And now we could actually put it here in tours. So it's a background image, or just background, doesn't matter. Let's do URL, and we can do city.jpg. And well, we have it here. We can do just background size to be contained on a cover, doesn't matter. I think better with cover, so it will not repeat. Yeah, but now we want to get rid of this max width and margin. it shouldn't be on the torso because we have some image here, but instead it should be on torso head and torso body. Those two should be centered and not this one. So I will cut this one and I will put it here. I will uncomment this one. So now we have the image, but the content inside is centered. Alright, and now my problem is that I want to show more image that is underneath. So in the torso head, I will actually add some margin from the top and the bottom, let's say 100 pixels. Let's say it didn't put the margin where I wanted, so I will go with back 0 and I will use padding instead. Padding from the top and the bottom, 100 pixels and 0 from the sides. Okay, so now we have a little bit more padding here from the top and the bottom, so we see more of the image. And as you can see, they have this image, but they have like white overlay above the image. So above the image there should be white overlay like 90%, and then we should have the text above. So we could fix it on the image, or we can fix it inside CSS, and I think it would be better to put it inside CSS. So the only way is to get rid of this background as the image here, or we could actually keep it on the torso. But then we can add, for example, on a torso head. So on this one, we can actually add the background here, and let's say it will be just color, so background color, and let's do RGBA white with 50% transparency. So now as you can see, here is the image without any white overlay. Here we have 50% white overlay. They have much more overlay, so let's do, I don't know, 90%. Yeah, and this is the way it should be, I would say. And now as you can see, this torso head is centered, so we have these gaps with no overlay. So I think I will go back to my HTML, and well, let's add a separate div inside torso. So torso is this div that is 100% in width and has this image as a background. Now let's add another div that will be also 100% in width, so full width, but with just overlay. So let's do div overlay. We can call this one white overlay. Yeah, like this. And now we can put everything, this all content just inside this white overlay. So now we have another div here inside white overlay, and then we have this torso head that has margin from the sides because it's centered with some 700 pixels in width. So now we can get rid of this background color from torso head because it's centered and it leaves gaps, and we can move it to div white overlay. So if we do like this, now we have overlay on everywhere here. So let me show you. We have this torso with the city as a background image. Then we have white overlay inside with background color of white 90%. So we barely see the city buildings here. Then we have a torso head. That is, I call this one torso head, this part. That is centered 700 pixels. So it starts here and goes 700 pixels, ends here, and it's centered. So we have spacing on the left and on the right. And then I will do the same for torso body. So it will be also 700 pixels and centered. So, but first let's style this text and those tabs. So in torso head we have this paragraph, and we are styling that it should have more margin on the right side, but let's style the size of it. So we should make it smaller. So let's do font size, and I would do 0.8 rem, but we can write also like just 0.8 rem. We can skip the zeros, and let's see what else. The text should be just like 4 lines, but it doesn't matter, or maybe it does. I can just make it shorter for you guys. Let's say I will get rid of this much. Yeah, now it's 4 lines. I think that will work. And let's make it even smaller, 0.7. Yeah, and let's see here. I'll make it even shorter. Not that much of the text. It will end maybe one more word, and now I will make it grayish. So it's the same way we had with H2s, but it shouldn't be just 30% black because it's barely visible. Or maybe it should, but let's make it 50% just in case. And the tours can be even more transparent, so let's do 0.2, maybe 0.1. And now let's see. Now we should style those tabs here. So let me see. Okay, they have like an underlines here, so let's make it as well. So inside tours head we have navigation with class name tabs. So we could go with div tours head, but we can actually go directly to navigation tabs, and all navigation with class name tabs will be this way, even if they are not inside tours head. Right, but let's do border bottom, but not on the tabs. Let's first start with the links that are inside navigation with class name tabs. No text decoration, so text decoration none. Yeah, now we want to have some border bottom. So let's do border bottom 1 pixel solid, and let's say it will be gray. So let's do AAA, for example. Yeah, but maybe let's make it wider. Let's do 3 pixels. Yeah, that will work. Let's see. It should be lighter, so let's do CCC. Yeah, and the same color should be for the letters, and the letters should be uppercase. Text transform uppercase, and the color for the letters should be the same as for the border bottom, so CCC. Now I think the letter should be darker, so let's do AAA. Maybe even darker, so let's do 888. Yeah, I think this will work. But instead of doing this gray, we can make it black, but with transparency. So let's do 000 with RGBA with 50% transparency. That will work. And for the bottom, let's do the same. So I will do 000 for the black with 90% transparency or 80. So let's do 0.2. It's just 0.1. I think that will work. Now we want to make the links smaller, so let's do font size of let's do 0.7, and now let's add some padding from the top and the bottom. It will be, let's say, 10 pixels, and on the sides let's do 20. Let's see how it looks like. Well, I think that's too much of the padding. From the top and the bottom 5, from the sides 10. I think that's better, maybe still too much. From the top and the bottom, let's do just 2. From the sides, let's do 6. And let's see. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, then we have an active, one that is active. So I will do just a class name on Norway with class name active. We will not update the class names, but depending on what you're clicking, because we will not use JavaScript here. So do just nav tabs A with class name active. We want to make the color of the one with this the same pinkish that we have on contact us. So let's scroll up. Let's see, we have it here. So hashtag this one. Let's see. Yeah, and the same should go for the border. It should be gray. It should be also. So let's do border color and this one. But because we have used this pink color already 3 times on the border, on the text here, and on the background here, I will define this as a variable. So let's go to the top and under, let's go to the top and under the imports, let's do colon root, and here we will define our variables. So the first one will be pink, and this will be this pink color. And now let's use it instead of this, inside this contact us, instead of this background color, let's do variable, and here inside pink, not pink, pink. And also for the links here, for the tabs, let's, instead of doing those, let's do variable and pink. Yeah, nothing changed because it just works. And yeah, I think it works. Now, as you can see, they are next to each other without any spacing, and we have some spacing because we have spacing between the borders. So the spacing between the inline elements as we have them now is default, but we can get rid of this by changing the display on navigation tabs to flex. So let's do nav tabs and let's do display to flex. So now there's no space in between those, and yeah, this will work. I will not change that when you click on something, it will change the color, because we will not do JavaScript here and the change of the content. So I will just make it the content fixed without any clicks here, and the content will change JavaScript hacks. All right, so I think we are done with this top part here, and the next under the tabs will be this tour body. So let's do tour body here, an empty, but we don't have anything to style. So let's go to tour body here in HTML, and let's see what do we need to put here. We need to put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, at least 5 images, 5 links to different locations. So I say it would be links, because the whole box should be clickable in my opinion. And let's do 6 of them, and let's say that every A tag will have an image inside, and also span elements, so the text of the name of the location. So let's do like this, 8 times 6 with img and span inside, and now it looks really bad, but we can reformat this better. So here, let's do enter. I will do just format code. No, it didn't work. Let's put it like this. And now for the images, I want to put spans under, and the links should end here. Yeah, something like this. Okay, now it's reformatted. So we have a tag, and inside with image and span element. And in those span elements, let me just put some example text. So let's just say the best of Norway, as we have it here. Right, now we need some images. So let's go maybe here, and let's maybe get this one, and let's put it here inside our travel directory. Let's rename it to, we have already city, so let's rename it to city2. What else can we get here? Let's take this one, download medium. Let's put it here, and let's rename this one. Let's call this one city3. Doesn't really matter what the name would be. Let's maybe also take this one, download medium. Let's put it here, and this one will be city4. Refactory name city4 became city5. Sorry, refactory name city4. Yeah, I think that will be enough for now. We'll just repeat the images. Right, so let's open back index.html, and we have empty images here, and I will just put city.jpg. So now we have a lot of city, but the same city image everywhere. And let's put city2, city3, city4, and city, and here city2 with that JPEG. Okay. And now let's go back to our CSS. So Norway CSS, and well, as you can see, when we have those images, they are really like big in width and bigger than our browser. So I will go to the top, and I will add something I add on every websites, that on all images the max width should be 100%. Now there will be no images that take more width than the width of the website, width of the window. So we have those images here. All right, but as you can see, each image should be inside a specific link. So here we have a link, and here we have an image, but it should be this wide to take 100%. It should take much less space. So inside tour body, we have links here. So let's do a tag here, and let's say that a tag should be display inline block, and the max width should be, let's say, 100 pixels. Okay, so now every link is much smaller, so the image inside takes 100% of this 100% 100 pixels links. But let's make them wider the way we have it here. So let's do maybe 250. Yeah, so now they are under each other, but they should go to the right side even if they don't have any place. So how can we do this? We can do tour body, and here overflow x scroll. So if in this tour body we have something that doesn't fit, it should go more to the right side, but it doesn't work now. Well, so let's change this one to auto, and let's add the over scroll behavior x to contain, and let's also add display to grid and grid auto flow to column. So now each link takes 142 pixels, but it should be 250. But we will fix it. Let's also add some gap between the columns first. So let's say 20 pixels. So now the links are even smaller, 125. Let's see what happens if we add a magic thing called scroll snap type, and we set to X and mandatory. Nothing has changed. Let's maybe decrease tour body max width to 100 pixels just to test things. Right, now I can see we have this scrolling here. Let's increase to 700 pixels as we have with this tour head, but now we see all the columns, and we shouldn't. Let's see if I remove the inline from this block. Nothing has changed. Let's add here scroll snap align to center, and the problem we had because we had these A tags that are scaling down to 100 pixels now, because we used max width to 250. Instead, we should make it hard rule that the width for a specific box, the link should be 200. And now we have this horizontal scroll bar. Well, now let's see. Now let's update this scroll snap align, because as you can see, if I scroll like to the middle, it scrolls back to the middle, but it should be not aligned centered for this one, but it should be aligned to the left. So let's do left here, to the start. So let's do like this. Now if I scroll something here, if I scroll that I have something like this, it will snap back so I fully see this image. Not left, it should be named start, yes. So if I scroll this, if I scroll this way, it ends here. This is the last position, so that's why it doesn't snaps back to this one. But if I would go to here, it would snap to the beginning of this image. Right, but now as you can see, tour body is 700 pixels in width, but it's not centered. So I will do margin 0 from the top and the bottom and out on the sides. So now it's centered as this tour head is, but this tour head has a lot of padding from the top and the bottom, and I want to decrease it. So let's go here and let's decrease the padding, and let's make it, I don't know, 50 pixels. Yeah, now it's better. We have a lot of padding here. Let's see. It doesn't comes only from this tour's head, but it comes also from something that is goes before inside this intro. Yeah, you can see inside intro we have this bottom padding. So let's search for intro and let's get rid of this bottom padding. Let's make it 0. Yeah, now it's much better. Now we maybe can pull it up a little bit so the icons are more here. Let's see, we have intro here, then we have social links, margin top 30, let's do 20. Yeah, so now the intro is inside the image with the image. And now we got some kind of white stripes here. Let's see why. Okay, I think this is because the image is centered and it doesn't have enough width to take all this place. Let's see if I will update this margin top. If I increase it, div intro, let's make it 30 pixels. Yeah, now we don't have any white stripes on the left and right because the image has increased in height and it was scaled up a little bit, and this increased the width as well. Right, so I will maybe change it to, let's see, 26 pixels. Yeah, this will work, and now, yeah, the intro div looks good enough. And let's see now with our tours. Well, I think it looks good. Now underneath this scrolling thing, I want extra padding on the bottom. So tour body, let's add some padding bottom. Let's say it will be 20 pixels. So we have some padding between the scroll bar and the items. And let's also add some margin bottom of 50 pixels. So we have even some spacing here. But when we add margin, the parent will not go along. As you can see, the inside white overlay, we have this tourist body, we have this white margin bottom here, but the white overlay ends here and doesn't go all the way with this orange. So I will get rid of this 50 pixels and I will actually increase the bottom padding of tours or white overlay. I don't know, maybe from the tour body. I don't know. Let's just put it inside white overlay. So inside div with class name tours, we have this div with white overlay. But only when div white overlay is inside tours, let's add some padding bottom of 50 pixels. Yeah, and if I do 150, we have even more spacing here. Let's just do maybe 100. Yeah, and if I close this one, we have only 2.5. Let's maybe make more of those, so more of those visible. Let's change 200 from 250. Yeah, a little better. But now I want to make them more vertical. So let's make them height of, I don't know, 250 pixels. Let's see, they became 250, but the image is not all the way to 200. So if I do border of 1 pixel solid red, you can see that these are long in height, but the image doesn't go along. Let's see why. Well, that's why. The image is just vertical, so this is the way it should be. But we can fix it. There's another trick I can show you that. Let's select all those city images and let's put those inside a separate div. So I'll put it in a div, but on this div I will add a class name called background. So now we have an extra div class background before we have this city image. So we have a tour body with a tags, and we have inside div with background class name. And what can we do? We can make this one position absolute, and because we want to do position absolute, let's make this one position relative. So we will position the div with background relatively to the box, which is our a tag. So let's do top 0 and also bottom 0, left 0, right 0. So now, as you can see, if I inspect one of those, we have this a tag, but the background takes the full size of this a tag. So now we can do something like this, that inside tour body we have a tag with the background and we have image inside, and we can actually do the width of this image to be 100%. Same with height. Now they are like look really bad because those the images are stretched without keeping the ratio, but we can do object fix cover to fix it. Now the sides of the images are clipped or trimmed, cropped, however you want to call it. There is some white stripe between the border and the image. I think we can solve it by changing the, no, it's okay. It's white, but maybe I barely say this, so let's maybe just get rid of this border. We don't need it anymore. And you remember we had this span with some names of the places. It's not visible anymore. It's somewhere here. It's behind the image. So in tour body, we have a tag and we have span inside. Let's type those. So let's make it position absolute as well. Okay, now we can see those, but those can be aligned to the bottom. So let's do just bottom 0. So we have those here. Let's see how it should look like. They should be white. So let's do color white. They should be smaller. So let's do font size of 0.8 rem. Yeah, let's see here. Well, the first one is really bad because it has really bright background here. So I will change it from city to city 4. Yeah, and it should be centered. So let's center. So the span should be centered. Centering will not do anything, but let's see. Text align center. Nothing has changed because it's really short and we need to make it full width. So let's do also left 0 and right 0. Now it's centered. We need some spacing from the bottom, actually like 10 pixels and something. So it's the bottom 10 pixels. Yeah. And now as you can see, they have rounded corners here. So let's do the same. It will be on our A tags. So let's do border radius 10 pixels. Let's see how it will look like. Didn't work because this is the image that should be rounded, I think. So let's put it inside our image. Yeah, now the corners are rounded. We could do the same by putting it back to our A tags and doing overflow hidden. Yeah, the same result. Yeah, we just need to add overflow hidden zone. We are rounding corners or on A tag, and everything that is overflows behind this rounded corners should be hidden. Right, maybe more rounded. Let's do 20. Yeah, I think this is much better. We close this one. Let's see. Let's compare with this. Let's make them even wider a little bit. Let's do 180. Yeah, I think that is much better. Yeah, if I scroll, it snaps back. Yeah, really nice. You can read maybe more about CSS scroll snapping attributes. I'm not really good at explaining those. But let's see more. They have those arrows here, but because we are not using JavaScript, I cannot add them. All right, so the next part will be about us. So let's go to our HTML, and we had this div with class name tours, and then the next one will be div with class name about. This can be a div or a section. Even all those could be sections, because this is section of a website, this is section of a website, this is the next section. Maybe we could rename this div with class name tours to be section with class name tours. Doesn't matter, I will just make it section about for now. And inside we have an h2 with just about us. And then we will have some text here inside white box. So it's just maybe, and we have text with white box, but we have this on the right side. And because those are like columns, this is left side and this is right side, I will create a div with class name columns, and I will put 2 divs inside. One div, second div. And in the first, I will put the header and this kind of block, and on the right I will put this image with play button. So on the left column we have this thing, and then we have this thing. What is this? I don't know. I will call this one white box with some text inside. So let's do paragraph and lorem ipsum, and let's do another paragraph with lorem ipsum, but a little shorter. Yeah, what else? This is the left side, and then we have right side with this image that is actually video, but before you click this, it will be just an image. So on the right column we have an image that will be actually video, and maybe let's put it then this image inside the div with class name video outer, something like this. In the ideal scenario, you would have this image and also video tag here, and you would do that when you click on the image, it would remove the image with JavaScript and it would start playing the video. But because we are not using JavaScript, I will just put an image with a play button. So we'll do a button, and here let's do just this triangle. Let's see if we have something similar here. Let's do play. Well, we can use this one. Let's put it here. Let's see the preview. We have about us, and we don't have an image yet, but we have here a team of people, something. So let's search for team of people, and let's see. Yeah, this is the same image. So let's download Medium, Let's put it inside our project, and I will quickly rename this to theme.jpg, and let me just put it here, image source, theme.jpg. All right, so we have this theme here. So we have a section with class name about, then we have columns. Inside columns we have two divs, the first one for this header and this text, and then we have this theme image with inside video outer, and then we have button with this SVG inside. Let's now style everything. So let's go to our Norway CSS, and inside the section theme, now it was about, we have a div with class name columns. So now let's make it columns. Let's see how it should look like. So we have one column and second column, and we have a lot of space between. So let's maybe try to make it display grid, and let's make grid template columns to let's make them equal 1fr 1fr, and maybe they shouldn't be equal, but instead they should be, this one should be a little bit smaller. So let's do, the first one should be 0.9 and the second one should be 1.1. Let's see. Yeah, and now we need some gap between those. So let's do gap. Let's see if we can use fr here. If I do 1fr, no, fr doesn't work in gaps. Let's see if the pixels. Yeah, this works. But now I can see, as you can see, we want this to be centered as well. So I will do max width on this one to be 700 pixels as we have everywhere, and margin to be 0 and auto on the sides. Let's see. Yeah, now it's centered. We have this button here that is barely visible. It has this SVG inside. So let's maybe start it now. So in section about, we have this. We have a button section with class name about. We have a button and we have an SVG inside, and we want this SVG to be width of, let's say, 50 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Now both this and this sits inside a div called video outer. So let's maybe add some styling for this one. Maybe we don't need. Let's make this column content centered on the content of this. So let's do align items center. So now we had some spacing here and here, so it's centered vertically. But now I want to put this button here inside. And how to do this? We have this video outer. So let's do div with class name video outer, and let's add position relative on this one, so we can position the button absolutely but relatively to this video outer. So we have this button here. Let's add CSS that it will be position absolute top 0. So now it's here. Let's do also left 0. So now it's in this corner, top 0, left 0, relatively to this video outer. But now we can change it to something else. Let's do left of 48%, maybe less. Let's do 46. Yeah, something like this. Let's do top of something similar, 45%. Yeah, almost in the middle. How we can make sure that this is in the middle? We can do 50% and %. Then we can, if I save, it's not in centered, but it starts in the center position. But now we need to pull it up and left by the half of the width and height. So if I do width of 50 pixels and height 50 pixels, I can do margin top will be minus 25 pixels, and margin left will be also minus 25. And now the button is centered. All right, but now we want to style this button to get rid of the borders, padding and stuff. So let's do border 0. We want also to remove the background color of the image. So let's do background. We can do just none. Yeah. And now this black icon doesn't work. It should be white. So on our SVG, let's do fill color. Should be white, but this is too bright white. It should be more transparent white. So let's do RGBA. 255, and to 0.5, maybe a little bit more white, 0.7. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, I think this will work. The image should be rounded corners, but we can find it here on the video outer. So let's do border radius of, I don't know, 25 pixels. Now we have changed, but if we add overflow hidden, now we have rounded corners. Let's compare this with this one. Yeah, I think this is like almost the same. Right, now I will fix those texts because as you can see they sit inside this white box. So let's put it inside white box. It is white box for them because they have, I think, do they have another image that goes all the way here? No, they do not. They have this image that goes not only for tours, but also for a little bit of this about us. So how we can do this, that the image that is inside tours goes a little bit down more to the about us. Let's see, we could put both tours and about us in a separate div, so there will be no section directly inside body, but there will be inside the div with just this background. Or we can do this box not white but grayish, almost white. And this is what I'm going to do. Because they have prepared this image a little better here. They have gradient here on the image. Well, I think we can fix it. Yeah, let's fix it anyway. So we have this image here, but it's only for behind the tours. And we want to have it also behind the about us. So it will end somewhere here. So let's go to our HTML. And let's see, we have this section about, and we have this div with class name tours. I will close them for now so they will take less space. And those two I want to put in a separate div. So create a div called something with image, second img. And I will put both tours and about here inside this second img. And I will now make this thing smaller. But as you remember, this image that we had here was only for inside div tours and not for section about. And we want to move this image from div tours to second image. So let's scroll up here. Let's see. We have a tour body. Then we have this tours and we have this background image and background size cover. Let's remove it from here and let's put it inside the second image. Second image, we could put the div here, but it doesn't matter. There is only one element with class name second image and we have this. Okay, it worked as you can see. But the problem is that first the image should be aligned to the top. So as you can see, we don't have any image here at the top. It's aligned to the bottom, at the bottom to our second image. So aligned to the bottom of our about. So let's align this to the top and center. So now the image starts somewhere here and well, this doesn't work. Okay, because position cannot be inside background image. It should be background position. And here, let's do top center. If we do bottom center, okay, the problem is the image repeats. So let's do background repeat, no repeat. Now it's to the bottom and we don't have any image here. So let's do, so now this doesn't change anything because the image just goes all the way here. We don't want to scale it all the way to the end of the second image. So let's change this cover to contain. Now, as you can see, the image is on the second image div, but well, we can pull this one up a little bit and we can decrease the bottom of this white overlay. So let's scroll to our white overlay. We have this in white overlay inside tours has this padding bottom of 100 pixels. If we decrease it, you can see that our section about starts where we have ending part of our image. I hope it makes sense. But here we have tours, but we have moved the image, background image to the second image. So the image now actually ends here We don't want it to repeat or scale up. So this is where the image ends. Here we have definition for our image. And then we have this about that starts here, but well, the problem is the content starts without this white overlay. So I think we can just add this white overlay inside this our section about. So we have here div with columns, with the div with class name columns. We can do just here white overlay, and then just by putting those columns inside, oops, should go all the way here. We can put the columns here inside, and we will have also overlay here. Right. Now the problem is that we want maybe this image to go even lower, not only here. Let's see if we can update the background size that we had on second image. We had this contain. Let's change it to 100%. Okay, nothing has changed. If we do 120, you can see it goes more to the bottom, and this is what we want. Okay, so we will leave it with 120%. So as you can see, we can get some image on this text here that we have here. So that's good, because now for this image, we can start this image, and not this image, this text. It sits inside this white box. So let's go to the bottom, and let's start this white box to be background color of white, and let's add some padding of at least I don't know, 20 pixels. Now we have this white box, as you can see. They also have it. Yeah, but they have also like a dark gradient that goes from here and blends with the image. You can see that our image ends here, but they have like a gradient that goes from white to transparent or to this image. So let's go to our image where it's defined. It's somewhere called second image here. Yeah, and let's maybe try to define our gradient. So it will go from white somewhere here from the bottom to the image here. Maybe we can start by stretching it. No, we don't need to stretch this image a bit more. Right, let's see if I make it just background and I will get rid of those extra stuff here. Can I make it like this? Yeah, I can make it like this. So I have one definition for background and position and no repeat. Nothing has changed, it just works. But now I want also to add a linear gradient. So let's try here linear gradient, and let's say it will start with white, and from 0 position, and it will end with transparent 100%. Well, let's see what will happen. Nothing have happened. Let's see what will happen if we will remove this white overlay, and we will change this gradient to be black. Okay, we don't have anything, and the gradient looks like it didn't work. Let's put it here. Okay, we forgot about the semicolon. Okay, we have the image, but gradient didn't work. Maybe we can do this like this, because I don't think it can work with both image and this gradient. I will cut the gradient from here. I will leave just the image, and we have this white overlay that will not have this white background for now, or we can put it back. But white overlay inside, we had this also definition for white overlay inside tours. We don't have, we have both white overlay inside tours, but we have also white overlay inside section about. So as you can see, we have this about, and we have white overlay here as well. So let's go to the bottom and let's do section about, and let's do white overlay, section about, white overlay, and let's try to change the background from this 90% white to just a gradient that will be black to transparent. So now I could see it kind of worked. If I change it to background none, so we'll not have any background, and I will do it like this. You can see we have the rest of the image, and then we have white as default. And this white overlay, like it's now, it doesn't put any background because it has background none. But if I release this gradient, you can see it starts with 100% black and it goes all the way to transparent. We can actually revert it to start from, let's make it white. Okay, so it starts with 100% white somewhere here and goes all the way to transparency. Doesn't really matter. Let's put back black. Now we can revert it to start from the bottom. So let's do 180 degrees here as the first param. Doesn't really work. I think it is because we should just replace the values instead. So let's start with transparent from the beginning and let's end with the, this didn't work. Maybe because it should be 0 here and 100% here. Yeah, now it works. See, now we have the image from this second image, but then for our section about white overlay, that is not actually white anymore because it has this black gradient. It goes from transparent color from 0 position to black, pitch black at the 100% position. So now we want to make it the same overlay like here. Starts with 90% and let's see, it should go back to white, even 100%. So it should start with white, but not pure white, but 90%. So let's go do RGBA white with 0.9 and it should go all the way, not the black, but it should go all the way to white. So FFF, yeah, and this works. You can see that we have this box that starts here and it goes somewhere here and somewhere here. Maybe we can see actually that the image ends here. Maybe we can pull this down a little more. So instead of 120%, let's do 150. And let's see where the image ends. Now the image, I don't see where it ends, and that was the idea of it. Here we can barely see the buildings. Then there's a C. I don't know, it ends here somewhere. Yeah, I think this will work. This will work. So let's me close, and you can see we have image that is here between those two sections, tours and about us. So it worked. Now I think I will add just a little bit of shadow on this one white box. So let's add the box shadow, 0 on the X, 0 on the Y, exhale, and let's do 3 pixels and black. That looks really bad, but we can do RGBA of black, but with 20% of black. Now this is a little better, but I don't think we want it this way. No, maybe let's get rid of this border. Yeah, I think we can leave it without any box shadow, sorry, yeah. Some spacing between this about us section. So we have this section about, but no styling. So let's do margin top and let's do at least 50 pixels. Oh no, now it has moved here. Let's replace it to padding. Okay, didn't work either because we have this overlay. So where is our overlay here? Yeah, white overlay inside the section about. Let's add padding bottom 50 pixels. Yes, we don't need this one. Now now it looks good. All right, maybe we could decrease the overlay to 80% here and also on the overlay that we had inside the tours. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so we have more of the image. That will work. Let's see what's next. We have this box here full of text. Maybe we should make it a little bit smaller. So let's go to our white overlay, white box. And let's say that font size inside should be 0.8 rem. So now it's smaller. It should be more grayish. No, it's black. So let's keep it black. Underneath they have this NT thing. So I think we can add it here. Let's do white box after. And let's do content NT dot. So we could add it as another element in HTML, but I think it would be faster to add it inside CSS, that every white box will have this NT sign at the bottom corner. And let's see. All right, so we have this NT, but it should be this pink. So let's do background color variable, and it should be pink, and it should be square and white text. So let's do color white, and it should be width of I don't know, let's do 30 pixels, and height should be also 30 pixels. It should be bigger. Let's do 50 here and 50 here. It doesn't listen because maybe we need to make it display block. Yeah, now it's better. Now it's bigger. Is it too big? Yeah, I think it is. Let's change it to 40 and 40 here. Now let's make it bigger. So let's do font size here on this NT to, I don't know, 3 rem. Oh, that's too big. Let's do 1 rem. Maybe 1.4. Yeah. And it should be more aligned to the middle. So let's do line height 1.4. No, 2 rem. Now it's more aligned. Let's do 2.2, 2.5. Yeah. Now text align center. Yeah. And let's see. Now it should be on the bottom right corner of the white box. So let's do position relative on the white box. And here on this after thing, let's do position absolute. And let's see. And let's make it right 0, bottom 0. And let's maybe add a little bit of box shadow here that we had before. Box shadow 0, 0, 5 pixels, and RGBA of black barely visible 0.1. Okay, and let's pull it more, not on the corner of the box, but should be only 1/4 of this square should be there. So let's do right should be minus 20 pixels, and bottom should be also minus 25 pixels. And see now, yeah, I think now it's better. Should be minus 25, should be minus 20 because the width and the height is 40. Yeah, so now it's better. Let's see. Yeah, that work. We could make the texts even smaller. So let's do my 0.7 here, and let's see. Yeah, they have more space between the lines. So let's make it also here line height, and let's do 1 rem. And now we have some more spacing between the lines. Well, that will work. And let's go to the next section. So in the next section, what do we have? We have travel blocks. So let's go to our HTML. And we have this div with second image. We don't need this second image to go all the way to travel blogs, I think. No, we don't, because travel blogs, as you can see, has a different image. They have a different image here underneath with some kind of mountains. And then we have also another image for context. So because these travel blogs have its own image, we could put it directly on a section that we'll create now. Let's call this one blog or blogs. And inside, what do we have inside? Well, inside we will need this white overlay again. So we can reuse this white overlay that we have created before. White overlay, yeah. And now we have like 2 columns again. So let's create a div with class name columns and 2 divs. And what do we have here? The first column, the first div will be h2 with just travel blogs. And underneath we have where a tile with image or blog entry, we can call it blog entry, with image, some kind of headline here and a little bit of text and date. So let's say we have those two entries will be inside a div called entries, and then we'll have 2 entry. So entry times 2, this will be a div, and inside each will have an image, and we can say that default source will be ct.jpg, ct4, doesn't matter, ct4, and under the image there will be like, I don't know, h3, headline 3 with some text. Let's call this one Iceland travel guide, and after h3, so plus, we will do paragraph with some text. I don't know what is there, but let's do test, and lorem is a nice feeling text. And then we have this date here, as you can see. So I will use a time tag, and let's do just March, as they have March 2021. Okay, they have also like by who? By Elisa Beth something though. Okay, so maybe it shouldn't be time, it should be div with class name description or desk, doesn't matter. Okay, now let's generate those two. So I hit tab, and now I have one entry and second entry. Both have images with city4 and the same Iceland travel guide headline 3 and some paragraph and description. Right, so now let's see. We have it here, and it looks bad, but not that bad. We can style it. We have section with class name blogs. Let's go to our CSS, and let's see here. So section, and class name was blogs. I would do some spacing here, and section class blogs. What do we want to do here? Maybe nothing with the section class name blogs, but with maybe we want to do something with the columns that we have inside. So as you remember, we have created this div with columns class name because we wanted to put those two on the left, and then we have another div to put on the right, and those entries are inside this entries. Then we have this div columns with those two divs. So div columns, let's do display grid, and let's do grid template columns. So we'll do 2 columns, 1 FR, 1 FR, same sizing for now. And well, let's see, what do we have here? I don't know if this is like 50%, so it should be same size as this. Maybe we can do just 1.1 and 0.9 here. Then we need some gap between those columns, so this gap is big. So let's do, I know, 80 pixels, and that should work. But now it should be also centered, so I think we can just center this columns div. So let's do width, and it should be 700 pixels, and it can be centered. So let's do margin 0 auto, yeah. And see, maybe we can make this one bigger so our travel blocks will get enough space, and 0.8 should be here. Well, now let's add some margin between these. So let's update this to be 100 pixels, and then 0 at the bottom just for now. Maybe not 100, but 60 from the top, yeah. Travel blocks. All right, and then we have columns that we have already styled, and then we have this div, and then we have this h2, and then we have entries. But the entries should look like those entries. So let's do section blogs, and then div entries. And we want to make those as columns as well. So let's do display grid, and let's do grid template columns, 1 FR, 1 FR. Same sizing for those two. So let's see. Yeah. Now let's add some gap of, I don't know, 20 pixels. So we have some spacing here, and it should be more, I don't know, like 50. All right. And then it will be the same, almost the same thing as for those. So we want to, let's see, we want to style the specific entry. So let's do section blogs div entry singular, and let's add the border red 1 pixel so we can see. Okay, and let's make it position relative because we know we need to put the background as absolute, and the background needs to be inside the div. So let's put the backgrounds inside a div with class name. We can do just BG as background, and the closing of the background should go after the image. Yeah, and now we can style section blogs, BDOGS, div entry, div background, or sorry, div BG, should be position absolute. And now we could do top 0, left 0, bottom 0, right 0, bottom 0. So And now the image itself inside this div background should be with 100%, have 100%, so it stretches, and object fit cover. Yeah, now we don't see the texts that are underneath, and the those tiles should be much higher. So a specific entry, we call it div entry. Let's see, but maybe we should make it links instead. So let's say it will be a link here, so it's closing link and opening link. Yeah, and now we need to change the div entry to a entry. Same here, a entry. Yeah, and then we need to make it bigger. So let's do have, and let's do, for example, 200 pixels. Yeah, this worked. Let's maybe update to different image. Let's do city 3. So we have different images, and let's make it maybe even higher, 300 pixels. Yeah, and that will work. Now for the image, let's get rid of this corner. So let's do border radius of, I don't know, 20 pixels. Same as those. Yeah, 20 pixels will work. Now the texts are behind, and we have this H3 and other stuff. So we could put those texts in a separate div, or maybe we can just make this background z index to -1. Well, but now it's behind this white overlay. No, this will not work with -1. We need to actually bring those up. Maybe we can bring those up without putting them inside the... Now it will be much easier to style it. Okay, let's inside each. We have this content here. We need to put those content elements inside the specific div. Let's call this one content. So I will select this and we'll put it inside div with class name content. Let me just reformat this so it will look better. And now we can take this content and bring it up with all the elements inside. So section blocks, a tag with entry class name. We have div with content class name, and we can do position relative and do z index of something bigger than 1 or anything. And now we have texts that are above the image. If we would do like z index here of 999, sorry, not on this the image, but on the div background, then the div background will be above. But we will change it to back to 0, and the div background is under the texts, under the content. All right, because it has z index of 2. Right, but now we want to pull it down. So actually we could change it to absolute here, and we can do bottom 0, so it will be aligned to the bottom, yeah, as it is now. But well, actually it shouldn't be like this. I was thinking too much on those, and I was thinking that we will put the text underneath, text above the image, but it's not this case. We actually don't need to make the image height of 100%. We can actually get rid of this position absolute top left right and z index. Let's see, and it's this, and let's change it to just height of 250 pixels. So it's this big, and now we can actually get rid of this default height for a specific entry that is 300 pixels, and we don't need absolute on the content because it can go underneath the image. Yes, as it goes now. But let's add just a little bit of margin top. Margin top 5 pixels. Yeah. Now let's style every part of this content. So we start with H3. I think it was H3. Let me inspect this. It's H3, then we have paragraph, then we have a div with class name description. So we have div with a tag with class name entry. We have H3 inside that we want to be uppercase. So let's do text transform uppercase. I'm sorry, text transform uppercase. Then let's do the same for, not the same, but let's style a little bit this paragraph. I think it was paragraph. Let's see. Yes, it is paragraph. Let's make it small and just small font size. And let's do 0.8 rem, and let's add some margin from the top, so we'll have some margin from this paragraph, between this paragraph and this headline. Margin top, let's say pixels, and let's also do margin bottom pixels. Let's see. Yeah, now now it looks good. We should make this headline smaller, so let's do font size of 1 rem. It's still too big. Let's do 0.8 rem, and let's make it center, so text align center, and the paragraph should be even smaller, so let's do 0.6. Yeah, and we should have more text inside this paragraph, so I will add some more text. Copy this and paste here, and here I will just repeat this part, and I will just put it twice. Well, and now we have this description that we call it here. So let's go to here, and let's do section blogs, a tag with class name entry, and let's style a div with class name desk from description. And as you can see, this is our description. This should be our description. So let's make it color of RGBA of black. So 0, 0, 0, and 0.5, like 50% black. Super small, so font size 0.6 rem. And now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think it looks okay. Let's just do text align center. Text align center. Yeah, and I think that let's get rid of this red border. Yeah, I think that will work. We have some margin, 60 pixels from the top. Let's add same for the bottom, 60 pixels from the bottom. And as you can see, they have some kind of mountains here that we don't have mountains image. So let's search for mountains, and I think this one will work. Let's see. Now they have different with water something here, but let's add this one. This one looks cool. And I will just put it here, and I will rename this to be mountains. All right. And now let's put it inside our section blogs. Section blogs. Let's do background image URL, and it's just mountains.jpg, and let's see how it looks like. And we need to change the sizing and stuff. So let's do background size. Let's do cover. Yeah, looks really nice. They have another image with light sky, so it blends better with the previous section. Let's see if we have something similar here. We could use this one actually. So I will download medium size, and I will put it here, and I will actually rename it to mountains 2. Yeah, and now let's try to use this one, mountains 2. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's better. It still doesn't blend that much and that good with the previous, because here we have 100% white, but we can fix it. I will show you how, because as you can see that here we have our blogs. The image starts here with on our section class blogs. Then we have this white overlay, and white overlay is just 80% of white, but we can change it, this white overlay, to start with 100% white, and it will go down with less white, like from 100% white to 80% white. So section blogs, let's do, and inside we have a div with class name white overlay, and let's define the background for this white overlay. And here, instead of doing this just RGBA 80% of the white, we will do linear gradient that will start with the white, pure white color. So let's do white, and it will start with position 0, and then let's say it would go with RGBA white, but 80% at position 100. Let's see, sorry, 100%. So now, as you can see, I can close this one and even this one. The images blends, because even if this image for travel blog has bright sky, it's not pure black. But if I start this gradient here and go with 100% white down to 80% white, and you can see that it starts showing those mountains somewhere here. So I could actually make this one to 10% and it would start blending somewhere here, and we'll have more image visible already here. So the gradient will be just this size in the height, and it would start with 100% width here, and here it will be 80% white, 100% white here and 80% white here at 10% of the height, and here it will keep being 80% of white as we have it. So this is the rest, 90% of this gradient. All right. So this one works, and well, I would say this looks really nice. But then we have this. Let's put maybe some bottom padding on this white overlay gradient. So let's do, or maybe we can put it inside columns. Let's see, we have 60%, but this is the margin, 60% of the margin that has been created here. Let's get rid of those margins here. Let's do 0 here and 0 here. We can just get rid of those two. Instead, let's use some paddings. So padding from the top and the bottom, let's do 60 pixels. On the sides, it will be 0. So now we have even some mountains underneath. All right, so now we need something on the right side, and we'll have those more articles. And because I will not use JavaScript here, we will not have this red scroll bar. I think we can just get rid of the scroll bar and just have those as rows. So I will go back to my index HTML, and let's see, we have this empty div here for our right column. If I type right here and save, you can see it's here, and we will put 1, 2, 3, 4 articles. All right, so the first article, let's just every article at once. So let's say we will have a class name list here. Inside the list, we will have a div, or just let's make those the links. So a tag, so every specific entry will be a link, so a tag with a class name, just I don't know, entry list. No, sorry, list entry. Okay, and inside each we will have list entry. Inside each we will have a h3 with some top 10 places to visit, let's say in Sweden, and then we will have some paragraphs. So I'll do P and lorem. I'll put some lorem here, and after this paragraph we will have also something like this. So I would do div with class name desk for description, and inside this I will have like January 15th 2021 and slash by Elizabeth Doe. Okay, and now let's generate those 4. Okay, I forgot to put that those should be a tags should be times 4. Now let's generate those, and now it worked. Let's put it here, but every should be like this. Let's try to put it in. Okay, now it's bare formatted. Now let's okay, it looks like a scammy website, so let's fix it. So we have a tag with list entry as class name. So let's go back to our here. Okay, so now inside our CSS, let's inspect this thing, and you can see that this is a list entry a tag. So let's do just list entry. We don't need to check that this is inside the list or it's inside blogs. We have just one list entry. We have 4 of them, but in only one place on the website. So list entry should be no underlines, text decoration, none. Yeah, so now we don't have any underlines. Let's see more. Let's fix the colors. Default color should be black here for everything. So black. And what's next? The h3s should be much smaller. h3s that are the headlines. So a list entry h3. Think that h3 like here, and paragraphs here, and the description will be the same sizing as here. So actually I could just add this list entry to this blocks that we have here. So for h3, this one h3 definition, we have it here. I will do comma and list entry h3, and now it should be the same. Oops, now we have the same styling for those. So I will do the same thing with paragraphs now. So here paragraph inside inside the list entry should be also this. And now let's do also for the description. It looks really bad now, but we'll see. Div description. And well, it looks bad, but maybe it's mainly because of the spacing, and that the headlines here shouldn't be aligned to the center. So for a specific list entry, let's add some margin bottom, and let's do 20 pixels. And now, okay, this margin bottom didn't work. This is because we need to display block. Now we have some, now it looks better, but now we want those headlines to be aligned to right and not to the center as we have it here on h3s for both those and those as it is now. So we need to override those, and also same for the description. And as you can see, they have even those paragraphs centered here. So maybe we can get rid of text align center that they have on that we had on this desk and this. So let's get rid of this as well. So now everything is here aligned to the left as it should, but here everything should be centered. But instead of putting everything on a specific element, I will put it inside content here. So the main wrapper for all those three. So let's do text align center. So now the stuff here is centered, the stuff here is not centered. Well, and it looks really nice. Let's see, maybe we should have some margin top here. Let's see, maybe instead of margin top we can do a margin bottom, we can do just margin top, so we can have some spacing here. Yeah, I think now it's now it looks good. You can add some more spacing here and there if you want. I don't want to make it pixel perfect. Let's go just to the next section. And the last section will be contacts. So let's go to our HTML and let's add a section with a class name contact. Yeah, and let's see, contact. And we have this h2 here. And yeah, let's do h2 with contacts. Yeah, and now we need to add another mountains here. So let's go to our CSS and section contacts. I think it was with S. Let's see, in our HTML. No, without S. Section contact. And let's see how it looks like. It looks like this. Let's add some mountains. So background URL mountains JPEG, and the content inside should be centered as we have with this with the one above. It's centered, 700 pixels centered. So let's put everything inside the content div with class name content, and h1 will be inside. So section with class name contact, we have div with content class name, and the max width here will be 700 pixels. And let's see, yeah, it is, but it should be centered, so margin will be 0 and auto here. Now for the image, let's do background size. It should be cover, and well, let's put some padding top here. Padding top, let's say 100 pixels. Padding bottom, I don't know, let's do 15 pixels. Yeah, we are getting there. We don't need any padding bottom because we should have a white box here. So I will get rid of this padding bottom, and instead I will go back here and I will add a white box. And inside I will put an h3, let's say feel free to contact us. And then we have like like a small table here or something. All right, so we could make those as columns. It doesn't really matter. So let's do div columns. And inside we will have like a paragraph with one text and then paragraph with another text. 257, I don't know what Slayer it stands. STONX, I don't know, 5XX. Doesn't matter in sense. Let's add phone number. +1 000 000 000 000. Another text with Ottawa, Canada, and then email address contact@something.com. And now let's try to style it just a little bit. So inside our CSS section contact, we have div with class name columns, and let's see, so we can style those texts here. And let's do display grid and grid template columns, 1FR, 1FR, just 2 columns. Yeah, and okay, now we got this NT that we don't want from a white box. So let's do section contact, and we have this white box here, and this NT comes from after. And maybe let's change the content to see if it works. Test. Yeah, it works. We can do just display none, so it's not visible. Now let's make this white box smaller. So let's do width or max width of 300 pixels. Yeah, but try with margin left to be auto. Yeah, so it's pulled to the right and margin from the left is auto. What else do we need here? We need some probably more spacing from the top and the bottom inside this white box. So let's do maybe padding here of 20 pixels, but let's do 50 pixels and let's make it bigger, 400 pixels here. Yeah, this would work. Now where we are doing our columns, let's do some gaps of 15 pixels. Yeah, this works nice. Now let's style this header. So section contact, we have this H3 that we want to make font size of 2 rem, let's say. Oops, that too much. 1.4, 1 rem. And let's do margin bottom of at least 10 pixels, but maybe it will be better with 20. Yeah, let's see. Well, it should be smaller. Let's do 1.1. Yeah, and less of the spacing. Same with those gaps here. Let's see. Yeah, maybe more a little bit more spacing here. That will work. And now underneath they have stay tuned with this button. So underneath, let's say we'll have also stay tuned, and underneath we will have a form with just an input and a button that says subscribe, and in this input we should have a placeholder. As you can see, it says enter your email, so enter your email. Yeah, now let's see. Yeah, almost there. And let's now fix the spacing here. So on our columns inside the section contact, let's do margin bottom of 30 pixels. Maybe that's too much, too aggressive. Let's do 20. Okay, now let's do the form and the button. Let's see how it should look like. Yeah, we just need to style this input. First, so the section contact input, and how do we want to style it? Let's see. The border should be like 2 pixel solid, and let's say IAA color. Yeah, I think it is okay. Maybe even a little darker, BBB. Rounded corner, so border radius of, I don't know, 5 pixels. It will be the same border radius for our button. So let's do section, contact, and button. Border radius 5 pixel. Our button should be background color of this pink. We have this as variable. So it's the var pink, and the color of the text inside the button should be white. So FFF or just white, doesn't matter. So almost works. We just need to get rid of this border here inside our button, and let's add also some padding inside button, like, I don't know, 5 pixels on the top and the bottom and 10 on the sides. That's much better. Same padding we should add for input. Yeah, that's much better. Actually, we have border on the input, so we can decrease the padding from the top and the bottom here to 3. Now it's much better. So I think the last part will be this footer. So let's get to it. So after last section, let's do footer. And then let's see, what do we have here? Well, we have 3 columns of text or links, and then we have this NT. And then we have this copyright thing. Right, so let's say those are 4 columns. So let's say we'll have div columns, and inside we have 4 divs. But in those first 3, in the fourth will be just this NT. I guess it will be a link, so we'll just do a link with NT inside. But I guess those 3 will have just links h3 and then links. So I will do something like div times 3. And inside each I will do h3. h3 will say destinations, and after h3 we'll have links. So let's say it will be just a tags with like Denmark or something. Denmark. We can add the number. Yeah, and we need those links times 4. So times 4 probably here. No, it should be times 4. So we have now 3 divs with destinations, and the second can be called company, and the third can be called social media. Social media doesn't really matter. Let's see. Yeah, now we need to update this for our CSS. So we have footer with columns div. We want to change the display to grid, and we want to do grid template columns to, let's do just 4 columns with the same size. Okay, but this columns div should also be max width of 700 pixels and centered. So let's do margin 0 auto. Yeah, and now let's add some padding from the top and the bottom also here. Why not padding from the top and the bottom? Let's 30, 0 from the sides. Yeah, maybe we can do some more padding, 50. Right, and now let's maybe style those links first. So let's do just footer, a tag. Every link inside footer should be display block, and then let's say it should be color of black. Yeah, it should be smaller, no underline. Should be smaller, so font size, let's do 0.8 rem. No text decoration none. And let's add, let's maybe make it 0.9 rem. Let's make it margin or padding. Padding from the top and the bottom, let's say pixels, 0 on the sides. So we have some spacing here. Maybe it should be actually 0.8 rem. All right, and more spacing here. So inside footer, we have those h3s, headline 3, that we want to do margin bottom of, I don't know, 10 pixels. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. And well, I think I need to replace some links here because this looks terrible. So let's see here. Let's do Denmark, then we have Sweden, then we have Iceland, then we have Norway, and here we'll have company, so about us, contacts, and then we have travel blogs, and then privacy policy, then social media only 3, Twitter, and Instagram, and the last one is Facebook. Yeah, now the links should look much better. Yeah, now let's fix this NT. So I don't know if you remember, but we already styled this NT somewhere. and it was with this white box. Wait a second. We have this NT, but to point it in a CSS, let's add a logo or just maybe NT. Just add the class name NT, and we have already styled this for this one. So I will search for white box to find it, and we have it here after white box. We should have this one. So I will add also .nt, and now it disappeared because we had this position absolute here on it, and it went all the way here, but I can update the position just for this one. So or let's do NT, and let me show you. So we have a white box after, so this NT thinks it has this position absolute and right and bottom, but for NT we should reset it. So let's do NT, just NT should be position, and default is static. So now see the NT is here, but right here it should be in the bottom. So let's say that footer, NT inside footer should have some margin top. It will be the quickest way of solving this. 100 pixels, maybe it's too much. 100 is too much. Let's do just 70. Yeah, that will work. And maybe it should be also aligned to the right side. So inside footer we have this columns thing, and then we have 4 divs, but I want the last one, so let's do nth child, 4th, so 4th column, and on this 4th column let's do text align right. This doesn't work on this thing because I think it's display block, but if we change this to display inline block, then it's okay. Okay, then it worked, but we have a lot of empty space here that they don't have it here, and I think it's because we should allow those 3 columns to take more space. So those 4 columns shouldn't be the same sizing. The first 3 should be bigger, so let's say 1.1, 1.1, 1.1, and the last one should be 0.7. And now let's see difference. Yeah, so we have less space here. Maybe we can do even more. Let's do 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, and this one will be 0.4. Yeah, that will work. Last part is this paragraph here. So let's put it under the columns. Under the columns, we can do paragraph here, and we have this copyright sign. So let's do at copy and copyright 2022. Travel Norway, all rights reserved. Yeah, now let's style this paragraph. So as you can see, it looks like this. So we need to style it, and let's decrease the padding here. So in columns we have padding 60 from the top, 0 on the sides. Let's change it to 0 at the bottom. Let's see, why do we still have like a lot of, okay, it was on the blocks. We want to update columns here. So 0 here. So no, maybe not 0, 20 pixels from the bottom. Yeah, now for the footer paragraph, let's do also here max width of 700 pixels and the margin of 0 auto, so it will be centered, but it actually needs to be text align right, like this. And it should be smaller, so let's do font size of 0.8 rem, and it should be not pure dark but grayish, so let's do color of RGBA black with 50% transparency. Yeah, that will work. Now some margin bottom, so we can add it actually here. Let's do 50 pixels at the bottom. Yeah, maybe that's too much. Let's do 30. Yeah, and I think that will work. So we are done with this website. Yeah, it looks really, really nice. We have this awesome navigation here. Well, we have this tabs here. We have those snapping elements here, tours that are available here, so you can pick about us, so you can read something here, play a video, and travel blogs. Well, it looks really nice, and contacts with some awesome view, subscription. Well, really, really nice. All right, now let's try to make this website more responsive, and let's try to make it a mobile version of it. So as you can see, if we make it narrow, like for mobiles, it looks really bad. Everything is squeezed together, and we have this horizontal scroll, and yeah, it doesn't look good at all. So I was thinking that I can pop this inspector here on the right side, and we can start from the top. So the first thing that looks really bad is this top navigation and header. So let's go to our HTML and see how it looks like. So we have header, we have 2 columns, we have div with class name columns, and we have 2 columns. This is the first one, the first div, and this is the second div. And the first one has this navigation. And then we also have icons that we don't see right now, but they are here. So I was thinking that maybe we can just make everything in rows here. So every link here inside navigation will be 1 row, and then also those icons will be in the last row. And we will add also some navigation button for mobiles. So maybe let's start with this. So the same way we did it with other projects, I will add here a button, but it will be actually a label, and I will add like 3 bars here, so we can find it later. Yeah, here they are. Now let's see, let's add a class name for this label, and I will call it mobile navigation button. Yeah, and now we will also need a put off type checkbox. So let's do this, and let's add an ID to mobile or navigation, just navigation checkbox nav CB, and here for nav CB. So now if we have this for and ID on this checkbox, we have this label here and the checkbox here. And if we click this label, the checkbox will be checked and unchecked. Right, and now we can go to our CSS, and let's scroll all the way up to the header, to CSS for our header, and under all CSS for our header, let's add a media query, so media screen, and we are going to add the media queries for mobile. So let's do media screen and max width of 700, let's say that 700 pixels. So for all screens that have a max width of 700, we will add this CSS that will be here inside. So for our header styling, what do we want to do? We want to hide both columns here inside those 2 columns. So navigation and those icons on the right side. So let's just do header div columns display none, and this will be just for mobile. So if I make this website like this big, it will show all the links. But for mobile, so something like this, it's not visible just for now. We'll fix that when we click this button, it will show this navigation. Right, so the next part is maybe to make this button prettier. So let me inspect this one, and it's here. It's a label with class name mobile navigation button. So the label mobile navigation button, and well, we want to make it position absolute, so we can put it on the top 0 and right 0 with ease. Yeah, so we have it here. Now let's also add some, let's now rotate, because we have 3 vertical bars. We want to make them horizontal, so let's rotate them. So let's do transform, and here rotate 90 degrees. So now those bars are horizontal. And now what do we want to do? We want to add some padding at least. As the padding of, I don't know, let's say at least 15 pixels on all sides. Let's maybe also add some background color, or maybe not background color, but I will make it white. So let's do color, because it's text, it's just bars that are vertical. Color will be white. So now we have those bars here, and I will make it bigger. So let's do font size, and I will make like 2 rem, so 2 times the default size of the font. So yeah, this works, and it still checks this and it checks this checkbox. So yeah, this works. What next? Now we want to maybe show and hide our columns. So our navigation, logo, and those icons that we had on the right side, the checkbox is checked. So we can do something like this. Here we have the checkbox. It has this ID navigation checkbox. So we can do ID navigation checkbox, and we check that it's checked. And then when it's checked, this checkbox, we can style the columns differently. But first, let me just fix that this label and input checkbox will go for the columns. Otherwise, we can get some problems with this CSS. So if the navigation checkbox is checked, then header and div columns, header and div columns will be display block. So now if I click, well, nothing happens. Try to here underneath. Now let's try. Oh, sorry, it shouldn't be header. It should be without header. So now, as you can see, I can click this and I can show and hide columns. So how does it work? Here we have the navigation, but navigation checkbox. Here it is, and we say that when it's checked, then the other element, that is div class name columns, that is located alongside. So here, so this means something like a sibling to this one, so it needs to have the same parent. So we have this label here, we have the checkbox, and the sibling is this div with class name columns. So we are saying sibling to this checked checkbox div columns. Let's make display block, but only if it's checked. So I can check it, and I check it with this label, and I can show and hide this div with class name columns. Right, but now I want to have a different styling for those columns. So first I want to display it differently. So as you remember, we had this display grid. So it's like two columns, the first one and then the second one. But now we need to update it. Let me scroll up here and let's try to find it. So we have header here, header logo. Here we have a header with div columns. So we have display flex. Okay, so we are changing this display flex to display block. That's why we have those two in different lines. So we have this one with one line, and then this other column as a second line. Okay, but now let's try maybe to put those links into separate lines, or maybe even let's start with making a background color for those. So on our div columns, let's add the background color of so we have something here, and we don't want to have this spacing here, and this one comes from header. So I will do here header and padding 0, and also this, we check that this checkbox works without any problems, so I can actually hide it. So let's do nav checkbox, and we can just do display none, but not only for mobiles, but for both mobiles and desktop. So I will place it here. And another thing that I want to place here for desktop view is that I don't want to show the label. So let's do label that mobile navigation button display none. So we'll not show the label with those bars, but I will show it when it's mobile. So let's do display block here. All right, so let's see. Yeah, it still works. Now we want to also change the color here inside our header to a black, because we have white background, and this didn't work because we have different styling for our links inside. So let's do header a tags, so all links, and the color. Okay, now we see the links, and now we also want to place them in separate lines. So let's try by making those display block. Didn't help. I guess this is because our navigation here, as you can see, all the links here are inside this navigation, and this navigation is actually inline flex. So we need to update this thing as well. So header navigation, let's change display to block. Okay, now it's better. Now we can style links much easier. So let's add some more padding, because if people have big fingers, it will be easier to click on those links. So let's say 15 pixels on the top and the bottom, and well, at least 30 on the sides. Yeah. And now I would also want to put this logo on a separate line. So let's maybe just do header a logo, and those will be only for navigation links like this. So for a logo, it's not visible now anymore. Let's make it color of black. Now we see it, but it should be on its own line. Let's see where it's not. It's not because this div is display flex, and it shouldn't be. So let's fix it. Header div. So you can see here that we have the logo sits inside this div, and on this div we have display flex, and we don't want this, because if we have display flex, everything is in line like this. And we have this styling in this way, that header has this div columns, div with class name columns, and then direct child of div columns, just a div, will have display flex. We don't want this, so we will do div columns div display block. Yeah, now this logo is on its own in its own line. Here you can see. Now we will try to center it. So let's do let's do display block on it, display block, and let's do text align center. Text align center. So I will try to center it. Yeah, that's much better. And let's see. Now let's do something. You can see that when I open navigation, it has this left margin. I want to get rid of this. Let's see, in computed, is it margin? Yes. So let's do margin 0. So now we don't have any margin. But now for the links, let's also try to center them as well. Text align and center. Yeah, I think that's better. That will work. But our button is not visible. It's not visible anymore. Here we have absolute for this button. Let's add our Z index of at least 10. Still not visible. Let's see where it's hidden. Here we have the label, but it's hidden. Okay, why is that? Let's try by increasing the Z index. Try with 99. Didn't help. I try 99999. Still not visible. Okay, sorry. It is visible. It's just white. My bad. So maybe we can change the color of those bars when the checkbox is selected. That would be good. But let's place this label after the checkbox, because otherwise I think we'll have problems with styling this label. So when the navigation checkbox is checked, then we want to style a sibling, that is this label of class name mobile navigation button, and we want to make color of the text black, so 000. Now let's try to test it. Yeah, it works perfect. Right, next problem I would say is this navigation here. It's not visible for our mobile view. And let's see, it's not inside header, it's inside this div intro. So we have this nav here, and this is where the links actually are, but you cannot see them because well, they're underneath. So here we have div with class name intro. We have a lot padding here from the top. We should probably start by decreasing it. So let's do a media query for mobiles, media screen, and max width of 700 pixels. So any screen that is smaller than 700 pixels. Let's add CSS for div intro. And what do we want to do? We want to update padding, and let's make padding bottom much smaller. Let's try with 80 pixels. Yeah, so now as you can see, we can see some we can see some country names, not all of them, but well, better than nothing. And I was thinking maybe we can fix it as well. So let's scroll down. Let's see. Here we have definition for our country names and this navigation here. So here let's add under the definition for this navigation, with the country names. Let's add another media query because there will be a lot to update for mobiles. So first, the most important thing, let's make the country names smaller. So starts here with a div intro navigation a tag. You can see that font size is 1.9 rem and we want to change it. So here I added media query. Below, let's add that font size for mobiles will be 1 rem. Yeah, so now you can see that we see almost all of the links, maybe except the Norway, it's super big, but we see Denmark and Sweden and Iceland and even Norway, just a part of it. Let's see what else do we have here. We have font size, we have line height, but we also have color that I think we can change to make it more visible. So for mobiles, I would just make a color of white, but not pure white. Maybe let's do 80% here, and let's add some text shadow. So I'll do text shadow, and let's do 0 from the X, 0 on Y, and 3 pixels from the inside. And let's do black. Let's see how it looks like. Well, it looks really good, I would say, but I think I will decrease this black to RGBA. So I'll do black, but just with 50%. Yeah, something like this. And yeah, this looks really nice. Another thing that this div intro, you can see it has too much spacing on the left and on the right. So we had this padding here that we have updated, but only for the top. Here we still have 50 pixels on the sides, same way we have it on desktop. Let's decrease it to maybe 20, will be no more than enough. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, this works almost. Maybe we can make even the lines smaller, and let's see how big is a specific line. It has a min width of 20 pixels, and maybe we can update it. So here is span, but this is not this. What I search, I'm searching for a line. Search for line. Okay, we have it here. Let's update the line. So I will copy the selector here and we'll put it inside media query for mobiles. And now let's see. We have a minimum width of 20 pixels. Well, maybe we can decrease it for mobiles. Let's do 10. And then we have some margin. Let's copy this one as well. Let's put it here and let's make it smaller. So we have 10 pixels. This is from the top. This is 0. Then we have 10 pixels on the sides. Let's make it 4. And then we have 20 from the bottom. And this is mainly to make it aligned with the country names. Think that this just works. So I can leave it like this, and maybe I would want to make those lines more visible. So I will copy this background color and I will increase the white from 30% to maybe 50. Yeah, and I will also add the text shadow. The same we added here, but maybe not 50%, but 30% instead. Yeah, and yeah, now as you can see, it almost works. We can actually increase this margin from the top. Let's see. So the line will be more to the top here. Yeah, this will work. Now the active country is still too big, though the others are good enough, but the one that is active is too big. So here somewhere above you can see that div intro navigation a tag with active. We add some span font size and we update also others. Let's see where it starts. Yeah, it starts here with div intro navigation A. On hover it becomes bigger, font size 5 rem, same with line height. So I think I will just copy this and I will put this selector into my media query. And well, what do we want to update? We want to make it smaller, so let's do font size max 3 rem. And well, that's much better, but maybe still too big. Let's make it 2 rem. Yeah, I think this one is big enough. 2 rem is big enough. Now we also want to make this date smaller, and we don't need this view more. So this view more, let's see where it was. This view more was actually inside the div, and there was this span. So div intro a tag, if it has this span, it has this span, and let's make this display none. We don't need this. Yeah, now it's much better. But now let's make this also line smaller, line for active country or hovered, so the date will be closer to the country name. So let's do line height here. I try with 1 rem. Let's do too narrow, 1.4. Yeah, almost. Let's do 1.6. Yeah, this one is good. Let's also, dates here are too far away from country names. So let's update this as well. So it's here inside time, and here is a country names. Let's see. Here we have a country name. So we have updated only font size, but not line height. So let's do line height. Let's do 1 rem. Yeah, that is better, I think. Let's try with 0.8. That is even better. Let's do 0.5. That's too close. 0.8. I think 0.8 works good. But now for Norway, let's increase it a little bit. 1.8. Yeah, that's much better. Now, as you can see, the lines here are too much to the bottom, and we can decrease on the line this margin from the bottom from 25 to, let's say, 20. It's better, but let's decrease it even more. 18. Yeah, now the lines are in the middle of country names. Maybe we can decrease it even more. Let's do 17. Yeah. That's much better. So we have this functionality, it still works. We have mobile navigation, and well, I think we can go to the next section. So if we scroll down, what do we have? We have, we have social links that we don't see. So in this div intro, we have navigation, which is this, but we also have social links that we don't see. If I make it bigger, you can see the social links here. All right. So, but if I make it smaller, you cannot see them. So let's, maybe, I think it's because of this margin top that we have. Yeah. So let me make it smaller. And also navigation and height. As I hover now, I see that the height needs to be smaller. We have this main height of 100 pixels. We need to make it smaller for mobiles. So here, let's do div intro navigation. Let's do min height, minimum height. Let's change it to 70 pixels. Yeah, and now we can barely see the navigation icons. So that's a good sign. And maybe we can decrease this navigation even more. Now it's 60, and it's much better. Let's see. Now let's decrease the top margin of social links. So we scroll down here. Let's add this media query for screen and the max width 700 pixels. And we want to style div social links for mobiles, and let's do margin top of just 10 pixels. Yeah, so now we can see the icons. Maybe we can increase it to 15. Yeah, so I think this works. You can see the icons and you can click them. All right, so the next part will be this tours, and as you can see, everything sits inside this second image, because the second image, the background in second image is shared between two sections. The first one is tour and the second is about, and the image from second image goes all the way down, right? But inside our tours, what do we want to do? We want to, well, first place it differently. Inside tours, we have a white overlay, and then we have a tours head. Let's focus on this one first. Let's scroll to tours head, and you can see that it has a display grid and grid template columns of minimum content. So this one should take as little content as possible, little width as possible. Then the middle column should take a default amount of space, and then we have those tabs here that we want to put in a new row as well. So let's do a media query for mobiles, and let's update div tours head, and let's update here grid template columns, and let's put everything in its own line. So just one FR, one column, And now everything looks much better. So you can see we have tours here and we have some text here. And we have even navigation tabs here. But something I would like to change would be the gap. That's 30 pixels between the elements. We can decrease it to, I don't know, like 10 pixels will be enough, maybe 15 pixels. All right. And another thing, I would like to add the padding on the left and the right. So as you can see, we have it's aligned to the very left. So let's add padding here, and it will be 0 from the top and the bottom because it's enough, and 20 pixels on the sides. Yeah, so we have some padding here, and that works. Maybe we can make 0 from the top, 20 on the sides, but something on the bottom here. So let's do maybe 20 pixels also to the bottom. Yeah, and now that looks much better. So I think we are done with this tour's head. Let's go to tour's body, and as you can see, we have this scrolling and snapping functionality here. But I think showing just 2, barely 2, is not enough. I think that on mobile should show like 2.5. So let's scroll down to tour body, and here we have links. So here we have the width of a specific link, and well, let's decide how many of these we want to show. So let's create a media query here. Media query screen and max width 700 pixels. So for mobiles, and well, how many of these do we want to show? And we want to show 2.5. So we can update the width of this one to be something like 40% of the width. So the width 40%. Oops, and that's not what I wanted. Let's maybe specify it in not in percent, but instead let's do this in view width. So let's do, instead of percent, let's do view width. Yeah. So now we have something like 2 and a little. So maybe I can decrease it to 35. That's better. If I do 30, yeah, I think 30 is better. But now I want also to add some padding on the sides here, or at least on the left side here. So we have this tour body, this max width 700, and it just takes the width of 100% here, and I want some spacing actually here on the sides. So here I can just add tour body, tour body to get a padding of well, let's say 0 pixels from the top, 20 pixels on the sides, and 20 pixels at the bottom. And this didn't help. Let's see why. We have this padding here inside, but nothing have changed. Is it because we need box sizing be updated? No, it's not. So let's maybe update margin instead. Yeah, it worked with margin, but this looks really weird for the right side. Even if I decrease it like from 35 30, so we can see more of this. I think that when it's cut here and we have a margin here, it doesn't look that good. So I think I can maybe just do margin left of 20 pixels, sorry, and then it will look better. Yeah, I think it does. So you can see that there's something to scroll. We can increase this thing 32, 34. So yeah, I think that now it looks much better. And you can see that there's something to scroll. And I think now we can go to the next section, which is maybe let's do stores first. We need to have more spacing here from the top tour's head. Let's scroll up a little bit. We have this tour's head, padding 0 from the top. Let's make padding 20 pixels at the top. And because we have padding 20 on every side, we can do just padding 20 like this. There is something wrong with this background here. So I think that on mobile, I will change it to cover from the contain. Let's see. Yeah, here we have it. So let's scroll back to div intro so I can quickly fix it. Div intro, we don't have any CSS for mobiles for div intro. So I will just add it, div intro, and background size cover. Yeah, so now we covers the full width. All right, but let's go down to others, to the next section. next section would be about us, and it looks terrible. So let's see, it's about us, and then inside we have this white overlay as always, and then we have columns. Okay, let's scroll to those columns, and we need to make those columns to be only one column. So we have this part first and then this video underneath. So let's scroll down. We have this tour something. Here we have section about and section about columns. So let's add a media query, media screen, and max width will be 700 pixels for this media query. So everything as all screens with width of the screen smaller than 700 pixels. And then we want to update this. We want to override styling for this. And what do we want to do? We have this display grid and we have two columns here. The first one is 0.9 FR and the second is 1.1. So the second one is a little bigger, but I want to change it. So we'll have only one column, so 1 FR. And as you can see now everything is looks much better, but we don't have this padding on the sides. So I think I will add it here. So let's try with just doing padding of 20 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, I think it just worked. So we have this about us and we have this white box here with this empty something. And we have this video with button, and I think, yeah, it just works. So let's go to the next section, which is this travel blogs. And it looks really bad because we have this horizontal scroll here, and the right side is here and here. This looks almost okay, but then we have this that we need to put underneath, under those two, somewhere here. So let's scroll down and let's see, we have this section blogs. Then we have section blogs and we have div with class name columns. It has width of this. And then we have this grid template columns that makes two columns of this section. So let's add a media query here, the one that we added before. And now let's just update this div columns for section blogs. And let's first update max the width, because we have width of 700 pixels. Doesn't matter. Maybe we should just also update it here, so it should be max width. So now you can see it tried to squeeze everything here inside, but now we can just make it two columns. So this will be the first column and this will be the second column. So we copy this just grid template columns, so we can change it to only one column, so one value and one FR. So this looks much better, but we need some padding on the sides or margin. I don't know, it will look the same way. So let's do padding, and from the top and the bottom, let's say, I don't know, 40 pixels, and let's say 20 pixels on the sides. And this is the sides that we need the most. And now, as you can see, that travel blogs doesn't have enough space to be in one line, but I think we can just fix it by making all H2 smaller, because those are H2. You can see it's H2. So I will search for H2 and you can see we have definition here. The font size is 5 rem. It doesn't matter what the size of the screen is. So I will add a media query here. Media query max width 700 pixels, and I want to override H2 to be font size of 4 rem, so a little smaller. So our travel blogs will have a space here. All right, so I will scroll now back down to our travel blogs, and I also want to decrease this gap here. As you can see, it's 80 pixels. So I'll copy this and I want to decrease it to 20. Well, I see that nothing has really changed. Let's see why. Okay, because this is inside div entries. So this gap was something else. Okay, this gap was for columns that we don't have. This was the gap that we actually have here now, because this was the first column and then this was the second column with those entries. But now we also want to decrease these gaps. So let's see, it's here. We have grid template columns, 2 columns with the same sizing, first, second, and the gap 50. Let's add a media query here and let's copy this selector and let's make the gap of just 20 pixels. Yeah, so now it's much better. And let's see. So we have this travel box with 2 entries. Then we have more entries, and I would say it looks fine. Yeah, It looks fine. Then we have this contacts. So underneath we have a section called contact, and the first thing that doesn't work here is that this div, this box that is this big, takes all the way here for mobiles, and it looks really weird with just a headline with a background, but then you have a white box. So let's update this white box, but only for section contact. So let's add a media query here underneath, and let's think of how do we want to change it. Let's copy the selector here inside media query, and the first thing is that we can decrease the paddings. So let's do padding and just 20 pixels. We had the 50 is too much, and maybe we can also decrease the max width. Let's do 200 pixels. Okay, that was really harsh. Maybe we can do 250. Well, it looks a little better, but not that good. I think we need at least 300 pixels. Yeah, it looks better. And but maybe we can update the background color of this box to make it semi-transparent. So let's do background color, and let's do RGBA to make it white, but not 100%, but only 50%. And I think this is much better, but maybe not 50%. Let's make it 80. Yeah, maybe 70. Yeah, I think that's better. But I want also to update this contacts. It looks nice here on the desktop, but on mobile, it's more on the mountains. So I want to update and also put some spacing on the sides. So let's see. If I inspect this H2, we have a section contact, and then we have div content. Section contact div content is here. So I will add a media query here underneath, and then I will put this here inside. Oops. And now what do we want to change? We want to add some padding. So let's do padding of 0 from the top and the bottom, but 20 pixels on the sides. So we have some padding, 20 pixels here and 20 pixels even here. And well, maybe we can get this white box to be all the way here. So because now it looks weird, because this one is aligned to the left and this one is aligned to the right, but it takes almost the same width. So where we have this white box, let's just remove this max width thing. Yeah, so now it takes all the width except those margins or padding that we have here, but that's okay. The contacts is barely visible, and I want to make it more visible. We have this H3 here, but we don't have any H2 specific definition. We have only this global definitions for all header 2s. So I will put it maybe here that for section contact, I want to update H2. And what do we want to do? We want to make it, let's make it white. So let's do color of RGBA white, but 50%. Okay, now I think it's more visible, but we can decrease the padding from the top. Let's see. We have H2 here. Here we have section contact. Okay, as you can see on section contact, we have a lot of padding from the top. Let's copy this selector. Let's put it inside our media query for mobiles, and let's decrease this padding. Let's make it smaller. 50 pixels will be more than enough. Okay, now it's much better. Let's see if we need this white color. Well, it makes everything a little bit better. Maybe 40% will be enough. 30. Yeah. Let's go with 30% here. So this one looks okay. Top of the site looks okay. And maybe now we can fix the last thing, which is our footer. So let's scroll to the very bottom of our CSS. And let's see. Okay, we have 4 columns here. First one with links, second with links, third with links, and then fourth with just this logo type. So underneath our footer columns definition, let's add another media query for mobile, and let's override these footer columns. What do we want to do? Let's do maybe only 2 columns. So I will do something like this. Only 2 columns, so 2 values. So let's make the same sizes for 2 columns, 1 FR, 1 FR. Now we have only 2 columns. First column, second column, first column, second column. That doesn't look that good. Let's see if we go back to 4 columns. Doesn't look that bad. Well, doesn't look good. And if we change it to just 1 column, well, not that good either. But if we do, maybe let's try with 3 columns. I think that looks the best. But let's see, what kind of gap do we have here? We don't have any gap here. I think we'll not have enough space for 3 columns. Let's try again with 2. Yeah, I think we will go with 2. We will increase some gap because here we can place gap between the rows. So let's do gap of 20 pixels. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. But now let's make everything more centered, and let's add this padding 20 pixels on the sides. So let's add the padding of 0 from the top and the bottom, 20 on the sides. That's better, but we have removed this padding from the top. We have made it 0, so let's maybe do 20 pixels also here. Yeah, I think it looks much better, but this logo on the right side bothers me. So I think I will actually make it aligned to the left for mobiles. So let's see, we have it here that you can see footer div with class name columns, or just class name columns. We have 4 divs because we have 4 columns, and the fourth column, so div with env child 4, has text align of 4, has text align to right, but we will update it for mobiles with this media query, and we can make it like this, that if it's mobile with a screen that is max with 700 pixels, we will make it text align left, and now it's text align left. But there's also, so we can see that we have text align right as default, but text align left if the max width of the screen is 700 pixels, but it can be written much easier. We can just update the text align to right only if the screen is bigger than 700 pixels. The left is the default value. So we can actually change it to right and change this max width to min width. And then we don't need this thing. So now as you can see, it's aligned to the left because aligning to the left is the default value. But if the screen width is bigger than 700 pixels, so this media query is for desktop only, not for mobiles, only for desktop. If you don't have any media query, so this is for both mobiles and desktop. But if you have media query, this one exactly is for devices with minimum width of 700 pixels. So this thing that sits inside this media query is for desktop. And for desktop, we say that fourth div inside these columns, inside footer, should be text aligned to right. So this column, fourth column, let me show you. We have footer here, we have div with class name column, and you can see we have 4 columns here. And on the 4th column, we will make it aligned to the right. Now it's to the left, but we'll make it aligned to the right as it is now. If I hover the column, you can see it's aligned to the right. If the minimum width of the browser, so this width is minimum 700 pixels, I'll make it back this small, and now it's aligned to the left. The last thing is this paragraph here, and as you can see, it's the last selector. So I could create a new media query here, or I could just put it above the previous one. It doesn't really matter. And I can add footer p here inside. Oh no, actually not, because here is the media query for desktop, and I want to add media query for mobiles. So max width 700 pixels. This is for desktop because it's minimum width and 700 pixels, and this one is for mobiles because it's max width of 700 pixels. And here for mobiles, I want to update footer paragraph, and I want to make it, I want to add some padding. So let's add padding of 20 pixels on all sides. Yeah, that would be good. But maybe 0 pixels from the top. So 0 from the top, 20 pixels on the sides and 20 on the bottom. Yeah, that will work. And I want to make it centered. So let's do text align center, but only for mobile. Yeah, that's much better. One thing that I don't like the website still is that we have this horizontal scroll bar. So there is probably an element on the website that is bigger in width than 100%. So how can we find what element is it? Well, I would say that for me, the easiest solution for this, easiest way of finding this is to close all of those, and then I delete each one until I see that there is no horizontal scroll bar. So let's delete the header, and you can see that the bar has disappeared. So let's just refresh the page so we can get our header back. And now inside our header, let's maybe delete some stuff. Let's delete the div with class name columns. This didn't help, but well, I guess it's probably this label with mobile navigation button class, because you can see that the orange, or not orange, yellow margin goes more to the right, more than 100% on the, it takes more than 100% of the width here. So if I delete this one, I will select and delete, you can see that the horizontal scroll bar has disappeared at the bottom here. So if I refresh, I still get all the elements, but now I know that I need to update this mobile navigation button. So let's scroll to our mobile navigation button, and well, let's update the right to maybe 10 pixels. So now we have some more spacing here, and if I refresh, I don't get this bottom horizontal scroll bar that I had before, and this is because I pushed this button more to the left, and the margin or padding on the sides, as you can see now, it's not outside of the width of the page. So I think that now everything works correctly. Everything works nice. We have this that works nice. We have those tabs here and those tours here that snaps. We have about us, travel blogs, extra entries here that we can check out. We have contact section. Yeah, that works okay. Then we have footer. Yeah, and everything works. That will be it for this project. So let's see what do we have next. So we'll close this travel project. Let's see, number 7 will be this agency. So I will open this page in my browser, and let's see. All right, so here, as you can see, we have some flying letters behind, same way we had it with the previous Norway website or tourist website. Here we have some navigation. Here we have some extra navigation to search and some shopping cart. Yeah, we have some background image here. This is, I don't know what it is. This is a slider, but this is not something we are going to do because we are not going to use JavaScript. So those images here will not change, and also the content will not change as well. The content will be static. So put the static, those flying letters here as well. That's not a problem. Then we have this steps something section. That looks really nice. And the next part will be this cool headline here with letters that are filled with an image. Then some simple content here, and then we have more like icons or logos here, and case studies. Here we have some scrolling pagination as well, so we'll skip this part, but when it comes to those, I will do this CSS scroll snapping, so it will work, so we can scroll to the left and to the right, and then it will snap. Here we have some just extra numbers, nothing special. I like those numbers here that are aligned to the like top right. That looks really nice. What else? Here we have some a plus. Maybe we can make that the content will expand when we click on this plus. Yeah, and we can do this without JavaScript. We can use a checkbox styling-ish. Then we have almost last section, I think it is. No, it's not. Work with heart, our philosophy. And this section looks really nice, and it's kind of simple to do. Let's scroll down even more. let's see what do we have. Some kind of, I don't know, slogan or something. And here we have also some pagination. So when you click on this or on that, it should change this to something else, like another quote or something, but we will not make those arrows because we want to skip JavaScript. So if you want me to add it later in another video, let me know in the comments. But for now, I will just make one static quote here. Then we have theme with cool title here behind, 3 people, and just some social icons, nothing special. Then 2 buttons that are partly above this footer. You can see that they are just like 30% of the footer. And then we have the footer itself with a map. Here I think I will just put an image, but we will see. And then we have some links, and that's all. We have logo and more social links. So now let's jump into this. So I will create a new directory here. It will be called 07 and new directory 07 and just agency. It's digital agency something, but I will just close all those tabs here. And as always, we start with an empty index.html, and we can also add styles CSS file. We can call it agency CSS or doesn't matter. I will just do styles.css. So in our index.html, let's add basic HTML5 boilerplate. Let's rename the document to David's agency, David's web agency, and let's add our CSS. So link to stylish it, and let's put the name of the file, so styles CSS. And now let's just put maybe a test here, and let's open preview in Chrome. Yeah, so we have test, and now we can start building from that. So as you can see, the first part is always the header. So we have here like 3 columns. The first one is logo. Then we have center navigation, and then we have some 2 button navigations on the right side. So let's create a header element here, and well, let's as always create columns here. So a div with class name something with columns. Doesn't need to be columns. It can be, well, we can call it navigation outer. Let's call it this way, navigation outer, or header wrapper. Yeah, let's maybe call header wrapper. And here inside we'll have 3 divs because we have 3 kind of columns, and then we will spread them from each other. So 1 div, 2nd div, and 3rd div. The first one will be with this logo. So let's do a tag with class name logo, and inside this tag, let's just put this Zamil. Doesn't really matter what's inside. And on the 2nd div, we have this, we need to put this navigation. So let's do navigation, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links. So let's do a times 6, enter. This looks really bad, but I can format this a little better. Yeah, this way. Okay, and now in the first one, let's put just home. And then we have about, then we have blog. The next one is portfolio, really important one. If you have a web agency, then we have shop. And the last one is contact. I don't know why they use plural everywhere where it comes to contacts, but it doesn't matter. And as you can see, the home has this a little bit of underline on the beginning of this home word. So let me zoom in so we can see this. Yeah, here where it comes to home, they have a little bit of underline. So I will add a class name on home called active. We can call it active, we can call it current, doesn't matter. I usually call it active. So we know that this is the active element of the navigation. Let's save it. Let's see. Looks really bad. Another 2 things in the 3rd and last column we are going to need. So in this last div are those buttons or links with icons. So those can be buttons, there can be links. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I can do buttons. So let's do 1 button and another button. Let's assume that those are doing something when you click on those, but this will be a JavaScript. So nothing will happen actually on our side. So I don't know, maybe let's make those as links instead. So let's do 2 links, and the first one will have this search icon. I'll go to Font Awesome and search for icons. Let's do search, and here we have a magnifying glass. Let's copy SVG and let's put it inside. Yeah. Now for the second, we need this shopping cart. Let's search for cart. Yeah, we have shopping cart here. Let's copy this SVG. Let's put it here and let's see. Okay, as always, we had those icons that are really huge. Let's go to our CSS then, style CSS, and let's add some basic styling. I will inspect it here and I will put the inspector at the bottom, and let's see now. Okay, so we have a header and we have header wrapper div. So let's do div with class name header wrapper. This header wrapper has 3 divs inside. The first one with the logo, the second with the navigation, and the third one with those 2 buttons that are really huge, or 2 links. So we want to make those 3 divs as columns. So the easiest way would be just to use display flex here. Okay, so now it kind of works, and the icons here are barely visible because they take as little space as possible because of this display flex. But don't worry, we are going to fix it. Now we have this display flex, so everything in this header wrapper is in one line, but it just takes so little space. So we want to make it width of 100%. Let's see now, it's still really small. So this width doesn't do anything. We can get rid of this. But now, as you can see, the other important thing is this spacing. Between the first column and second, and also second and third, we had a lot of spacing here between. And it's easy with display flex. We just need to justify content and we do space between like this. So now we have the first column here, the middle column here, and the last column is here with the icons. Right, so now let's maybe style the icons. So inside header, we could say that inside the header, inside we have SVGs and we can style them. We could replace this with div header wrapper. It doesn't really matter, but header is simple to write. So we just need to point all SVGs that are here at the top of our page. So they are both in this and also in this. So it doesn't really matter. But let's make those height of, I don't know, 20 pixels. So now we can see them, and yeah, that makes everything a little bit better. All right, so I think the next step will be to style this logo. Let's see. Yeah, it should be white, bold, and no underline, because we have underlines here, and the font should be different. So I have already checked this font, so maybe start with this, and I will open fonts.google.com, and this font is called actually Montserrat Bold. So let's pick up, let's see, what type of thickness do we need? Let's take regular, because as you can see, this thickness here, font weight is something like regular. So let's take regular here for 100, and we need also a bold version for those letters. So a thicker version will be this bold 700. So let's close this one. Let's select also this one, and now it's okay with just those two. So I will use imports here. I will copy this import to my CSS, and on top of my CSS file I will just import this font. And well, as you can see, I want to use this font everywhere, so I will put it inside my body tag. So let's do font family, and here we do Montserrat, and default will be sans serif. So a backup font will be any sans serif that is available in the browser. Right, but I save, and yeah, as you can see, the font has changed and it's much better. But for our logo, it should be bold and it should be wide. So let's fix it now. If I click here to inspect the logo, you can see that it's a tag with a class name logo, and it sits both inside this and also upward in this header. So let's do just header and a tag with class name logo, and now let's style it. So it's white text, but we can't do it white for now because we will not see white text on the white background. So I will just remove the underline first. So let's do text decoration, to none. We don't need any underlines for this link, and actually we don't need underlines on any links inside the header. So not only the link for logo, but also for those links, and even those links here with icons has this small underline here that is barely visible. So instead of doing this header a logo, I will just get rid of this dot logo, and this way I removed the underlines on all a tags inside the header. But let's style the logo a little more. So let's do header a logo to put it back. And as you can see, the logo needs to be bold and needs to be much bigger. So let's do first font wave, bold. And yeah, that's better. Now let's make it bigger. So I think we can do font size of, let's say 2 rem. So 2 rem means 2 times default size of the font. Maybe 2 rem is too big. So let's do 0.4. So 1 rem is default size for the font. It's like 16 pixels or something. And let's see, I think that will work. Then we have those links here. So maybe let's now style those. We have a lot of spacing in those. Yeah, and you can see that all letters inside are uppercase. So let's fix it. So how we can style those links? We can put something here, or to specify directly the links inside in the middle column. You can see that those links are in the second div and here inside navigation, and this navigation is also inside header. And we can skip this part that it's inside header wrapper. It doesn't matter. We just need to say that it's inside header in case we have another navigation somewhere in the middle or somewhere in the footer. So let's do header navigation a tag, and let's see. Let's make them uppercase. So let's do text transform uppercase. Now they are uppercase. Now I want some spacing, and I want to make the texts here much smaller. So as you can see, as I did with the logo, I will do font size. If I do 1 rem, nothing has changed because this is the default size, but I will change to 0. Let's say rem, and that will be 80% of the default size. And this is better. Now I want some spacing in between. So I think I will add a padding on every link on the sides. So let's do padding, and let's say 2 pixels from the top and the bottom, just to have some extra click area, and maybe 10 pixels on the sides. Maybe that's too much. Let's do 6. I think that will work. Now another thing is that, as you can see, on the active element on the home, we have this small underline here that takes like 50% of the width. So I will do this also here. You can see that our home has an extra class active. So I can use the same selector here, but I will just add a dot active like this. And now for our dot active, what do we want to do? We want to add this underline or bottom border, but I think the easiest way to create an extra element with colon after. So let's do something like this, after. And now I will just do content will be empty for this dynamic element, but I can show you what happens if I add like test here. You can see that we have a home test, even if we have just home inside, but we created this dynamic element here in CSS. But I will get rid of this test, and now I will just add I will make it width of let's say 20 pixels, and I will make it height of 2 pixels, and I will make some background color of let's say red. So now nothing is visible, but I will also put display type block, and now we can see we have this red line here, and it looks really bad because it's block and it's pushing other elements underneath. But maybe if I do just inline block, it will work. Yes, it does. But now it's on the right side, so maybe let's do position absolute. Yeah, and now when we have position absolute, we can position it from the bottom maybe. So it's the bottom 0. Okay, but now it went here, and we want to position it relatively to this element. So on this header navigation a tag, I will do position relative. So now we have it here, and now I have bottom 0. I will add also that from left side, it will be also 0. So now I have it here, let's see how it should look like. It should start at the same position where the H starts. It starts here because we have some extra padding here on the left side. You can see we have 6 pixels padding on the sides, so I can just add this padding also here, left 6 pixels. Okay, now I have this red line underneath. Looks okay. Maybe I can make it thicker. Let's do a height of 3 pixels, and later on I can make it white when we have some background here. Maybe more spacing underneath. So we have this padding 2 pixels from the top and the bottom. I will change it to 4. And I think now it's much better. So let's see. Now I think we need to do the icons on the right side. Yeah, I think it's time for the icons. Maybe we can make those links here even smaller. Sorry if you barely see them. Yeah, but I want to follow this layout. Now let's keep it 0.8. Alright, so now let's do those icons. So let's see, what do we have here? If I inspect it, you can see that those are SVGs inside the links and inside a div. So as you remember, in this header wrapper that is inside header, we had this 3 divs, first, second, and third. And this is to represent different columns inside our header. And now I want to point select with CSS selectors those 2 links, so those 2 icons, by saying they sit in the third div in header wrapper. So I will do it like this. We have div with header wrapper class, and then we have 3 divs inside, and I want to point the third one. So I will do something like this, div with nth child, third, and now I'm pointing this div, the third div, inside header wrapper. Even if I don't have any class name on this div, I can do like nth child third. But if I put something like in between, then it's fucked up because I need to change it to 4. But for now, I will make sure that we have only 3 columns here in header wrapper, so I can use nth child 3. Otherwise, I think it's better solution to put a class name here, so we can do like side icons class name here inside. Anyway, let's if I add like border 1 pixel solid red, you can see that it works here. But I don't want to style the div. I want to style those links inside this div. So here are just a space and a tag. And you can see we have borders on the links itself, but we want to make those more like buttons. So let's see, let's maybe pick this color. So select this orange and let's add it as a background color, and this orange. And let's see, and we have this orange on both buttons. The orange doesn't cover the full size of the icon because the inline element is too small for this SVG. Inline link, inline display type. So I will change this display to inline block, and now as you can see, it's much better. And well, what now? Let's see. We want to change the colors of those icons. So let's see, we have SVGs somewhere here, definition for SVGs, header SVGs. Let's tell that fill color should be white, so FFF. Yeah, I think that's much better. Now let's see, they should be much bigger, much more padding. Let's scroll down here and let's say that the padding will be, well, I don't know, maybe not padding. Let's define the width and height instead. So let's say 50 pixels on the width, and on the height it will be the same 50 pixels. Okay, now let's try to position inside this link the SVG icon to the middle, and maybe let's try to make it bigger. Maybe not bigger, but let's put it in the middle. So maybe I will start by changing this inline block to inline flex. Yeah, and now maybe it will be easier to center the icon vertically. So let's do align item center. Yeah, that worked. And now just I need to center it horizontally. So let's do text align center. This didn't work. Let's see why. Maybe let's add some styling for the icons. So for SVGs, so header SVG, let's say that the display of an SVG will be inline block, and let's try to add the margin of 0 from the top and the bottom and out on the sides. And yeah, this worked. So we have SVGs, and as you can see, this more orange on the sides. If I hover this element in the browser, it's this default auto margin on the sides and 0 on the top and the bottom. Okay, but now the icons are centered. The only problem is that we have a lot of space in here we don't need. So how we can get rid of this? We can style this div so we can get rid of this white space between the elements. So this is this div, third div inside header wrapper. So I'll put this as another selector without this a tag. We want to style this div, not the links inside. So let's do display flex, and I think this will fix the problem. So now it's a little better, but now we want to also make the second link purple. So let's see how we can style the second a tag. We can copy this, and then we can do env child of second. So let's copy this, let's put it here, and let's do env child second like this. This is not so pretty solution because many people would tell you to make add a class name like blue or something, and orange here maybe, but it doesn't really matter. I just want to show you different approaches here. So let's pick this purple color, maybe from here. Yeah, and now let's see. Let's do background color, and then let's paste this one. Oh, sorry, not background size, background color. Yeah, and now now this icon is purple, and now I want to get rid of this spacing here. Let's see, where do we get this? It's not inside the header, it's actually inside the body. You can see that the body element has this margin, or let's see, it's margin 80 pixels. And we didn't add it, it was added by the browser. So we could actually just do margin 0 here at the body. But because browser is adding this margin paddings on many other elements, I would just put asterisk. So for all elements, I don't want any margin added by default by the browser, and no padding as well. So I'd say margin 0 and padding 0 by default for all elements. And then if I define other margins, then it will be overwritten. Those styles will be overwritten by the next styles that are specified more precisely. Right, yeah, that will work. Let's see, that will work for now. And maybe now let's try to position everything more vertically. So as you can see, the links here inside are, well, aligned to the top. Same thing with the logo. And I want to pull them more down. So let's see, inside this header wrapper we have display text, justify content space between for spaces between, but let's maybe also add the align item center. And now as you can see, everything is centered vertically, and that is much better. Right, the next thing would be probably to add this intro image with this intro text. So let's jump to our HTML, and let's see. Here is where our header ends. So let's maybe create a div or a section, doesn't matter. I'll put a section here with class name intro, or maybe we can add the ID of intro. Doesn't really matter. I can use IDs. The important thing with IDs is to use only one ID in the whole page, so they cannot repeat. So we can only have one intro ID on the page, so there shouldn't be any other IDs intro. Okay, now on Unsplash, let's search for, I don't know, man in dark, so we can find something similar photo to this one. It will not be that easy, but maybe we can take this one. Let's quickly see if we can find something better, but well, I don't think so. Maybe this one or this one. Yeah, let's take this one. Let's see more. Yeah, I think I will go with this one. Let's see. Let's download. Medium is more than enough. And let's put it here. And I will name this image so it will be with easier name. I will just put the intro.jpg. Yeah, and now inside our HTML, let's see, we have a section with ID intro. So maybe now let's try to style it with our CSS and put the image there. So inside our styles.css, let's scroll scroll to the down. Let's scroll down so we can add more CSS. We had this section with ID intro, but because we have only one intro on the page, one ID intro, we can just do hashtag intro, so ID intro, and let's define styles for our section there. So let's say background image will be URL, and the URL to our image will be just intro.jpg because it's in the same directory that our style CSS is. So now nothing has showed up, and this is because, as you can see, we have this intro here, but it's 0 pixels in height, so we can do just a min height of I don't know, 100 pixels just to see that it works. Yeah, we have some image here. Maybe let's put some content instead. So we have some headers here. We love design, creative minds, get in touch. So let's put this content in a separate div. Let's call this one div with class name content, or we can make even ID here, doesn't matter, but content is really generic name. Maybe let's put it as a intro content, doesn't matter. I just want to show you that you can use both IDs and class names. The only difference is with class names you can repeat the class names. With IDs you should not do this. The IDs should be unique on the whole page. So now let's see, we have a div with intro content, and what do we need to put here? We need to put this header, so let's put h1 because it is the biggest header. Creative minds, yeah, something like this. And we need also this part, so let's maybe put it as h2, and we love design. And then underneath we have a button, get in touch. It looks like a button, but it's actually a link, so I will not use a button tag, but just a link, a tag, sorry. And here just get in touch, and the link is unknown for now, so that will be it. Now let's see how it looks like. It looks really bad. Okay, let's see. So let's fix the headers first. So as you can see, remember the headers are inside this intro content. Let's go to our CSS, and let's say we can do it in two ways. We could say that in intro section we have those h1s and h2s, or we could do just intro content and then h1. Doesn't really matter, the effect will be the same, but it's just faster to write something like this, so we skip the content part. So h1, and let's see, both h1 and h2 have capital letters, so I will do intro h1 and intro h2. Here I would put styling for both of those, so both of those should be of color white and capital letters. So let's do text transform uppercase, and let's see, yeah, it worked. Now the specific things about the respective headlines are that for h1 it should be super big, so let's do font size of, I don't know, 5 rem, 5 times the default. Yeah, it's super huge. Maybe we can make it smaller, but maybe we don't have. Yeah, let's make it 4 rem instead. And I will put a break line between the words, so we have creative minds, but I will put break line here, BR. Let's see, yeah, this worked. And now we have this wheel of design, but I think it should be much smaller. So let's go to our CSS, and for intro h2 we want to make it font size of let's say 1 rem. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think it's okay, but the h2 shouldn't be that thick because you can see that this is font weight of bold, so we want to change font weight of to be normal, and the thickness have changed. Yeah, and now we want to put everything make everything centered, or kind of centered. We want to put it in a box of kind of this size and then make this box centered. So that's why I created this intro content. So let's do intro content, and I will make it max width of let's say 400 pixels. So you can see we have intro here, intro content ends here. And now I want to make it centered. So let's do margin 0 from the top and the bottom and out on the sides. So now it's centered. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, it looks really similar. So now we want a lot of spacing at the top and at the bottom. So we could add the margin on this one or padding on this one. So I think we'll just add the margin here. So from the top and the bottom, let's say 50 pixels. And this didn't work because it added the margin on the top, but it went outside of this section. So let's put it back to 0, and instead let's add maybe a padding. So it will look better, padding, and we can do like padding 50 pixels on the top and the bottom and 0 on the sides. And as you can see now it worked, but our image is barely visible. It just shows this part of the image, and we want to scale it down. So here is our image defined, and I will do also background size cover. So we try to squeeze as much of the image as possible, and now it looks much better. It's not that dark as this one. Maybe we can also see other photos. Okay, I will take this one and I will call this one intro 2. So I will put it here, and I will quickly rename this one to intro 2. Yeah. And let's see on let's edit CSS, because here's the definition, intro to .jpg. Yeah, and I think this one will look better because it's darker. And well, let's see, this will work. I think the wave of this text is much thicker than 700 bold. So let's see if we have something even thicker than 700. So here we have 700, then we have 800, then we have even 900. So maybe I can add even this one. And now let's scroll to the top and let's see. I can get a new import with this 400, 700, 900, or I can just update my the existing one. I can add the semicolon and add 900 as it is here. And now in my browser here, you can see that this is still just bold 700, but I can update this on our H1 inside intro, and I can make it font weight of 900. Now it's super bold, the same way it is here. But we also want to make this those lines smaller. So let's see if I inspect this one. You can see that, well, it has a single line of this text. It's really big. So I will make this line height of, the font size is 4 rem. Maybe let's do 3 rem. And now it's too little space here between. So maybe let's do 3.4, 3.3, something like this, 3.5. Yeah, let's check with this one. We need a little bit more, 3.8. Yeah, this will work. And maybe more spacing here in between. So we can add some margin bottom on H2 or margin top on H1, doesn't really matter. So I will do margin top here on H1 to be, we can do like 10 pixels, or I don't know, we can do in rems, so 1 rem. And that will maybe work. Yeah, and we probably need more spacing here at the top and the bottom. Let's see, we have it specified here, 50 pixels. Let's do 150. Now we have a much bigger section here. All right, but now let's maybe fix this get in touch. So as you remember, this is a button, looks like a button, but I made it a link. So let's do intro and a tag, because we have only one a tag, which is this link inside intro. So we can do just intro a tag. And how do we want to make it look? It looks like a button with a white border, white text inside, no underline. But as you can see, if we scroll down a little bit, even here, we have more button-like looking links. Here we have read more link that looks also like a button, and it's really similar to this one. The only difference is that this one is orange with black text, and this one is a white border with white text. Let's see if we have more those kind of buttons. Well, those are really similar also, and here even we have a button looking links or buttons. So maybe instead of styling intro a tags, we can add a specific class names inside this a tags. So I will add a class name here, and I will put a class name button, white. So 2 class names. And now let's go to our CSS. And instead of this intro A tag, I will do just every element with button class name will have this kind of layout. So let's say that the text inside is uppercase. So let's do text transform uppercase. And what else? We had a lot of padding on all those kind of buttons. So let's do padding of we can do in rems. So let's say it's 2 rem on the top and the bottom, and like 3 rem on the sides. Well, and we don't need any underline. So let's do text decoration, none. So as you can see, we are getting closer. And well, let's say that default button will be for all those orange buttons. So with black text, so let's do color white, not color white, sorry, color black, so 000, and the border will be 2 pixels solid, and this orange color that we had here. So let's copy this one and let's put it here as a border color. And let's see, now we have too much of the spacing of the padding here. So maybe we can decrease to 1 rem and here to 1.2 rem. Yeah, so now it's better. But now as you can see, the button or the link goes on those lines. Let's see. Yeah, and this is because when you have inline element like a tag, it doesn't account for the padding when it tries to put element on the side, but it does when you change the display to inline block. Yeah, so now it's much better. And well, now we did the default styling for those kind of buttons. Maybe the last thing that we miss is to make this text here inside font size smaller. So let's say 0.8 rem, so 0.8, and thicker text. So let's do font weight of type bold. Yeah, and but this styling will work for all those buttons. Maybe we can even add like, let's see, white background. Yeah, we should add white background. So let's do background color of white. Yeah, so this will work for all those buttons here, maybe except this one, but no, not for this one. So as you remember, we have defined also another class on this button. It's button and white. Well, it's not, maybe it shouldn't be white, because white means, well, as much as possible should be white, but well, maybe it is. So let's do that button element with class name button and with class name white. We'll have an extra styling that will override this styling here. So the first thing we want to override is to make the background color disappear. Background color none. No, this will not work. We need to do transparent here. Background color transparent. Now the color of the text should be white. So let's do FFF. Yeah, and color of the border. So border color should be also white. Yeah, that is much better, and I think it follows the design. Yeah, and now we want only some spacing here, so I think I will just put it on this H1. We have some margin from the top. We can also add margin on the bottom. Here, let's put margin bottom of, I don't know, 2 rem. And now let's see how it looks like. I think it looks okay. Maybe a little bit less. Let's put 1.4 rem. Doesn't really matter. We can do it in pixels, 20 pixels. Yeah, almost like the same. All right, so we have this. But now we want this intro to be also behind this header. Because as you can see, the header is white. We have it here and the section starts here. And we want the section to start where the header is. So to do this, we will style the header. Let's see, let's put header styling here, and we want to tell the header to not take any space. So let's do just position absolute. But now the header has shrank in the size. So we'll just say width will be 100%. So now it's better. And now, as you remember, we wanted to add now this white color so the links will be visible. So header for all A tags. So for all links inside header, let's do color white. It didn't work because we forgot colon here. Now it's much better, but let's also put this underline to, let's make it white as well. So here we have this dynamic element for active A tag inside navigation. And here we have this background color red. So let's change it to white here as well. Yeah, that is much better. Maybe we should make the padding here, so more spacing between the line and the text home. So let's see. On every A tag inside navigation, we have padding from the top and the bottom of 4. Let's maybe do 10. Yeah, I think now it's better. Maybe not 10 was too much. Let's do 8. All right, that will work for now. Let's see what else do we have here. All right, so one thing that we miss is this UX UI that we have here and UX UI that we have here. So let's add one of those. We can go to our HTML, and here we have our intro content, but intro content is this part for us, this part here. So let's put this text UX UI somewhere else, maybe directly inside this div ID intro. And I will call this text shadow text. So div with class name shadow text. I use classes because in case there will be more shadow text in different sections. And here we want to put this UX/UI. Sorry, it should be slash. Yeah. And so we get it, we don't see it yet, but let's see if I do inspect section intro shadow text. Okay, we get it here, but it's not visible. So let's style it now. Our shadow text inside div ID intro. So inside div with ID intro, or section with ID intro, we have this div with a class name shadow text. And what do we want to do with it? We want to make it huge. So let's do font size of, I don't know, 5 rem. So now we kind of see this, but now let's also make this color of white. Yeah, but I think it should be also thicker. So let's do font wave of, we can do bold. Bold is 700, but I think we can go even bolder with 900. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, I think that will work. But as you can see, this color is not black. It's not white. It's grayish, but I will actually use white, but with 90% transparency. So we can do white as it was. And I can show that we can do opacity on this element. So let's do opacity 0.1. So now it's barely visible. Or we can get rid of this opacity and we can change this white to be white with RGBA, but with alpha channel to be 0.1. And the result will be the same. So we have this UX UI here flying. Okay, maybe let's make it even bigger. Let's do 7 rem. Yeah, so now it's really big. And now we want to pull it down. So it will be somewhere here. So let's say it will be position absolute. So it will not take any space because as you can see now, this thing pushes our content even lower. So let's start with position absolute. Yeah. And now let's just do maybe top of 50 pixels. Yeah, so we have it here. They have it both here and also on the left side. Well, I'm thinking maybe we can make it so it will go from left to the right. So we can have some animation scrolling from left to right. So let me add the keyframes for that. So I think it goes like this. Add sign keyframes and now name for our animation. Let's call this one shadow flying, because shadow text will fly around. Okay, and now we want to start with 0%. So our beginning position. And let's say, okay, it has a position absolute top 0. Let's define that it will have left of 0. And now let's define our ending position. Let's say that our 100% position will be left of 100%. Okay, now let's add this animation for our shadow text. So let's do animation. And now the name of our animation is shadow flying. And let's say it will take 3 seconds and it will be infinite, so it will repeat. Okay, and now as you can see, it's flying to the right side, then it disappears, but it creates this horizontal line, and I don't want this horizontal scroll bar here. So to prevent this, I will make this div intro to hide everything that overflows the content. So we have this div intro, section intro here, how the overflow hidden. So everything that is outside will be hidden and we don't have this scroll bar. Okay, so we can see it's flying around, but it starts here. It's popping up and then it's moving outside. So maybe for our animation, let's say that we'll start with left of minus 100%. Now let's see. Well, it's we'll still get this scroll bar. Yes, we do. Let's see why. Inside the section intro, we have this shadow content, shadow text. Maybe we need on this intro add the position relative. So the shadow text position absolute will be relatively to this div intro. Yeah, and now it works. The only problem I see now that our header has disappeared. It was here. It's still here, but behind this section with the intro. So let's bring it back, header. We have position absolute on this as well. Let's bring it up by header z index 1. Yeah, this helped a lot. Okay, now we have this UX UI flying. Let's make it much smaller. So it is 3 seconds, but let's make it like 30 seconds. So now we don't see this. Oh, now it shows up. And I think I will make it even bigger. So let's say it will be 20 rem. And it will start with left 50%. So it will be just hidden. Wow, that looks really cool. And I think it looks even cooler than what they have. Maybe we can make it a little bit smaller. Let's do 10 rem, maybe 12. Yeah, that looks really cool. And well, that will work. We could make it that it will bounce back and go back and forth. So we can say that at 50%, it will be at, let's say, left of 50%. It will start with left at 0% or just 0. And then at 50, it will go to left 50%, but at 100, it will go back to left 0. So now if I make it faster, just in 3 seconds, you can see that it goes to the right side, right side, and left side. We can make it start to not from 0, but from, I don't know, minus 20% and also at minus 20%. So now it goes outside, even maybe more, minus 30 here, minus 30 here. So it goes a little bit of outside. Now let's make it much smaller, much slower. So it flies around, but much slower. So if we refresh the page, it starts here and it goes there to the right side. We can make it even slower. Let's make 50 seconds. Yeah, you can make your own animation there. But let's continue here. We are done with all of this, I think. We have this button. This pagination or arrows require JavaScript because I think they wanted to make this content to change also with this image to another images and another slogans or another headlines. But because we are not using JavaScript for this project, I will skip this part for those arrows here and slider stuff. So the next part will be this. So what do we have here? Product engineering, UX, UI strategy, big data and analytics. So this is kind of services. So let's go to our HTML and let's create a section of, let's do IDs here, of ID services, plural. And let's see, what do we need to have inside? We need to have 3 services. So let's say all of those will be inside div. And now I'll use emmet to generate this data. So inside a specific div, let's make it times 3. So we have 3 divs. Inside each, we will want to put this number. So let's say that we will have a span with class name number. And inside we can put a text like 0. And now I can show you that if I hit tab, it will generate 3 divs with span and it will have the class name number and 0 inside. But I can make it, I can put a $sign here inside and $sign will be replaced with a next number. So now if I hit tab, we have 1, 2, 3. This is good for generating some numbers, but we'll have span with class name number and number inside. But then we have also this header. So let's maybe do plus and let's add this header. So let's say it will be H2. And inside, let's put some text like product engineering. And then we have also this product development, product consultation, architecture design. We have like 3 links in each. So let's do plus a tag times 3. And inside this a tag, we want some kind of text. Let's say it will be product the development. Now let's generate all of this. Okay, now it's generated, and let's see inside our section with services. Oops, now I close this section with services. We have 3 divs, 1, 2, 3. Inside each we have a span with number and H2, that is the header inside each. And then we have 3 links. They are in 1 line in every div, but I can reformat this to put those in separate lines like this. All right, so now let's see. Now let's maybe replace those headers first. So we have product engineering in first, but for second we have this UI/UX strategy, and in the third big data and analytics. And big data and analytics. Yeah, and maybe now let's even put those numbers in separate lines. So we'll have like opening of the div, then specific content part, and then closing of the div. Right, now let's see. It looks bad, but that doesn't look that bad. Okay, so we have this section with services, section ID services. Let's start it now. Let's go to our style CSS, and well, inside our services, so section with ID services, we have divs inside, and because this div is direct child of this section with ID services, we will do bigger at and now div. If we skip and don't write this, it would mean any div that is inside, even if it's somewhere deeper inside. And if we write this sign, means that it's direct child. So only the divs that are directly inside section ID services as direct child, nothing deeper. No grandchildren and stuff. All right, so a specific div, what should we do with it? Maybe let's make it, let's put it as 3 columns. So you know what, maybe it will be easier to just add class names here. So I will add the class name of those divs, this and this. I will add the class name of service, singular service, without s on the end. And now we can do just dot service, singular, and so we can point this service div, all those 3 services, 1, 2, and what do we want to do with them? We want them to take just, we want this to be in 3 columns. All right, so we need a parent to be also a type of grid or flex. So we could put it as inside this services section with ID services, but thing here inside we'll put this only this color, this purple-ish color, and we will put actually a new div here that will be responsible for columns. So I would do just div class name columns, or we can put it as services list. We can make it ID as well, doesn't really matter. Let it be the class name. So I'll cut from here and I will put it here. And now let me show you in CSS. Let's do something like this. On the services, so on this div, let's put this purple-ish color. We will not have this SVGs flying here, but well, let's say it's not that important to have those shapes here inside. So we have this purple-ish color that I can copy from here, or I can actually define it as a variable here so we can reuse it. So let's put :root, and here let's define variables. Let's define purple. Our own purple will be this with hashtag on the beginning. And now we can do that services section ID services, where it is here. It will be with this purple color. So services, background color, variable, and here purple, because this was the name which have chosen, right? And now As you can see, all the content here is centered. So we have some spacing on the sides, on the left and right, but the thing is that the content is centered. So it has a fixed width here, and also even here and even here it has a fixed width. So let's say that our services will be this width, so we can do like max width of I don't know, 700 pixels, something like this. And now let's see. Yeah, so we can see services ends here. So now we can actually do margin 0 auto. So it will be centered, but it's centered including the color. And that's why I created another div to just wrap those services so we can center this div instead. So let's go back to CSS and let me show you. So let's leave this background color and services on this main element here, but this max width, let's put it on this one. So it's called services list. So services list, and let's put this max width and margin 0 auto here. So now you can see we have on this one we have the color, and on this one we have max width 700 pixels and margin 0 auto, so it's centered. All right, so now we need to change the text color text to white as default. So let's do this. We can do it both here or here, doesn't really matter. Let's do just color white as default in this section. Yeah, and well, now we need to put those services in columns, in 3 columns. So I think we can define it here in services list. We can make it like well, I don't know, let's make it display grid, and now grid template columns, 3 columns, so 3 values, 1 fr, 1 fr, 1 fr. We have 3 columns with the same size, and let's see. Yeah, I think it worked. Now let's also make the links inside here white. So inside services we have A tags. Let's style those, and let's make the color of those white. And now decoration underline, so text decoration none. What else do we need? I would love to change the links to something else, and I think I will do this. Sorry, you can skip a few 1 minute forward. So we have also here a product consultation, and then third architecture design, and then in the second we have brand development. So let's do brand development. Then we have technology prototyping, so technology prototyping, and then the last one is brand integration, and then in the last column we have something with data management. Doesn't really matter, data management. Second will be analytical development, and the last one is stream processing. Here we have a typo. Okay, so now we have better links. All right, but here we have a small problem. As you can see that all the links are inline elements, so they go like this, and the links should be one link in one line, not like this analytical development that starts here, ends here. So let's go to our CSS, and let's make services A tags display block. Yeah, now it's better. Let's see. Now let's add some spacing on the top and on the bottom. So let's say that services list will have some padding. Let's add padding, and let's say that on the top and the bottom it will be 50 pixels and 0 on the sides. Let's see. Yeah, that worked. Let's see what now. Now let's maybe fix those numbers here and those lines. So as you can see, for in this template, they are putting every service in 2 columns. The first column is this, and then the second column is this. So how we can fix it? We can make also some columns here in every service. Let's see. In every specific service, we have many elements. We have this number, then we have this headline, and then we have those links. but let's maybe put only 2 elements inside the service, one with the number and then the rest as a content. So let's go back to our HTML and well, I will select this one so I can go with cursor after each span here, and I will create a div with class name content, and then inside this content I want to put all headlines and the links. Let's just format this better. And now, as you can see, inside each service we have this span with class name number, and then we have content. So now we can make inside service, we can make columns, first column with number, then with this content will be second column. All right, so let's go to our CSS, and for service, let's also change the display to grid, and let's do grid template columns. Let's do 2 columns of the same sizes just for now. And now let's see. Now in each service we have 2 columns that are and they are trying to be the same size, but it doesn't really work because the word here is too big to be fit in just one FR. So that's why this column became a little bit bigger. But well, I think we can just make the first column smaller. There shouldn't be the same sizing. So let's say that the first column will be 30 pixels, and the second should take as much space that is left. So now every service has 30 pixels column and the column with the rest of the space that is available. Let's see how it looks like here. Maybe we need more on the left side. So let's do maybe 50 pixels. Yeah, I think this will work. Now we need to make those numbers orange and add those lines here. So we already use this orange here, but it's not as a variable. So I will copy this, and at the top I will define variable for this orange hashtag this. Now we can reuse it here. So we have a service with and then we have something span with class name number, and let's change the color to be this orange. So variable dash orange. Okay, let's see. Didn't work. This orange thing didn't work. Let's see at the top. Okay, misspelled. Oregon should be orange. Okay, now those numbers are orange. Let's compare with this. The font should be bold. So let's do font size, bold. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's, oh, sorry, not font size. It should be font wave, bold. Yeah, and now it's better. Now let's add those lines. So I will add those lines also with dynamic elements. So service span number, and after the number, let's add a content that will be just a horizontal line. Yeah, but you can see the horizontal line is really short and should be this long. So now instead of a horizontal line, I will actually make a width of 20 pixels, height of let's say 5 pixels, and I will add a background color of variable orange. It didn't show up. Maybe we need to add display block. Yeah, now it's visible. Let's maybe change it to inline block. So now it's next to the number, but let's make it thinner. So let's make it 3 pixels, and let's put some margin at the bottom so it will push more upward. So margin bottom, let's say 5 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, a little less, 3 pixels. Yeah, now from the left, so let's do margin left of 5 pixels. Yeah, this worked. Let's see, should be super thin. Let's maybe change the height to 2 pixels, or maybe just 1 pixel. Yeah, and that will work. More margin from the bottom, 5. Yeah, let's compare. Maybe it should be 2 pixels in height. Yeah, and should be wider. Let's make it width of 24. And well, it should be centered here. So let's see. Let's make more margin from the left. Let's make it 10. Yeah, now it's better. Maybe less margin from the bottom. Let's make it 4. Yeah, I think that will work. Maybe it's 2. Let's make it 1 pixel in height. Yeah, I think that will work for now. It doesn't need to be pixel perfect. So we have this, but now the next part are those headers. They look much better than what we have. So inside service, so div with class name service, this, we have a headline, and I forgot if it was H2 or H3. It's H2. So let's start H2 inside div with class name service. And what do we have here? Let's make uppercase, text transform uppercase. Yeah, and let's see, it should be super bold, or should be, yeah, I think it should be super bold. So let's do font wave, but not bold. Let's make it super bold, so 900. Yeah, and the links, maybe the font should be a little bit smaller, so let's do font size. Let's do maybe 2 rem, and let's see, now it became bigger, so let's do 1.4, maybe even smaller, 1.3. Yeah, let's see, now some spacing before we go to the links. So let's do margin bottom, and let's do 1 rem. That's too much. Let's do it in pixels, 10 pixels. Yeah, maybe even less, 7. Yeah, that will work. Now let's style the links. So inside the service we have links, and let's style those. Our links are white, and they have also white links, but they have, I think they have using white with transparency. So I would do it as well. So color, and let's do RGBA of white, but so 255, 255, 255, but let's use 20% transparency. So here let's do 0. So it will be white, but just with 80%. Change to 5 maybe. Okay, this didn't work as I thought it will. Okay, we have already defined colors for links. As you can see here, let me just grab this, that our color of RGBA didn't work. It's we have this line through, and this is because we have this color here on the links inside services. Okay, so here somewhere above we define that services A tags should have color of this. So we could probably just remove this color. Yeah, and now the links are, now this is the color that is used. Maybe IDs, if you define this with IDs, it's more important for the browser to use definition of the CSS with IDs. Okay, but now let's make it a little bit more white, less transparent, 0.7. Yeah, that will work. Now let's see, let's make uppercase, so text transform uppercase wall, and let's make the links smaller. So let's do font size, and let's say 0.8 rem. Yeah, I think that will work. Now there's only the spacing between the links. Whoops, let's see, spacing between the links. So let's make it margin bottom, and let's say pixels. Yeah, that will work. We could we have actually styling for those links in 2 places, here and then down there. We can actually just cut it from here, remove this selector, and now add this text decoration none and display block on this definition. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so this looks good. I think we can jump to the next section. This one will be interesting because we have this cool text with background here, background image inside. So yeah, let's do this. Let's go back to our HTML, and under the section with services, let's create a new section. What do we have here? We bring your ideas to life. We love creating. Read more. Since blah blah blah, we have blah blah blah. I think this is like a section about us. But then we have our mission, our mission, and our philosophy here. So can call this one. Let's call this one about. So section with idea about. And here as well, we will have 2 columns. So let's just create a div with a class name column. And what do we have here? We will have 2 columns. So let's do 2 divs. And then the first will be with this header or text 25 years. So let's use H2 maybe. And let's put 25 years like this. And let's add BR here, so we'll know it will break the line here. Let's see. Yes, it does. And on the another side, we have some content, and let's say that this one will be H2, this one will be H3, then we have paragraph and the link. So let's do H2. We bring your ideas to life, and then we have, let's say, H3, a smaller header. We love creating, and then we have a paragraph with since something 2007, blah blah blah. Let's add some lorem ipsum tab, and then we have this read more. I will make it a link, so a tag with class name button, because we have already created the CSS for this one. And here let's do just read more, and now let's see how it looks like. Okay, well, let's make it columns. So inside the section about, we have this section with ID about, and we have a div with class name columns here, and we want to make it columns. So let's do display grid, my favorite display mode, display grid. Let's see. And now grid template columns. We want to define columns to be 1FR. So 2 columns, same sizing. And what can we do now? Now maybe let's style first this title here. Maybe we can make it center first. So let's do max width of 700 pixels. I think we were using 700 pixels. And as you can see, now this about here we have, and then we have columns, and the columns ends here. So now let's make it centered. So the margin 0 auto. Yeah, so now it's centered with the rest of the content. So it's 700, maximum 700 width and centered. So well, now let's style this one. And I think I will add a class name for this one, for this cool text. This cool text will have a class name of huge with image. So huge header with image. Should be class with double S, huge with image. So for any element that has class name huge with image, we want to make it huge. So let's do font size. Let's say 5 rem. Let's see. Yeah. And we want to make it even thicker. So let's do font weight of 900. Yeah. And now let's decrease the line size, so we will have it under each other. So you can see the height of a line is this, but we will make it smaller. So let's do line height of let's say 3 rem. Now the line is this big. Let's maybe increase it a little bit, 3.4. Yeah, let's see how they're having. Yeah, they should barely touching each other. And yeah, I think that's correct. Let's maybe test with 3.5. Yeah, I think this is even better. Okay, and let's make it even bigger. I would say let's make it 7. Let's see how big is it here. I think let's make it even bigger. 8. Now we need to also increase the line height. 6. 6 is too much. 5. Yeah, 5.7. No, they're not touching each other. 5. Yeah, this will work. And now we need to add a background image on this. So let's search on Unsplash for something with colors, because, well, let's see, they have colors kind of explosion with dark background. Colors, dark, colors, explosion. This one looks, okay, we can do smoke. Okay, I think this one will work. Or maybe this one or this one. Yeah, there are many to choose from. And let's see what type of colors. It should be purple, reddish. Let's see, what can we use? Maybe this one, or I will go with this one. But this is not enough colors. Doesn't really matter that much. I will just take this one. Let's download Medium. Let's put it inside our directory here. And it has some weird name. I will rename this. Let's call this one Smoke. All right. And now we have this. We need to put it as the image on our class name huge with image on the headline header too. So let's do background image first. Background image URL. And here we need to do smoke JPEG, and let's do background size cover. Yeah, so we try to put as much as possible of the image. And now background, I think it's called clip, and here we will do text. No, let's search for this one. I think it should work. Background clip, it should work with text. Yeah, so I think I would just copy this part and let's see. And this thing should work. Yeah, now it works. It doesn't work like this, but I think we should keep it as default. So well, it works. We have this smoke here. Maybe we can do this even bigger. Well, I don't know. Let's see here. No, that's not that important, but let's make it 10 and a little bigger line height. Let's say 7. Yeah, I think that's much better. Maybe 7.2, 7.1. No, just 7. Right. So now let's see for those columns. I think that we need some gap here in between. So for our columns, let's put gap of 20 pixels. Now let's see. Yeah, we have some gap here. And now let's also add some gap on the top and the bottom. So I will use actually padding here. Let's say padding of from top and the bottom, let's say 50 pixels. And on the sides, it will be 0. Yeah, so we have some padding. Yeah, this will work for now. The numbers are trimmed a little bit, and I think this is because our line height is too small. If we do 7.4, it's better. Let's leave it like this. And now let's see. Let's put more gap in between columns, 40 pixels. And now what else do we need? We need to style the right side. So let's do this. So we have first we bring your ideas to life, and I think that we have many of those H2s that are this big. So do we have any generic styling for H2s or any other headers? No, we don't, but I will add it. So for all H2s, if not defined otherwise, let's make text transform uppercase. Uppercase. So now we can see this is uppercase. I hope it didn't destroy anything else. And we need to make it super bold. So let's use this font wave 900. Yeah. And now I will add an extra break line. Oh, sorry, not the image. Inside HTML. And when you bring your ideas to life, I want to add a breakpoint after your break line. Yeah. And then we have this H3 here. We have more of those kind of H3s. So, well, here we have something like an author of this quote that is also orange, but this orange with just one line on the left, it's, well, and maybe we can just add a class name for this orange text. That would be nice. So for this H3, we have this love creating. Let's add a class name text orange. So then we can reuse this class name and put it, for example, even here. So let's go to our CSS and let's say that here at the top, we will define class names that are more generic and used in many places, not only on one element. So let's put here text orange. Simple classes that we can reuse. Text orange will be color of variable, and here orange. And we have this wheel of creating. All right. But there's a lot of styling we need to add. We need to make it smaller, and then we need to add this line here. So let's scroll to the bottom and let's fix it. Inside the section with ID about, let's fix this H3. And we have this orange that we've added with the class name. Let's add some extra styling, like let's make it smaller, font size of 1 rem. So default size, and some margin on the top and the bottom. So let's do maybe just margin top of 10 pixels, and same for margin bottom, also 10 pixels. Yeah, now we need this line. So how we can create this line? We can make a dynamic element. So let's do about H3 and before. So colon B4, whoops, B4. Let's do, we will have no content, but it will have width of I like 30 pixels and height of just 2 pixels, and the background color of this orange. So that's the variable and the dash orange. Let's see, nothing has changed because we need to add this plate. Let's say inline block, and now we have this line. Let's add some margin bottom so we can push it more upward. Margin bottom here, let's say 10 pixels. That was too much, let's say 5. Yeah, and let's see. Now we want to make it a little wider. So let's make it 50 pixels in width. Now we want to pull it more to the left. So maybe we can do just position relative. And now we can just pull it left to, let's pull it minus 10, 20 pixels. Yeah, I think that will work. Maybe 20 is too much. Let's do 10. Yeah, I think that will work. Maybe let's do 50. Yeah, I think that will work. Maybe more spacing at the top and on the bottom. So we have the margin top 10. Let's do 20. Yeah, then we have this paragraph here. Let's see. Yeah, let's make it smaller. So inside about, we have paragraph, only one. So let's make font size of 0.8 rem, so 0.8. So now this text is smaller. Let's see what about the color. Yeah, it's black, but it shouldn't be black. Let's make it like 555. So it's more grayish. Margin bottom, so we can have some space between this text and the button. So let's say 20 pixels. Yeah, I think that's much better. Maybe some more spacing between the lines. Let's say line height should be 1.2 rem. 1.2 rem. Yeah, this will work. And yeah, I think we are done with this section. So let's see what's next. Then we have those logos here. All right, so let's go to our HTML and let's create a section for logos. And this is kind of, I don't know, customers or something, clients. Let's do ID clients. And inside we will not make it centered as we do with all the content. But we need to put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. So let's put a div times 5. So we have 5 divs here inside. And now we need to find some kind of a logo, or let's maybe search here on Font Awesome if we have a logo. Maybe we can reuse an existing logo, or maybe we can search on Google Image logo. And this type of logo is, let's search for black, and we can make it kind of transparent. And transparent, black transparent, no eagle, we don't need an eagle. And yeah, let's take Spotify logo. Okay, let's take this one, let's put it here. Now this will not work like this. Let's just save it. And now let's put it here. So we have this Spotify logo, something. Let's rename this to just Spotify. And now let's go back here. Let's go back to our HTML. And we have our clients with 5 divs because we want to put 5 boxes. But now let's inside each, let's put this image with Spotify. So let's do image, and inside let's just do Spotify PNG. Now let's see. And there, yeah, the Spotify logos are really huge now. But let's go to CSS. And now let's see, those logos are inside this section with ID clients, and then we have divs here. So let's say section with ID clients, or we can do just ID clients. Let's do display grid and 5 columns. So grid template columns. We can do 1FR 5 times, or we can do repeat 5 times 1FR. So now all the logos are next to each other, but they are really big. We can make those PNGs images smaller, or we can define it in the top for all images. And this is what I'm going to do. All images as default should have max width of 100%. Now, as you can see, the max width one image can take is 100% of its parent. Right, so now we have 5 Spotify logos here, but it should look more like this. So let's fix it. That clients have divs inside, and those divs should look like those. So well, first let's add some padding. So let's say padding 50 pixels 50 on all sides. Let's see. Yeah, this works. But now, as you can see, those they have this kind of borders here. And I think I can fix it by first using this color as background and then putting this white on every div. So let me first grab this beige-ish color and I'll put it inside clients as background color. Yeah, and now let's see. So now it's beige underneath the section ID clients. I will add also some gap of, let's say, 10 pixels between columns. And now if I put the white on the each client div, white, so FFF, you can see that we have those kind of borders here. I can also add some margin from the top, let's say 2 pixels. So we get some kind of margin here at the top with this, because above the div we have 2 pixels margin. The beige colors shows from the div clients that we've added. Now let's decrease the gap so the borders between will be smaller. Let's do 2 pixels. Let's compare here. I think it's just 1 pixel. So let's do gap 1 pixel. Same for the top, margin top 1 pixel. Yeah, and I think now it looks much better. Maybe we can let the logos take more space. So instead of padding 30, let's do instead of padding 50, let's do padding 30. So we'll see more of the logos. Yeah, I think that will work. Let's just in case add the margin bottom of the same 1 pixel. Yeah, and well, I think I think that we need to make the logos more transparent, not that black. So inside clients, we have those divs that we have styled to be white blocks. But now let's also style the images inside. So Spotify images. Let's make it opacity 0.5, so there'll be more grayish. And let's compare with those. Yeah, I think that will work. They maybe made it less transparent. I don't know. Let's maybe make it 0.7. No, 0.6. Well, let it be like this. All right, and let's go to the next section, I think, because we are done with the clients part. So here we have some cases here, and enjoy our latest case studies. So let's go to our HTML and let's see. Let's create a new section with ID cases, or maybe with a class name cases. Why not? It doesn't really matter. I can do section with class name cases. And well, here inside we have this type of h2, so header 2, and enjoy our, let's do a break line here, latest case studies, and then we have this kind of h3. I will directly add the text orange, so it will become orange because we have defined this, our works underneath, and let's see how it looks like. It looks really bad, but well, we can fix styling for this part first. So we have section with class name cases. So we can do section with class name cases and do like padding here will be 50 pixels from the top and the bottom, 0 on the sides. And this will work. So we have some padding here and padding here. Or we can do something like just class name cases. Doesn't really matter. Let's see. So the color, background color should be black. Shouldn't be white. It should be this beige-ish. So we'll copy this beige-ish, and on cases I will do background color this beige, but with this hashtag on the beginning, right? And well, let's see. The texts should be aligned to the center. So let's do text align center. Yeah, and our works header should have those lines on the left and on the right. And I want to check if we have more of those. Yes, we do. And we have 2 of those. So I think I will add a class name to specify both of those. So we have text orange, and then let's add like something that will mean that we'll have those lines on the sides and it's under the h2. How can we do this? Let's say that the class name will be sub header. Yeah. and let's define it more on the top because it will be used in many places, in at least 2 places. So subheader, and with subheader we are going to make this font size smaller. So let's do font size of 1 rem, and we want to add those 2 lines here. So let's do subheader before. We'll make it like this, and let's also add comma and subheader after, subheader after, and let's now define the lines. The lines will be width of 30 pixels, the height of it will be 2 pixels, the display of those lines will be inline block, and the background color will be orange. So let's do variable orange. Let's see if something changes here. No, nothing has changed. I think this is, well, I don't know why it is. Let's see here. Okay, we probably forgot something with width. Okay, I forgot about content. Let's make content empty here. Okay, now we have the lines. Now we need to bring them more up. So let's do margin bottom of 5 pixels. That's too much. Let's do 3. Yeah, and now some margin on the side. So maybe I can just get rid of this, and I will do margin on generic. 3 pixels on the top and the bottom, and 5 pixels on the sides. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Let's compare it with this one. More margin on the sides. Let's do 7 here. Yeah, and we should compare with this one. Maybe I will also add some margin at the top and the bottom for subheader. There's a margin of 10 pixels from the top and the bottom, 0 on the sides. Let's see. Yeah, I think that will work. Right, so underneath we have case studies. And as you can see, we have this pagination here, and this means that they want to have it, that when you click on it, it will scroll, but this will involve JavaScript, and I want to skip JavaScript. So I will just do vertical scrolling with, horizontal scrolling with HTML, CSS with some snapping. So let's scroll down here and let's go to our HTML. So let's put a container for all our case studies. So let's call this one, this div case list, yeah, and then we will have well, let's say those will be just images. So now let's find some images that looks like case studies. So let's do web project. Let's see if we find some. Those are many photos, but maybe if I search here online, web project, no, but maybe if I open Behance, let's search for, let's search on Dribble, and let's search for website, and let's see what kind of, something like this. This is what we need. Maybe let's take this one. Sorry, I will just copy image links. Let's open, let's see, where do we have the image? Yeah, here it is. We have some kind of source set. Well, let's copy the last one. Let's see if we open this in new tab. Yeah, we have it. So let's add the first one with this source, and maybe let's use image, Google image search for this, website project UX something. Yeah, this one will look nice, I think. So I will open this. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Copy image address. Let's put another image. Let's put the address here. And what else? Let's maybe take this one. Copy image address. New image. Source will be this one. Let's try to find more. Maybe this one. Copy image address. Yeah, so we have more images. Let's see if we have something more. We can go to the previous one here and maybe take this. Copy image address. I will put it here. Let's maybe also take this one, looks really nice. Copy image address, and the last one will be this with the sofa. Copy image address, image, this. Let's do one more. Maybe this one. Copy image address, image, and inside source. Let's paste it like this. Now let's see how many images do we have. Yeah, we get quite a few images. All right, but now let's style those. So if I click inspect here, you can see that each image sits inside this case list. So let's go to our CSS and case list. Okay, what do we want to do with our case list? We want to style images inside. Let's say that every image will have a fixed height of 200 pixels. So now we have those images next to each other. Yeah, that's all right. But we want to make some images go underneath because they don't have enough space. So maybe we can fix it by changing display to block. No, now images are under each other. Okay, but let's fix it inside the case list. Let's make display to grid. Then let's add grid autoflow to columns. Column. So now we have images next to each other, but they're squeezed together so we can get all of those in one row. If I get rid of this height, you can see that the height is adjusted automatically, so they look a little better. But now I want also to change the width and the height of each image, and I want to have a horizontal scroll bar here. So let's do height 200 and let's see what will happen if we do width auto. Okay, still wrong sizing. Let's maybe do width here 200 pixels. Okay, and didn't work. Let's do 250. Nothing changes. This width is ignored. Let's see why. Let's maybe add on case list something called overscroll behavior X, and here we'll do contain. Contain. Nothing happened. What if we do max width on this to, let's say, 200? Okay, then those will be squeezed together. That's not that good. Let's maybe increase it to 600. Let's write here another thing about the snapping, which was over scroll snap type, and here we will have X column and mandatory. Yeah, and let's maybe add on images how they should align with snapping. Scroll snap align to start. Okay, this didn't change anything. Maybe we have some kind of max width that we need to do to none. Yeah, now it helped a lot. So now we have this horizontal scrolling here, but it shouldn't be on the body. It should be on this case list. So as you can see, it's much shorter here. So let's do overflow on X and let's do scroll. So now we can see we have this vertical scroll bar only here. Let's maybe also add some padding on the bottom part. Padding bottom 20 pixels. So we have some space here, and well, we don't want to make it max width 600, so I will get rid of this part, and let's maybe get rid of this virtual makeup studio because it doesn't fit the rest of the images, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4th image. Let's get rid of this one. So it's this one. Let's get rid of this one. And now let's put some gap between those. So here in grid, let's add a gap of 20 pixels. Yeah, so we have this gap here. And let's see, maybe let's make it bigger. So instead of doing width in pixels, I will do 30 view width. So one image will take like 30% of the width of the page. But let's increase it even more, 40. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think that will work. Now, a cool thing with this scroll snap type, overflow behavior X, and scroll snap align is that you can see now when I scroll, it snaps to the nearest image. So this is a cool feature you can implement with just CSS without this pagination and stuff. So let's see here. If I scroll, it snaps back or forward depending what's closer. Yeah, so that will be it, I would say, for this section. Now let's go to this numbers section. So we have this satisfaction clients. It should be satisfied clients, I think. But let's go to HTML and let's create a section with, let's say ID numbers. And here inside we'll have like 3 columns. So just do a div with class name columns, and we'll have 3 divs inside. And maybe I will do just div times 3, and inside each we'll have a div with a number. And let's say that in each number we'll have like 858, and then after the number, so plus, we'll have this label. So I don't know, we can do div with a class name label, and let's hit tab, let's generate everything. Oh, sorry, let's put something inside label. So let's do satisfied customers. Oops, satisfied customers. Now we have generated, and as you can see, it's here. So what can we do with this? Let's inspect this so we can see the structure even here, and let's go to our CSS. And so first it's this section ID numbers. So let's do ID numbers. Let's put this purple background color, variable purple. Okay, and text color should be white, so let's put it here, color white. All right, and then we have this div that has class name columns that we want to center. So we did it actually somewhere before. We could actually copy or something, but doesn't matter. Numbers, inside numbers we have a columns class name. Let's make it max width of 700 pixels, and a margin of 0 auto. And then we want to do this display grid, and grid template columns. Here will be 3 columns of the same sizing, 1FR, 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 or we could do repeat 3 times 1FR, same result. But as you remember, I said this max width 700 pixels and margin 0 auto, it repeats on many places on this section and on this section. So I think we can just cut it from here. So now this 700 pixels and center will not work here, but we can put it in a more generic class name. So maybe here I will add a class name center, and I'll put the CSS max width 700 pixels and margin auto. So now if I go to HTML, I can do columns and add a class name center also here. So now this is centered and it has max width of 700 pixels. All right, so next, let's see. Numbers should be big, labels should be small. Let's fix it. So inside div with or section with ID numbers, we have this columns, and inside we have divs, 5 pre-divs, and well, we want to style those, well, we want to style the numbers first. So we have this div with class name number. So let's do just maybe div with class name number here. Let's start with the number, and let's make it font size of like 4 rem. And let's see, well, maybe it's too big now. Yeah, I think this. So let's do 3 rem, and let's make it thicker. So font weight of 900. Well, that's super thick. Should be that thick. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, let's leave it like this. And now, as you can see, even for each column, we need to put like stuff in 2 columns, 1 and 2. But so we could actually, inside each div without any class name, we could make columns on this, on this, on this, 2 columns with the same sizing or something similar. But there is also like a quick hacks we can do. Just if we have only 2 elements here, we can do on the number that it should float to the left. Yeah, something like this. And maybe this is not a pretty solution, but well, it works. We can add some padding on the right side. So when we have some gap like between columns, padding on the right side, let's say 10 pixels. Yeah, and let's see, we have this number, then we have satisfied customers label. Let's now style those labels. So div label inside the columns, inside numbers. We could actually get rid of this dot columns, because well, there's only one type of div, class name number, inside numbers. Same with label. And right, now let's start those labels. Let's say that, let's see here, uppercase first. Let's do text transform uppercase. Yeah, and now let's add some padding on the top. Padding on the top, let's say 5 pixels at least. Now let's do 8, more 10. Yeah, that will work. Everything should be a little bit smaller, I would say. So let's do font size of 2 for the numbers, 32, just 2. And for label, it should be, let's say, font size of 0.8 rem. And let's see. Yeah, but now we have enough space to put it in one line. So maybe on the columns here we can add some gap between the rows, between those columns. Let's say 20 pixels. Yeah, and this worked. Let's see how it should be aligned. Maybe we should, because this is the first column for them, and so maybe we can align everything here. So for numbers and for columns inside, maybe let's do just text align center and text align center, and let's see. Okay, now we are aligning only this label because this one has float left, and that was the disadvantage of using this float left. So let's get rid of this float left here and padding right. And I will put actually here some kind of flex or grid instead. So we have those 3 columns here, and I want to do a selector on those. So as you can see, those are direct children to columns inside the section ID numbers. So here we have section ID numbers and columns and direct child, so direct div of those. And we can do like border 1 pixel solid red, so we can see that, well, it didn't work as it's supposed. Okay, border top. Let's do just border. Yeah, and this worked because this means direct child of this one. And if we skip this thing, you can see that we have a lot of more borders because we first get for this children and even children of this one. So this and this. So that's why we are saying direct child of columns. All right, but now let's skip it. And now let's put here display of type flex. So we can have those two in one line. Okay, now we want to break those lines, and I think the easiest way would be just to go to HTML and well, you see we have this satisfied customers. Let's put some BR inside here. Just one BR. We can put like this. Doesn't really matter. Okay, this worked. And we, even if we have it flex, we want it to be centered. So let's try with justify content space, not between, because then it will be like this. As you can see, each column will have space between, each column will have its own columns and the number and the label and the space between. But instead we want to have space around. Now what do we have? Now we have space on the sides and even between. Okay, this is not what we wanted. Let's see, what do we have? What else do we have? We have center, start normal, initial left, space evenly, or space around. Let's see, space evenly. Okay, now we have same spacing between and on the sides. Not this. Let's see. Center is this. Okay, I think this center is what we want. So let's put center here. Okay, so now as you can see, we have everything centered and in one line. So, but now just a little bit of padding, maybe on the number. So let's do number padding right. Let's do 5 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. And now let's align everything vertically. So on those sub columns, let's do align items center. Let's see, did it help? Not, because we have this top margin on the label here. Padding top, we can get rid of this. Okay, now everything is centered. Yeah, but we need extra spacing. Let's put it here on the columns. So let's add the padding top and padding bottom. Padding top 50 pixels, padding bottom also 50 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. But the label should be aligned to the left. So let's fix it. Label, text align left. Now let's see. Yeah, it's much better. Maybe a little bit more space between the number. So we have this number, padding right 5. Let's do 10 pixels. This is much better. That will work. Let's go to the next section. Why you should choose us. Let's go to HTML. Let's create a new section. How should we call this section? Let's call this section Y. And inside, let's put H2. Why you should choose us. And then we have this H3 that is, let's put class name text orange because it's orange, and this subheader that we created before, and why choose us as a text inside. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, looks promising. And well, okay, let's start by styling this a little bit. We need some padding on the top and on the bottom. So section ID Y. So ID Y, and let's add some padding on the top, like 50 pixels, and same for the bottom. Let's do padding bottom 50 pixels. And here we also need this beige-ish. I don't think it's white color, or is it? Oh, okay, I think it's white color. But the text should be centered. Those headers should be centered. So let's do text align center. Yeah, this is better. Why you should choose us. Let's add the break line here. Why you. Let's see where it should be. Why you and break line. So break lines can be put like this, or can be put like this. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. What's next? Next are those steps or something, or reasons. Right, so let's create a div with class name reasons. That will be a box for 3 divs, and each one will have a class name reason, and we'll create 3 of those. And inside each, we will have a header. Let's maybe use H3 with text like cross industry expertise, and after the header we will have this paragraph, as you see, but this paragraph we can put it actually inside a div, and I will show in a minute why. We'll put it actually inside the div because we have this plus thing. So I don't know what with this plus thing will do. Maybe we can do that when you click it, it will show more text. I don't know. No, let's skip it. Let's just do paragraph and lorem ipsum inside. And then we'll have this plus button that will be actually linked. So let's do plus A. And this will have a class name button. And we'll put text that is just a plus. I hope this will work. And well, also we have those numbers here. So let's say we have header 3, but let's also on the beginning add a div with class name number inside each, and then we'll have this H3, and div number will have $sign, so it will be replaced with 1, 2, 3. And let's add also 0 in the beginning. Now let's generate everything and let's see how it looks like. So you can see we have this 1, 2, 3. It worked. Only the closing tags of those divs landed on wrong position, but now it's fixed. So we have a div with class name reasons. That is the parent for 3 divs inside. As you can see probably here now. Let's save this one. Yeah, we have 3 divs. We have not inside numbers. Let's scroll down, section Y, and then we have a div with class name reasons. It starts here, as you can see. Then we have 3 reasons. As you can see here, this is 1 reason, this is 2nd reason, then is 3rd. And inside each reason we have div with class name number for this number here. Then we have H3, so header 3 for this. And then we have paragraph for this text and a link that will be these buttons here, plus buttons. Right, so now let's go and style everything. So as you remember, all reasons are inside the div with class name reasons. So let's style this one first. So reasons, and let's do display of type grid. So we can do like 3 columns, and grid template columns, 3 columns, 1FR, 1FR, same sizing, so 3 times 1FR. And the next thing is that text should be aligned to left inside the reasons. So let's do text align and left here. You could add it even inside a specific just that reason for a specific styling for a specific box. So you could put it also or just here inside, doesn't really matter. The effect will be the same. But now let's see. They should be this beige orange-ish color. So I will try to find it somewhere here. Yeah, it's this one. Maybe we can put it as a variable later, but each reason box should have background color of this beige-ish color. Yeah, but now we need some spacing here. So for reasons, that is our container for all the reasons. Let's do 20 pixels of a gap. Okay, but now as you remember, for all this type of content, we want to have it centered. So we could add on reasons max with 700 pixels and margin 0 auto. But we have created a class that we can reuse, and let's add this one here. So center, this was the class name, and as you can see now it has not reasons has this display grid, but also this max width with class name center, max width 700 and margin 0 auto. So now let's style a specific reason or a box. So how we can style it? We need some padding. Let's start with this one. So let's do padding of let's say 20 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Now let's style those numbers. So reason, and then we have a number here. It's super big, so font size of 4 rem, and it should be position absolute, so this shouldn't take any space. Position absolute. And now as you can see, we have those huge numbers. Let's change the color to white, and let's also make it super thick, font weight 900. So we have it here. But now we want to position it to the top right corner. So let's add on reason, let's add position relative. So we can position relatively to the parent. And here now top 0 and right 0. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we can make it even bigger. Let's do 6 here. Yeah. That looks really nice, but it should be behind the text. So maybe we can quickly fix it by doing z index of -1. No, this will not work. See if we change it to maybe 0. No, it's still above the text. Okay, we can bring the h3 and paragraph above. How? Inside reason we have h3, and inside reason we have a paragraph. I forgot the dot here because it's class name. And let's make it position relative. Nothing changed for much. Oh, okay, now it's changed. So it's just it was just about adding this position relative. But just to be sure, the z index should be bigger than the z index we have on the number. So if we have 1, it's above the texts. But if we change this 0 to like 3, then those will be above the number. But let's reposition the number so they will be here. So let's do top, I don't know, like -20 pixels, more, -30. Yeah, and now on the right side, the -10 pixels. Yeah, I think this is the way we want it to be. Now let's style those headers. So reason h3 should be uppercase. So let's do text transfer uppercase. Let's add some margin bottom. So margin bottom of, let's say 10 pixels. Yeah, now let's see. I think that will work. Maybe we can make it smaller. So let's do font size of, let's do 1 rem, and let's make it thicker. So font weight, let's do 900, and let's see. Yeah, now it should, now it looks really nice. Let's make these paragraphs smaller. So that reason, so div with class name reason, paragraph, and let's make font size of not 1 rem, let's do 0.8 rem, and let's change the color to be like 555, so it'd be more grayish. And let's add some margin bottom before those buttons. Margin bottom of more 20 pixels. Yeah, let's see. Let's compare with this. Okay, they have more like, I don't know, fish orange-ish color. Let's try to grab this one. Let's see, let's try to put it on a reason. Well, maybe now it's a little better. I don't know. For reasons, so this is, let's see, let me open this. Inspect for all reasons inside this one. Let's add some margin top. Margin top of 20 pixels, let's say, maybe more, 40. Yeah, and I think we are done with this section. So let's go to the next one. Then we have this work with heart and with this woman as a background and well, simple bugs with 2 columns. So let's do this. How we can name this? Let's go to HTML and let's create a new section, and we want to add some ID or class name, doesn't matter. I will put ID for sections. Our philosophy, our mission. Let's call this one mission. Section ID mission. Okay, and what do we have inside? We will have a box inside with 2 columns. We can call this div boxy columns, doesn't matter. Boxy columns, and let's just put test here inside, and let's see. Do we have a test here? Yes, we do. Let's also add this center class name, so it will be centered on the boxy columns. Center that we added, so it's max 700 pixels and centered. So as you can see, now it starts here. Where the box should start. Right, but now instead of this test, we want to have 2 columns. So 2 divs, let's say 2 divs. And the first one will have this gradient. And then the second one will have this text here. So for this gradient, I would just put H2 and here work with heart. And well, I want to find this ASCII char here. So let's search for heart ASCII and let's copy this from here. I hope it will work. And let's add maybe a class name for this one. Or maybe not, we will just use env column, env div first and then env second. But on the second, we want to put an H2 with our philosophy, and underneath we'll have a paragraph with some text, and then another H2 with our mission, with another paragraph and another text. All right, now let's try to style it. Let's maybe first get an image like this. Woman working, woman with top, something like this. Let's do woman laptop and let's search. I think this is the one. Let's this is the one but zoomed in. Well, let's see. Yes, this is the one, but they have zoomed in this image. Maybe I will take a different one. Let's take something that the woman is on the really right side, so it will be more visible. Or maybe we can take a completely different image. Let's use team and laptop. Yeah, we can take this one. Let's download Medium and let's put it inside our directory. And it has really weird name, so we'll rename it to team.jpg. Okay, and now let's go to our CSS, style CSS. And now let's see. Underneath we have this new section called mission. So ID, mission, because we use ID on this section. We want to add background image. So let's do background image, URL, and the URL to the image will be just theme.jpg because it sits in the same directory as our CSS file does. So we want also to do background size to be covered, to cover and scale down. Yeah. All right, so now inside this mission we have boxy columns center. So I added the center, so it will be centered with max 700 pixels and centered, but we can style so it will look more like this. So I think I will just use this boxy columns. So class name boxy columns should be display grid, grid, and the grid template columns should be 2 columns, same size, so 1FR, 1FR. And now let's make boxy columns white for now. So let's do background color white, so FFF or just white, doesn't matter. And then we want some padding on the top and on the bottom. We can put it inside mission. Padding top 50, padding bottom 50, yeah. And oops, sorry. And now we want to style this work with heart. So we can do something like this. You can see that boxy columns has these two divs, and we could do like something like this: boxy columns and then div that is first, so env child first, and this will be this div. Or we can actually make it shorter, just first child, like this. And then we can make something like border of, let's say 1 pixel solid red. And you can see it added this red border. But instead of the border, we want to add this gradient here from red-ish to orange. So let's do background. And here we'll do linear gradient. And well, let's first grab this reddish color. Yeah, so it will start from this color at 0% position, and then it will end with this color. Let me just grab this one. Yeah, this color at 100% position. I don't know if we need percentages here, but well, and kind of works. The difference is that for us it goes downwards, and we want this this gradient to go this way. So we can add an extra param on the beginning called the degrees, 45 degrees, and I think this will help. Let's see. Yeah, now it goes from here. So maybe we can do just -45. Okay, now it goes with red from here. So let's do 90 plus 45 will be 135. Let's try. Okay, now it goes from this, maybe with just 135. Okay, yeah, 135 rotation. But now it goes the correct way, the same way it does here. Okay, but except this gradient, we want to also make the text white. So let's do not white, color FFF. Okay, and we want to make this text super big. So let's do font size and 8 rem. Whoops, that was too big. Let's maybe do it 4 rem, still too big. 3 rem, yeah. And let's do text align center. And now we also want to center this vertically. So on our boxy columns, let's do align items center. Oh, but this is not what I wanted. No, not this. I want this to be centered. Maybe if I do just display flex here and justify content, align item center. Yeah, now it is. The lines should be shorter, so let's do line height of 2 rem. Whoops, that's too small. 2.4, still too small. Let's do 3 rem. Let's see how it should look like. Okay, it should actually be that big. Let's do 4 rem, maybe more. Yeah, 5 rem. Yeah, let's go with this one. Work with heart, maybe a little smaller. So I will do font size 2.6 and the line height will be 4. And let's see. Yeah, that will work. Now the right side. So we can actually copy this selector. And you remember we could do like env child second, but we can use actually like first child and last child here because we have only two children, sorry. And now this will be for the last div of boxy columns. So in boxy columns we have 2 columns, 2 divs, this one and this one. This is first child, this is last child because it's second and last. Right, so now let's see. Let's add some padding of 20 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. Now let's make headers a little bit smaller. Text should be smaller and text should be more grayish, and we need some spacing between texts. So in this, let's style headers. The headers are actually H2s. So H2s, and we want to make them smaller. So let's do font size 1 rem maybe. That's too small. 1.4, 1.2 maybe. 1.2 will work. Let's add some margin on the top of 20 pixels and same on the bottom. Yeah, That should work. And now some styling for paragraphs. And for paragraphs, we want to bigger space underneath, bigger than 20 pixels. So let's do margin bottom of 30 pixels, maybe even more. Let's do 40. Yeah, and let's make text smaller. So font size, let's do 0.8 rem. Yes, but bigger spaces between the lines, so bigger lines. Line height of, let's say, 1.4 rem. Let's see. Yeah, so we have more spacing between the lines. And let's make it more grayish. So let's do color and 555. So the color is not black, but more gray. Okay. And I think that will be it for this section. It became really big in height. Let's see. This is because we had much more text, probably. I don't know. We can make the text smaller. We can maybe get rid of this part. Let's see. I can make it this short. So let's see. Okay. Now it's too short. Yeah, something like this. And even this can be shortened. Maybe something like this, something like this. Yeah. Anyway, let's maybe jump to the next section. And here we have a quote. So let's do this quote. Here in this quote, we have this pagination. It will switch to different quote if we click it, but I will skip it because it involves JavaScript. I'm actually thinking if we can just keep this quote section maybe, because it's super simple. And let's jump directly to the theme section. I don't think we have a theme section. Now we have only like theme photo. Okay, we skip this and we go to this one. That's the section with ID theme. If you want me to add this, I can do this in different video. Just let me know in the comment. All right, so in section ID divs, section ID theme, sorry. What do we want to do here? We have this weird flying shadow text. So it's almost the same as this one. So I would do just maybe shadow text. And here we would do just theme like this. And then we have like a box with team members. So let's create a div with class name members. And inside we'll have 3 div name members. Let's call this one member singular times 3. And inside each we will have an image of I don't know, let's leave it empty for now. Then we have like number, line, and orange like I don't know, role inside company. Then so let's do maybe let's call how we can call this part number with a role. Let's call this one div with class name role info. And then we'll have also an h2 something like, or maybe h3 because we have h2 above somewhere. Let's do h3s with the name like Chris Moore, and then underneath we will have a div with social icons. So let's do just a div with social icons, and inside we'll have 3 links. So let's do 8 times 3. And let's generate everything. The images should go into its own rows, and the rest is properly generated. So we need the photos of people. So let's go here on Unsplash and let's search for CTO. Okay, it's not that simple. And engineer, I misspelled engineer. Okay, and that's businessman. Okay, maybe we can, let's see what the photo should look like in the workplace. Okay, so let's take this one, and maybe let's take this one as a graphic designer or something, or salesperson. And okay, maybe let's take her as I don't know, team leader or customer service. So I'll put all those 3 inside my directory here, and shortly after I will rename all those. So one more, not this one, not this one, this one. So we have this one, we have this woman, we miss one photo. Let's get another one, maybe just this one. Let's put it here. Doesn't really matter what kind of photos we get. So let's call this one designer. This one, let's call this one douchey CTO or something. No, just kidding. Let's call this one CTO, and let's call her this file customer support. Okay, and now let's go to our HTML, and as you remember, we had those images that we need to fill in. So the first, let's do CTO JPEG. Second, let's do this designer.jpg, and the third, let's put this woman a customer support JPEG. Let's close sidebar here, and now let's see. Yeah, we get those, and we have this theme shadow text that we need to fix. All right, let's start with some styling for this section. Let's go to our styles, and the section theme should have some padding on the top and also on the bottom. So let's do padding. Padding top of 50 pixels, and same for the bottom. Yeah, and now we need to put those team members in one row. So let's see, I will do inspect here. Let's see, they sit inside this members. Okay, so let's do just class name members, dot members, and let's do display grid, grid template columns, 1fr, 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 3 times 1fr, because we will have 3 columns. And I think this should be centered as always. So I'll go back to HTML, and on our members, I'll add this class we created center. So it will be max 700 pixels in width, and well, this guy doesn't fit the rest. Let's find another one, and maybe this one. So we'll have a better image. Let's put it here, and let's call this one salesperson, or maybe just sales. Sales. Back to HTML, and instead of this designer, let's just put sales. And I think, yeah, now this image looks better because they have now all the images have same height. Right, but now let's see. Let's add a gap like 20 pixels here. Sorry, go to CSS, and where we have our columns defined and grid, let's do gap 20 pixels. Yes, it works. And now let's maybe fix this shadow text theme because it looks like a bug or something. So theme, and we have shadow text div here, and we want it to be super big, so let's do font size of like 10 rem, but it shouldn't take any space. So let's say position absolute, and the color of it should be black, but like 10%. So let's do RGBA and 0, 0, 0 and 0.1 here. Let's see, so we have this theme here flying around. Let's also make it text transfer uppercase, and super bold, so font weight 900. Okay, and we should have more spacing here. So padding top, let's do 150. And now this shadow text should be position absolute, and sorry, position absolute. We already have it. Okay, let's make it top 0. Now it went all the way up somewhere here. I don't know, because we need to, on the theme, we need to make it position relative, so we can, shadow text can be positioned absolutely, but relatively to this one. Position relative, yeah, now we have this theme here. Let's see how it should be located. A little bit smaller, so maybe 8 rem, and from the top, let's say 50 pixels, and from the left, no, from the left, let's say 10 pixels, and it should be behind. Let's try with z index of -1. Yeah, it's behind the content. And let's see now. Yeah, I think this will work. So when it comes to our members, how we can style those? We need to style those roles that we don't see yet. Let's go to index.html, and we have this role info that is empty, but I created this role info for those numbers and lines and role names. So I was thinking that I will select this one and each, and inside I will create actually a span with class name number, and let's put like a 01 inside. Then I will create a span with class name line. That will be empty. It will be just this line, and span with class name role name, or just a role. And let's put CTO inside. Yeah, and let's put 02 and just 03. Oops, 03. Yeah, so we have something to style. And back to our CSS, and let's see. Now let's fix this role info first. Let's see how it should look like. It should be orange. So we have this members here, then we have a specific member, then we have role info. We can do just role info because this is super specific class name. So role info, and well, it should be orange. So we can do color orange here, or we already have a class name text orange that we could add, but it will be easier just to put orange here. And let's make it font wave of at least bold. All right, and then in role info, I have this span with class name line that I want to create a line of. So let's say that background color here will be also this orange, and the width will be at least 10 pixels, but I think it should be 20. It's still not visible, but let's make it height of 2 pixels. Still not visible. And let's see why. In role info, we have this span with class name line. It should have this width. Let's do maybe display inline block that is missing. Okay, now we have those lines. Let's add some margin bottom. Put this line more up, so 5 pixels. And let's make it thicker, 3, and less from the bottom, 4 pixels only, maybe less, 3. Yeah, this should work. Let's see here. Maybe it should be smaller. I don't know. Let's, on the role info, let's add some margin bottom of like 10 pixels. 10 pixels. And same for the top. Yeah. Okay, now for those H3s here, for member names. Let's say that member H3. So we can select those, and let's say that text transform uppercase. So we have uppercase here. They should have this super thick font wave 900, maybe a little smaller font, I don't know. Then underneath we need to have those social icons. Maybe we can also add here underneath H3 some margin bottom of also 10 pixels. But now let's fix the social icons. As you can see, inside each member we have this div class social with 3 empty links. I'll put those links inside the separate lines. So first, second, third, and closing div of the social should go here. And let's put empty rows inside each link. Yeah, and now let's find those social icons. Let's see, what do we need? We need icons for Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. Here we have icons from Font Awesome. Oh, sorry, icons and Twitter. Let's get Twitter, copy. I'll put only on the first one, and then I will copy to the rest. So first SVG inside first link. Then we need the Facebook, I think it was. Yes, Facebook. Let's copy SVG, let's put it here. And then inside third link, we should have this LinkedIn. Let's copy SVG, let's put it here. So we have for first one, and I'll just copy the links for the second and third. Second, third. If you want to do like a live website of this, you need to always fill all the links here inside. Right, but now let's see, and we have the icons. And now let's style it. Let's go to style CSS and let's fix it. So all those icons are links, and they are inside this div social. So let's say member with div. There we have a div with class name social. Yeah, singular, and then a specific link. So one link should be width of 20 pixels and display inline block. Okay, maybe not width, because then this Facebook will be bigger. Let's do height of 20 pixels. Okay, and this didn't help. We need to do also some width. Let's do width of, let's maybe not do the height on the links, but on the SVGs. Member and social, and then we have SVGs, not inside a tags, but doesn't matter. And here we need to do height of 20 pixels. Okay, and I think this is much better. Now on the links, so a tags here, I want to put some margin right, so we'll have some spacing. Margin right, let's do 5 pixels at least. And let's see, there should be more grayish. So on SVGs, let's do fill color of AAA. I think this is too bright, maybe something like 888. This should work, but the icons should be smaller. Let's do 14 pixels. Yeah, and let's see here. Yeah, I think that should work. Right, I think we are done with theme. Now the next part is this footer. So as you can see, with this footer, we are having both this and also this. So let's go to our HTML to the bottom and let's add a footer. Now let's see. We will start with these huge links, our works and our contacts. Let's see what it is. We have our works and the design skills and plus, then our contact, let's work and plus. I don't know, I will make those just headers and this will be links. So those two, let's call them boxy links. Why not? Boxy links. And whoops, shouldn't be like this. It should be that boxy links. And those two will be inside a center. So it will be max 700 pixels. So let's put boxy links inside this div class center, or we could actually just put center here. So we don't need this wrapper here around. Oops. Right, and inside each we have first we'll have this one with our works. So let's do H3 and here our works, and H2 with design skills, and then a button that will be actually a link and it will be a plus inside. And second one will be with H3 our contacts, and H2 will be let's work, and also this button-ish link with plus, and let's see how it looks like. It looks bad, but we can fix it. And but then inside footer we have those two that are a little outside of this, but then we have also this part, a true footer info. So maybe let's call it this way, div with footer, I don't know, footer what, footer info. And inside footer info we'll have 1, 2, 3 columns. So let's do div times 3, and the first one will be with logo, I would say. And so as the first will be a, so link with logo. That's why I added this class name logo. Let's put this Zamil. I don't know, this is the company name or something. And underneath we have address colon 7012 division something street, and New York. Email will be hello, let's say zamil.com. And then phone will be +1 something. And then we have social icons. I will skip those. We've done so many of those already on this page. Then in the second column, I have this useful links. So let's say I will have like H2s here, useful links. And then also H2 in the last column with we are here. And for useful links, let's put the div with class name links, or we can do just links a tag times 2, 4, 10. Let's do just 8. Okay, and then that looks really bad. Let's put all the links in different lines like this. And about us, our works. You can skip like 1 minute of the video if you don't want me to. News, those are not in correct order, but doesn't matter. Context, support, and offers, I don't know, terms, and or maybe just let's go with services. And the last one, let's do terms of use. Yeah, and we will skip this map because we either need to use JavaScript or we need to make, okay, let's search for New York, and let's point something here, and let's select maybe any company. So we'll have this pointer here, and let's make an image like this one, and I can put it here, this print screen, and I will just rename it to map.png. Okay, and now we can put it here underneath, emg map.png, and I can close this one, and let's see, and we have a map with some random restaurant in New York, but doesn't matter. Right, now let's do some styling for the footer, the last element of this website. So let's maybe start with those boxy links. So in boxy links, we should make it grid with 2 columns. So boxy links, it's only on one place on the page. Should be display of type grid, and grid template columns, 1FR, 1FR. And let's see, yeah, almost there. And we just need to make it padding of at least 20 pixels. And let's make some background color of, let's make orange, why not? And the text color should be white. Oops, the text color should be white. And now let's see how it looks like. Well, not bad. And the left one should have this gradient, and the right one should be purple. So let's do boxy links, and div last child should be purple. Background color, variable, purple. Well, but then we get, because of this padding, we are getting the orange from boxy links. And the padding shouldn't be on the boxy links, it should be on those divs here inside. Boxy links, div, but direct child, just to be sure, 20 pixels here. And here the same thing, yeah. And let's see, maybe, yeah, we should add the classes, class names white on those, so they'll be the same styling as those here. So we have this class button here, let's add also white, let's see. Yeah, this worked. And let's maybe also grab this gradient that we have created before. So background, and I want to copy all of this to the bottom, and let's style the first child boxy links and div with first child, and let's put this background so we have this gradient here. And well, now let's style those H2s and H3s. Maybe you know how to do this line. I would just style some spacing here, and more spacing from the top and the bottom. So on the top and the bottom, let's do 50 pixels, on the sides 20. Let's see, maybe even let's do 50 on all sides. And now I'll just add spacing here and here. When it comes to this one, you know how to do the line, I guess. So to select this, I would do boxy links and div, that is direct child, and this one is H2, div H2. We could even do like this, doesn't matter, but this one's shorter. And margin top 20 pixels and margin bottom 20 pixels. And now let's see, yeah, and this works. All right, I will do also the lines here on those H3s. So let's do like this, but on H3s, and let's create content empty display inline block, and let's do width of the line will be like 20 pixels, height of the line will be 3, the background color, so the color of the line will be white. So let's do FFF, and let's see if we get this. Yeah, this is the line, but shouldn't be on the H3s, it should be on H3 before this dynamic element. Okay, now some margin bottom of 5 pixels, maybe less, 4, and margin right of 10 pixels. Yeah, and it should be 2 pixels in height only, but it should be longer. Let's do 30 pixels. And now we want to pull this line more to the left, including whole H3. Let's do selector on this H3, and let's do position relative, so we can pull it left by minus 10 pixels. Yeah, maybe let's do 15. Yes, that will work. And yes, it looks almost exactly the same. Maybe those H3s should be a little bit smaller. Font size 1 rem, maybe even smaller, 0.9. Yeah, doesn't need to be pixel perfect. Now, for the rest of the footer, we need this dark color. And how can we do this? Let's see. We have this, everything sits here inside the footer. So let's add this dark color on the footer, and we want this dark color on the footer, or maybe not on the footer. Yeah, let's put it on the footer. So let's grab this dark color. It's almost black, and now background color, and this one, and we can do color of the text white as default here. Okay, but now, as you can see, we have problem with our box links, because those links should be only like 50% inside this and 50% on white part. So let's see. Let's start by creating more white part above the footer. So footer, let's do margin top of 100 pixels. Yeah. And now we can actually move those box links. So here we have box links. Let's do position relative, and let's do top, and let's pull it 100 pixels up. 100 pixels up. Yeah. Maybe we can do those absolute, but now they disappear because we want to position them absolutely, but using footer. So let's do position relative. Okay, well, maybe this is not the best idea, because we've positioned absolute, but we want it to be centered. Maybe not absolute. Let's do it relative. Yeah, this is much better. Let's see on the template. Yeah, and now let's fix the rest of the content, the rest of the footer content. We have this footer info that should also be centered. Let's go back to our HTML footer info. Let's put center class name that we have prepared before. Okay, now everything is centered, but this footer info needs to be 3 columns. As you remember, footer info should be display grid, and grid template columns should be 1FR, 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 something like this. So we have 3 columns. Let's see here. Here we should have 3 columns, but the last one should take 50%. So this one, let it be 1FR, but those two will be 0.5. Okay, and now you can see this one is twice as big as those two. And let's add some gap of at least 20 pixels. Yeah, and that worked. And let's fix the logo. Now we have this Zamil logo, footer A with class name logo. Let's make it color white, no decoration, text decoration no, so none, so no underline. Let's make it display block, so we'll take the whole line. Yeah, it is here. Now let's make it bigger, font size of 3 rem. That's too big. 2 rem will be enough. Let's make it thicker, font weight bold. Yeah, I think that will work. Some margin bottom of 10 pixels. Okay, now for those letters. We want those letters to be orange, and we don't have any extra styling here, as you can see, but how we can call those? We can do span with class name of info or orange. Just make it orange, and here closing of the span. So inside the footer we have class name orange. Let me close the sidebar. Orange, and we want to make it color of variable orange. Let's see, and we want to make it font weight of bold, so it's yeah. And let's see, so I think I will also make the lines bigger inside footer info. So let's do line height of 2 rem, or maybe at least 1.4 rem. more, around 1.6, yeah, something like this. And let's maybe style all the links now. So footer info a tags should be color of white, so white, and no underline, text decoration none. And the let's make them that each takes like 50%. So let's do display inline block, but now let's make them take with not white, with and 50% will not work. You can see they are everyone is under each other, but if you do like 49, it will, let's do 40, maybe 5. Yeah, so we have this our works and other stuff. Contacts here. Okay, our works is too big. Maybe we can resize the columns to make this one a little bit smaller. Instead of 1FR, let's do 0.8, and then we can make 0.1 bigger on those two. Yeah, right. And here we need some break lines. So let's go here, and on each here, let's do break line here, break line here, break line here. And yeah, we have links, but let's style those headers now. So back to CSS, and those headers are H2s, and footer info H2s, they shouldn't be that thick. So let's do font weight of just bold, and let's make them smaller, font size of 1 rem. Let's see. Yeah, and the links shouldn't be white, so let's do just color. Okay, we already have color, but let's update then color to be more grayish, AAA maybe. Yeah, and back on H2s, let's add some margin bottom of at least 10 pixels. Let's see how it looks like here. Maybe it should be more like 16 pixels. Yeah, and well, now we can add some margin on the bottom here for footer info, or padding bottom on footer info, so we have some space underneath. Or we could actually use the space here and we can just pull it up a little bit. And this is what I'm going to do. So for footer info, I want this to be position relative, and I want to bring it up. So top minus 25 pixels, let's say, maybe more, 30 pixels, 35. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, this will work. So I think we are done with this one. Oops, maybe this header should be more centered. Let's go to our HTML. We have this header wrapper. Let's see if we can add center class name. Yeah, so this is more centered now. And I don't know if it should be centered. We have those links here. I will get rid of the center, and maybe just on the logo, let's add some styling. Let's scroll to the top where we have this logo inside the header, and let's just add some padding left of 20 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. So we have some spacing here. And yeah, I think that will work. I really like this flying UX UI thing, and everything works. And I think that now we will try to make it more responsive. Let's see, we have an error here. Oh, this is only because this background clip weird thing. All right, so now let's make it responsive. I will use an inspector on the right side now to see how bad it looks like. Doesn't look that bad. It just looks kind of bad, but it will not be that bad, not that hard to fix it. All right, so let's get into this. So first header, and I think that for header, I want for mobiles to have another icon here for mobile navigation. So let's go to HTML, and here we have those icons, and I will create a third one. And here I will put like 3 bars. So we have this thing here, and I don't want to have it on desktop. So I can add a class name like mobile navigation or something, but well, I think I can add a class name like mobile only, mobile only, and then in CSS I can hide it for desktop. So let's go to CSS, and here I will add at the top, I will add some classes that will be generic for but for this time for responsive website. So mobile only will be display none by default. So let's see, we have this mobile only and it still shows up, mobile only, and it shows up, should be display none, and it shows up. Okay, because we have another definition here for this, and it says that display should be inline flex, and because this is more specific, then display is used from this and not from mobile only. But if we add a magic important with, then it will be the most important. So now let's see, mobile only is display none, important, but if the media screen and the maximum width of the screen is, let's say, 700 pixels, then we know it's mobile, and here we can do CSS for mobiles. So let's copy this one and let's change this one to block, and as you can see, now it showed up. But if I make it this big, it disappeared because this media query doesn't apply for, it applies only for widths in the browser smaller than 700 pixels, max width 700 pixels. So it means this size, it will be display block on mobile only, so on this. But if we make it more than 700 pixels, it disappears because we don't have display block, we only have display none. Right, so we have this one, but actually, let's see, we have this mobile only here. Let's remove it from here, and we need to put it on the beginning. So let's put it here inside the outside of header wrapper, but inside header. And now I want to get rid of those two. Let's say they will not show up on mobile. So I think I would just create another class name, but this time called, let's call this one desktop only, or maybe not. Let's let it be like this. But now I will add this magic checkbox here under this link, input type checkbox, and I will add ID for this checkbox called navigation checkbox. And instead of this A tag, I will use a label actually. Oops, sorry. Label like this. And this label will have a for attribute, and it will be for this navigation checkbox. So now when this label's here, it's barely visible, but it clicks this checkbox. That's why we are using this for and ID here. Let's add another class name so we can style this label a little bit. Let's call this one navigation button. Maybe we can add a button class name first. Okay, now it's really here, but let's fix it. So here we have a media query for mobiles. Let's maybe add some stuff here. So mobile or navigation button. Let's so we can start this button a little bit, and let's make it background color transparent, and color, okay, it didn't listen. Let's see why. We have this navigation button. Okay, it didn't listen because we have definition that is apparently more important, and this one is from the button. Okay, so we have some kind of button definition, but maybe if we do just that button, okay, now it worked. But what else do we want to do with just this button? We want to make it color of white. Maybe we could even add a white class name, so the white border will be applied, and it will be also the same class name we have for this thing. So it's the white. Yeah, it worked. But now let's go to CSS, and now we want to make it shorter. So let's do display inline block. Let's maybe do width of 30 pixels and height of also 30 pixels. And now let's rotate the lines inside, but let's make it like 25 first. Let's make font size of 2 rem, so the bars will be bigger, maybe 1.3. And font weight, let's do normal, so the bars will be not that big there. And let's rotate. So let's do transform and rotate 90 degrees. Yeah, something like this. Now we can do position absolute, top 0, and right 0. So we can put it here. And maybe let's do top like 10 pixels. Oops, top 10 pixels, right 10 pixels. Okay, and now as you can see, if we click it, it toggles this checkbox. And now actually we can say that header wrapper will be hidden. So let's say it, and we will do this inside this media query for mobiles. So header wrapper will be display none. Didn't work. Let's see why. Because okay, we have this definition display flex on div with class name header wrapper. That seems to be more important. So let's do div class name header wrapper, display none. Didn't listen on that one because our header wrapper definition is more here down. So I will actually create another media query here underneath directly, media screen, and max width of 700 pixels. So for mobiles only, let's do div header wrapper display none. Now it's hidden. And now when we click this thing, toggles this checkbox. Let's maybe fix this button just a little bit. Let's make it 20 pixels here and 20 here. Maybe the height should be 25. Let's make it text align center as well. Yeah, I think this will work. And now when we can toggle this button, we can toggle this checkbox. We can actually also do that when navigation checkbox is checked, then we can show this header wrapper. So let's do div header wrapper display. I think it should be flex. Let's see. No, it doesn't work. Okay, it should be not enough. Just navigation checkbox. So now it's visible. Now it's not. Now it's visible. Now it's not. Because this navigation checkbox checked. And then this means that for navigation checkbox, when it's checked, let's find a sibling that is div with class name header wrapper, and then let's make it display flex. And as you can see, we have this input checkbox here, and then we have this sibling header wrapper that we can style based on the state of the checkbox. Right, but let's not make it flex. Let's make it, let's see, yeah. And then we also need to hide this checkbox. So navigation checkbox, let's do display none. We don't need to see the checkbox. Yeah, and now let's fix the styling for the header. So let's do under this all header wrapper stuff, let's add here another media query, and let's fix it. So let's add some styling for those divs. So div header wrapper, let's say that text align should be center if it's mobile. Yeah, that's much better. And then we have those links here, and those links are inside navigation. And let's see, let's do div header wrapper, navigation A tags should go display block. Yeah, so they are under each other, but we need some like background under header wrapper. So let's do background color white, maybe not white, but let's make it black, but with like 10% transparency. So let's do 0.9 here, black. Okay, this looks really nice. And for the links, let's add some more padding from the top and the bottom. 10 pixels from the top and the bottom, and let's say 20 on the sides. And even for the logo, let's do header and a logo. Let's add some more padding from the top and the bottom, 10, and on the sides 20. Let's see. Maybe we need to put even more. Okay, let it be. Now we have this weird underline here that we should get rid when the navigation A tag is active, but for mobile. So let's copy this selector, but let's add active. And I think this was with an extra, yeah, created after element. So let's do colon after, and let's just do display none. We don't need this. But for active element for mobile, we can maybe make the color or orange. So we know the home element is active. Right, for header wrapper, maybe let's add some padding top of 50 pixels. So we have some spacing here. And yeah, what can we do with those icons? Well, I don't really know. We could leave them here. We can make them 50% in width. Well, I don't really know. Let's leave them as they are. So now mobile, we have this full navigation button and we have just this intro and everything works. Let's see if I make it even smaller. Yeah. And yeah, I think this works for now. Now let's maybe fix this this part, and this part is services. So let's scroll down to services, or maybe I will just search services. Okay, so for service list we have 3 columns here, as you can see. Let's add a media query so we can change it. Media query, media screen, and max width 700 pixels. So for mobiles we want to make services list and grid template columns to be only 1 column, so just 1 FR. Okay, we also need some spacing on the left and on the right side, so I will add it here. So let's do padding of 20 pixels. Yeah, this will work. And maybe I can add some gap here between. Let's try with gap 20 pixels. Yeah, I think it looks okay. And maybe we can increase the padding from the top and the bottom to be 40 pixels. Yeah, that will work. And now next section will be this 25 years and other stuff. So I will inspect this thing. And let's see, it's a section called about, so it's probably here underneath. And the section about columns. Let's add a media query here. Media, screen, and max width 700 pixels. So CSS for mobiles. What should we do? We should update this columns div, and it shouldn't be 2 columns and it should be only 1 column. So let's do just 1 FR. And okay, what do we have now? It looks kind of okay. We just need some padding here. So we had some padding, 50 pixels from the top and the bottom and 0 on the sides. Now we will do 30 pixels on the top and the bottom and 20 on the sides. And I think now it looks much better. Yeah, the gap here between columns is 40 pixels. Maybe we can decrease it to 20. Let's scroll down and let's see. Spotify logos, those are barely visible. Let's see where they are. Here, clients. And we have 5 columns here. Repeat 5 times 1 FR. Let's add a media query for mobiles. And let's say that for clients, the clients for a mobile version should be, I don't know, let's try with just 2 columns. Well, maybe 3 columns. Maybe we can add another logo so it will look better. And clients, okay, we have 5 logos. Let's just add another one. Yeah, and this will work. And latest case studies. I think this section just works out of the box. We don't need to fix anything. You can see if we scroll something, it just snaps to the nearest section. So this one works perfectly, I would say. So let's scroll to this part. And this section is called section ID numbers. So section ID numbers, you can see that we have this columns also here with template 3 times 1 FR. So let's here add underneath media query for mobiles, and let's update with this div with class name columns for numbers, and let's make grid template columns of just 1 FR. So it will be 1 column. Well, does it look that better? We could actually, instead of making 1 column, we could make 3 columns, but number first and then the label. So I will actually skip this part. I will remove this, and the place where we put those next to each other, this next to this. Let's see, we have this columns, and then we have div, and we have display flex here. Here underneath I want to add media query, and where it's mobile, so for those screens I want to update CSS for this, and I want to do display of block. Okay, and maybe I will put this copy and I will put this underneath, so I can also add some styling for label. But just for mobiles, I want the label to be text align center. Yeah. And same thing for the number. So I can just colon numbers and the div number. I think it should go like this. No, it's not number. Well, it is, but it has this margin on the left side or the right side. So let's do margin right 0. Maybe it's padding. Let's see. Yeah, it's padding right. Let's do padding right 0. Yeah, I think now it's much better. So we can have 3 columns and this works. Let's scroll down. Here we need to have we need to fix those. So this is section Y and we have reasons here. Here section Y, here reasons, we have template columns, 3 columns. Let's add a media query, and the reasons should be grid template columns of only 1 column. So let's do just 1FR. Yeah, that's much better. And but I want some spacing on the sides. So let's do padding of 20 pixels on all sides. That will work. We have a lot of spacing here. Let's see. It comes from reasons. It's margin on the top. So let's do margin top of 0. Yeah. And I think that is better. All right. Now let's do this work with heart and mission. Let's scroll to section with ID mission. Here we have these boxy columns that we call it. And here I will add a media query. And let's say that for mobile, so inside this media query, we want boxy columns to be grid template columns, only 1 column at a time. So something like this. But maybe we can decrease the paddings here. So we can put some, let's see, we could put some, where is this spacing comes from? This spacing comes from this div, and inside we have headers and paragraphs, and those are here, header 2 and paragraph. Let's add a media query here underneath, and let's update those. So for header and for paragraph, and for header we want margin top and bottom to be, let's say, just 10 pixels each. And for paragraph for desktop we have margin bottom of 40 pixels. Let's change it down to 20. Yeah, so we have more less space here, sorry. But for boxy columns I would like to have some also space on the sides to show just a little bit of this image. So on boxy columns, let's see, here I will put padding of 0 from the top, 20 on the sides. Okay, this is not what I wanted to do, and I think this is because I need padding on to do padding on the mission. So let's put mission here inside my media query for mobiles. And as you can see, for mission on desktop we have 50 pixels padding on the and on the bottom, but here I will change it to be 20 pixels at the top and the bottom and 20 pixels on the sides. So we see some image in each direction. Maybe we can keep it like 50 on the top and the bottom, but only 20 on the sides. Right, here underneath we have this theme thing, and I would say it works, kinda. Yeah, it works. Would be a little bit nicer with just some spacing on the sides, just a little bit. So section theme, let's scroll down, and we have this members, 3 columns. We have gap here, 20 pixels, and yeah, let's add a media query here. And for members, let's add a padding of let's say 0 from the top and the bottom, but 20 on the sides. So we have some spacing here. The images are okay, but I think the rest is okay. I think this will work. One could say that it's better to put those members under each other, so we can see how it looks like if we just do 1 column. Well, you can do something like this, that you have team and then you have CTO and other people. Or if I comment this, you can have those 3 in 1 line. Well, I don't really know what is the best looking, but I think I will leave it as it is now. So now the almost last part is this boxy links. I called it this way. So for box links, let's scroll down. Box links, here we have them. Let's add a media query for those, and media screen and max with 700 pixels. So here we add even more CSS for mobiles, and we want to update box links. And what do we want to do with them? We want to decrease those paddings here, but the paddings are not defined here. We only define the columns. So let's cut it from here. And let's put it here underneath, because I see that definition about padding is here inside. So I will copy this part here and I will decrease it from 50 to 20. So now we have much less paddings here. I think it can stay like this. Maybe we can add just a little bit of padding on box links. So let me put this in selector in media query for mobiles, and let's test with padding 20 pixels for mobiles. Oh no, we get this weird orange color. We don't need this. Now, well, it looks okay, I would say. It looks alright. Yeah, doesn't look that bad. Maybe this could be in one line. So maybe we can make it smaller. I think it's this H3. So let's add a media query here. And for this H3, let's make it smaller. So let's do font size of, it's already 0.9. So let's make it 0.7 rem. Yeah, I think now it looks really good. Now the last part is this footer that sits inside footer info. And this footer info has this weird column settings. So the first column is 0.6, then second 0.6, then 0.8. So the last one is like 1/3 wider than those two. Let's add a media query so we can fix columns here. And I think that we can do just one column. So for footer info on mobiles, let's do grid template columns 1FR. Yeah, so we have one column, then in the next row we have another column, and then we have the last column here. And let's add some padding here, padding 20 pixels. Yeah, and that is much better. We still get some horizontal scroll here at the bottom of our browser. So I will try to find why we get this. My solution to this is to always close everything here and start deleting stuff from the browser until the horizontal scroll bar disappears. So now I deleted Teams section and it disappeared. So now I have back this horizontal scroll, but let's go to the theme. Okay, this is this thing that overflows. But let me scroll to the theme section, and we can say something that if there is some type of content that overflows the borders, it should be hidden. So we'll not have this horizontal scroll bar. So overflow, hidden. And now we don't have any horizontal scrolling. And well, we could maybe also add a little bit of padding here. So in intro, let's search for intro here. And well, let's add some media query here. And what do we want to update? We want to update this intro content to put some padding. As you can see, for desktop we have 100 pixels for desktop and mobiles as we speak. But we are going to override this for mobiles. We had this 150 on the top and the bottom and 0 on the sides as default. But for mobiles, we are going to override this to, let's try with 50 pixels on the top and the bottom. No, that's too little. 100 and the top and the bottom, yeah. And let's say 20 on the sides, yeah. This works, but I think this header is too big. So here we have selector for this biggest header. And let's see, the size of the font was this. And here we have I will copy just this. We are going to update font size. Let's decrease it from 3 and the line height to 2.8. Yeah, I think that will work. And this UX thing is still flying behind. That is really cool. And let's see, navigation still works. Yes, it does. Maybe we can make this some animation, this navigation. I can show you how. Let's scroll down to this or up to this navigation, and let's see. We have this display none thing, but actually we can comment this out. I'm sorry. That was for active. A tag to hide this weird border thing. But I wanted to find this header wrapper to be hidden for mobiles, where it is. And okay, no, not here. Header wrapper, display flags. Okay, here, but on mobiles it has display none. If I comment this out, it will be visible, even if I didn't click this. But I think we can, change this display none to be display block, and now it's visible even if we click and disclick the checkbox. But by default it should be max height of let me show you 0, and everything that overflows should be hidden. Okay, and now let's update this max height when the header wrapper should be open. So here max height, let's say 100 or maybe 500 pixels. So now it opens and closes, but it doesn't use this display none and display block, but it uses this max height 0 when the checkbox is not checked, and 500 if the checkbox is checked and the checkbox is not visible. But because we are using now this max height, we can add a cool looking transition. So let's scroll up. Where was this max height thing? 0 that I added. Max height here. Okay, let's add a transition on max height, and let's say it will be 0.3 seconds, and the animation will be ease this. So now if I click, you can see it opens and closes with some animation on the max height. And yeah, I think that will be it. We had this weird black thing here, and this is because of the padding on the header wrapper. What happens if we remove it on mobile? Let's see, it's not the padding. Yes, it is padding on the top. Let's do padding top 0, and okay, let's add important. Okay, now it has disappeared. If we open, then it works. But the problem is that when I open the navigation, the link is actually above the button, so I cannot close the navigation. You see, the link is above the button. We can fix it. Navigation button, it's position absolute. We need to bring it up. Let's do z index 100. So now I can close and open. And also let's scroll down a little bit, and for our header wrapper, let's put okay, it will be padding top 0 when but let's remove this important. Let's see why we have this padding top here. So on header wrapper we get this padding top. Let's see where we get this from. Okay, it's here. I think it's okay with this 50 pixels. I can just remove it. That was the meaning to have it. We have it somewhere here below. We added it for mobiles, so we have some spacing here. All right, so now we have this animation, and now everything works. But wait a second. Now I don't like this black stripe that we still have, and it comes from this header wrapper thing. Let's see, header is here. It has position absolute, but if it has position absolute, why the section intro image doesn't go there? Let's see, it should go there. Intro cover does it have like a margin? Or maybe it should be like this. No, it should not. Like, see, do we have this? Okay, so this image actually has this black stripe above, so that wasn't an issue. Okay, so this black thing is actually on the photo. Okay, I thought that I created this with my padding, but that wasn't an issue. An issue now is that we still see this checkbox that we shouldn't see. We have this navigation checkbox display none, but only for mobile. We should remove it and put it here for all CSS. So now this checkbox is hidden. So for those media queries, we put CSS for mobiles, and outside it's for both mobiles and desktop. So we put something here and we can override it for mobiles here inside media queries. But you can also make it another way around. You can make media queries like default CSS for mobiles and then override it for desktop. Right, and now this thing is kind of broken because we have 6 logos now. So I'll update this 5 to 6 and now it works. And let's see. This still works. Yes, it does. Everything works. Yeah, I think we are done with this website. That was really an advanced project. A lot of sections and a lot of cool styling. I really like this flying UX UI thing. But now let's close everything here and let's open a new project. So we are done with this agency and now let's open number 8, which is this catering project. Right, let's see. All right, so in this project, let's see, we have a really simple navigation here at the top with just 3 links. Then we have some here intro text, splash text on the left side and some images on the right side. And later we have just some content with some SVG shape here underneath and some leaves here and some simple content with a link. So that's easy. Here, this will be the most advanced section because usually you would use JavaScript for those links. So this content would change when you click on those, but we will actually fix it with CSS and HTML only. So this will be interesting. And as you can see on all sections, you have this shadow text-ish. So here testimonials and here download here. But this is just a simple content. And here the last section is actually a footer with some text and some more images, subscribe form, and some simple links here at the bottom. So let's jump in. So I will create a new directory here for my project and I will call this one 08 catering. So catering. Right, and here inside I will just create an empty index.html. Right, and I can close those ideas and let's see. In this index.html, as always, I will do basic HTML5 boilerplate and let's see. Let's rename this document to this website to David's Catering like this, and let's open preview. Okay, so as you can see, the preview is empty, but if I get this test here. All right, so the first thing is this header, as always. So let's start by creating a header element here, and let's see. All right, so we have a header that is centered because there's spacing on the left and spacing on the right. So I will create another div here with class name center. So all divs with class name center will center the content. So if it's a header or if it's content somewhere here underneath this div, everything will be inside this div center. So this content will be centered. So the space on the left and on the right will be the same. And it doesn't matter how wide the screen you have. Same even here for testimonials. Everything content related will be centered using this div with class name center. You can rename it to something else like center content or I don't know. Right, but starting from the header, let's see. We have a logo here that is this icon and a link. And I think I would skip this icon because I don't want to recreate it. So I'll do just an A tag with class name logo. And here, let's just put the name, David Catering, like this. And on the right side, we have some navigation links. So I'll put them inside the navigation tag. And we have 3 links, so I do 8 times 3. And let's see. In the first, let's put features. Then we have download, and then we will have about us, like this. So this looks terrible, as you can guess, because we need to add some CSS for this. So here under the title, I will add a link to a CSS that doesn't exist yet, and I will call this one styles CSS. Now I will create this style CSS here in my project, and yeah, here the same styles.css. You can call it somewhere else, something else like bowl CSS or diet CSS, doesn't matter. All right, so we have style CSS, and now let's add some CSS. So those this header will look like this. So as you can see, if I go and inspect this, everything sits inside this header, and then we have this div with class name center, and then we have one link with a class name logo, and then we have navigation that should be on the right side. All right, so let's get into this. So first we should make logo on the left side and navigation on the right side. How we can do this? We can point to that header, and then div inside header should have a display grid and should be columns, one column here, one column here. So we can actually do something like this, that header, and the direct child will be div. We could add the center, but it doesn't matter. Header has a div, child div, and this will be this div, and we just need to add that this div will be display type grid, and we will change grid template columns to 1fr, 1fr, so 2 columns with the same sizing. And as you can see, now we have this on the left and this on the right. I'll make everything just a little bit bigger. Right, so we could actually achieve the same with doing div center and putting this here. But the thing is that we don't want to make 2 columns on all divs that have class name center, and because this div class center should only center the stuff inside, and it shouldn't split the columns. And this class center inside header will be the only exception for this. So I will get rid of this, and now as you remember, we added this div class center so we can center the content here. So the div with class name center should be max width of let's say 500 pixels, so we can test. And now you can see it's shorter here. And now let's also add max width, margin 0 from the top and the bottom and out on the sides. So now as you can see, it's div with class name center is centered, but it also is splitted in 2 columns, but just inside the header. So for div class center, it's max width 500 and it's centered, but it's also a div inside the header that is direct to the header. So that's why I'm doing 2 columns on this one. Right, so now let's fix some links, so the links would look better. So let's do that header navigation a tag, so a tags inside this navigation inside header. So those 3 links. But actually I think we can even point on this one that is logo. So get rid of this navigation. So any a tag that is inside header, here we have header, and a tags we have 1, 2, 3 here inside navigation, and this one as a logo. So let's style those. Let's say that no underline, text decoration none, and let's do color of black, so 000. Yeah, that's better. And well, the font is completely different. So I will open Fonts Google, and I think this font is this Montserrat. Yes. So let's see what thickness of the font do we need. We need regular for this. Let's see. I think we'll take regular, and maybe let's take also extra light just in case. And let's take also something with bold. So regular, semi-bold. Let's take also bold here. Right, so here we have Montserrat with 3 thicknesses, and let's use import here, and I will just import this, and on top of my CSS I will add it like this. And for everything inside this website, I will do font family, and I will change it to, as you can see here, I can just copy this part and put it here. So it will be Montserrat, and the fits cannot be found. The sans serif will be default, and the sans serif font. So now as you can see, the font looks much better, but now we need some spacing here. So let's see. So now let's maybe first make it a little bit wider. So let's do maybe 700 pixels. It will be wider with this div class center. And now let's see. Let's make some spacing between those links inside navigation. So header, a tags, but inside navigation, let's make them display inline block, or we can even put this on all links inside the header. Doesn't really matter. But for those links, we want some padding. So we'll have some spacing from the top and the bottom and on the sides. So let's do padding, and let's say that we'll have 5 pixels on the top and the bottom and 10 on the sides. So now as you can see, we have some padding that is 5 on the top and the bottom and 10 on the sides. If I hover, you can see we could actually even put this even for the logo. So if I put it here, yeah, it does the same job. Right, so we have those links. I think they should be more bold-ish. So I will do font wave and let's do bold and let's see. Yeah, now those are bold, but I think those are too much bold. I think we should change from this bold to semi-bold. Let's see. We have a bold here, 700, but maybe we can also add the semi-bold or medium. Yeah, I think I will add medium here. So if I add medium, you can see that it has changed it in the import. It added this 500 medium. So I will scroll here to my CSS. Let's see. We have 200, 400, 700. Let's add the 500 and now let's change this bold to 500. Well, is it better? I don't know. I think I will go back to bold and I will get rid of this 500 and I would just leave it as it is. Should be smaller, but the thing is we just have this zoomed in. Right, so let's maybe change the color of the logo link to this greenish. So I will copy this green here, yeah, and now for the this logo link, let's point it that inside header we have a tag with class name logo, and we want to make it color of this. So now it's green. Maybe we can change this David Catering to diet bowl, and maybe same here, diet bowl. That will be more identical, right? So this works. Now maybe let's fix some more spacing from the top and the bottom, because as you can see here we have a lot of spacing. So let's see. We have header here, but we have some weird padding from the top, as you can see above the header. And this one comes from the body. So I will reset padding on all elements, because browsers are adding some padding and margins. So for all elements, I want to do padding 0 and margin 0 if I don't define otherwise. So now that's better. But now let's add some extra padding from the top and the bottom on header. So header, let's do padding and let's say 20 pixels on the top and the bottom, 0 on the sides. Yeah, so we have a lot more padding here at the top and the bottom. Yeah, that's much better. So maybe now we need to, I think we need to, let's see, in the navigation, let's see the links. Inside navigation, let's align those links to the right side, because we have some space on the right side and we can use it. So inside header, we have this navigation, and let's do text align to right. Yeah, so now the links are aligned to the right. And I think the next part will be this intro section here. So let's go to our index HTML, and under header, let's maybe create a div with class name intro. Yeah, this will work. And inside, what do we have inside? We have a header here, and where some part of it is much bolder. So let's see, here we have almost the same header, or maybe it's a little smaller. Right, so let's use here H1, because this will be the main header. And let's put healthy food and healthy life. And as you can see, the second part is bolder. So I think I would just add a B for bold here inside this H1. So for now, everything is super bold, but we can change it. So this is inside H1. So I think we can just style all H1s here at the top maybe. So for all H1s, let's make a font wave of regular or normal. I think it's inside CSS. Yeah, so now it worked. You can see that this part is normal for font wave, but because the second part is inside this bold tag here, then it's bold. Let's see how it looks like here. Yeah, I think it looks fine. We can add some break line here. So after the comma, let's do break line. Yeah, that's better. But with some spacing here that we don't have, let's see, okay, this one comes from the logo, this padding on the left side. So I think I would just get rid, because as you can see we have padding on the logo on the left side, and I think I would just get rid of this. So in our CSS, let's do that header A logo. Let's do padding from the left side, should be 0. So we have padding for all links, that is 5 pixels from the top and the bottom, 10 pixels on the sides. But for logo, we are overriding this. Padding on the left side, so it should be 0. So now we have padding on all sides for logo except the left side, and for other links we have on all sides. And this is we are doing this to align this content. All right, so we have this intro text here, and what else do we have? We have a paragraph here underneath, or some extra text, but I will use paragraph here. And order food according to new. You can skip this, my typing, nutrition values, and get food recommendations based on your health conditions. Yeah, something like this, recommendations. Yeah, and let's see how it looks like. It looks really bad, but we will fix it. Let's make it super wide. And the first problem is, as you can see, this content is not centered. So we need to put the inside intro, we need to put this div with class name center. And let's put everything that we have created here inside. So now if we make it wider, you can see that it's centered. Right, but even here, I think we need to make it shorter. So the paragraph shouldn't take the whole width. Instead, it should be just on this part. And maybe even here we can put 2 columns. So the first column will be this content, and the second column will be the images and stuff. So maybe we can do the same way we did it for header, that the direct child of the header will have columns. So same for the center and div class intro, or we can add something extra class name here, columns, or maybe something like 2 columns. And now we can do a div with class name 2 columns. And this doesn't work because I think the class names shouldn't start with numbers. So I will change it to 2 columns like this. Yeah, and that will work. And here inside I will do display inline block, and let's do that grid, sorry, not inline block, but grid. And the grid template columns will be 2 columns with the same size, like this. And maybe we can add some gap between the columns, like 20 pixels. And now let's see. This didn't work because we need to add 2 columns here as a word, 2 columns. Now, as you can see, inside our intro, we have this div that with class name center. So this content is center. We have also this class name 2 columns. So the content inside was put in 2 columns. But we want this paragraph to be underneath. So we actually need to put 2 separate divs here. The first one will have both h1 and this paragraph here. So cut this and put it inside the first div. And inside the second, we need to put these images. So to put those images, we can do it in 2 different ways. The first one, that is longer, will be to create this shape with rounded corners and kind of a div with this background color, and then putting those balls and leaves separately. And this will be position relative on this div and some overflow hidden, and then position absolute on the other elements inside. Or the easier way, more lazy, not maybe so appropriate, will be to just cut this as one image. And I think this is the way I'm going to do this, because it will be much faster. So I will make a print screen of this, and I will open this with Affinity Designer. So if you don't want to see me designing this and getting rid of those links, you can just skip a few minutes forward. But well, basically I'm going to unlock this and I want to get rid of those links. So I will create this rectangle, but the fill color should be white, and I'll make this one shorter like this, and then another one that will be here, but with fill color of this green, so we don't see the links. And now we have this shadow text here that we want to get rid of, so I will put another rectangle here to cover this, and one more to cover this here, one more, maybe one more, I don't know, one more. Doesn't remember. This is good enough. Maybe I can even get rid of those two, because we can actually just color select everything here. So I will select, let's see, add selection, and I will select everything from here, and I will get rid of the background. So yeah, now it's selected, and I will copy, and now let's do new from clipboard. And yeah, we have those stuff here that we can get rid of. So we don't actually need those rectangles, we just need this thing. I will just copy again. Well, we need those rectangles for those links, yeah, but we can make this shorter, and we don't need those white rectangles. And now let's select this, copy, file, new from clipboard, yeah. And now I will save this as a PNG. So the export PNG, export, and now inside catering I will do a new folder called images, and inside let's do intro, and let's save it. And now as you can see, we have images here, and we have intro PNG that we can use. So let's use it inside our index. We have this second div for image. So let's do in image, and it's inside images. We have this intro.png. So now as you can see, it looks really bad. And the first thing to fix it, let's open CSS. Let's go to the top, and let's define here that for all images, the max width should be 100%. So now this image takes only 50% of the screen, because we have this split for the columns, and before it was too big, so it took some spacing from the left column, which it shouldn't. Right, but anyway, now we need to position this image so it will be above navigation. So as you can see here, the image is pulled up a little bit, so I will do the same. Let's see. The header is like almost 70 pixels in height, so let's fix it. To point this image, let's see how we can select this image inside CSS. This is the only image that is inside the div class name intro. So div class name intro, any image that is inside, but it's only one image, we can do position absolute, and let's do top 0. Okay, but now the links are underneath. Maybe let's see if I do z index of -1. Yeah, this helped, and this worked, but the problem now is that we have this horizontal scrolling. So to get rid of this, I will do that div intro. Anything that overflows will be hidden. This didn't work. Let's see why. If I get rid of this, then it disappears. What if I add the position relative here? Okay, then it disappeared. So I need to make this I will get rid of this from here, and this scroll bar we will fix it inside body. So if everything overflows on the X line, let's make it hidden. So now we don't have this horizontal scroll bar. Right, and now let's see. Let's make this image smaller, shall we? So let's make this image should be width of 200 pixels, and in height it should be auto. Yeah, that's much better, but let's align it to right side. So let's do right 0. Yeah, I think that is better, but it should be a little bigger. Let's make a width of 300, maybe more, 320. Let's see here. Okay, I think that will work, but now the links here should be white. So let's see here. We don't have any selection for only those links. We only have selection for all links inside header. So let's add a header navigation a tag. So all those 3 links inside navigation, we want to what do we want to do? We want to make them white, but except the first one. So we can do something like this. Not first child, color white. Now, as you can see, those two are white and this one is black. And this black color comes from here. And for all A tags inside header, so even for this one, we should do color black. But then for the logo, we have a different color. And then for all A tags inside navigation, inside header, that is not first child, we are doing white. So those two are white. Right, so I think that will work. Let's see. Well, I think it should be fixed a little bit for bigger screens. Let's see, header. We have this div center. Okay, the problem is that this is centered. Okay, so those white links should be only white for a specific screen size. So let's say that for all screens that are up to 730 pixels, we should apply this white thing. So media screen, max width of 730 pixels, and let's put this white definition here inside. So up to this width, so this will be white here, but if we go more than 730, the links are black. You can do more definitions to make this one black if it's something like this, but this will be, the last one will be white. But for now, yeah, I would just keep it like this. Right, so let's see now. Maybe we can add an extra media query for mobiles when we are changing this. So as you can see, the header looks terrible for mobiles, and I think I would change it by saying that as you can see, we have two columns here, and I think I would change it that if it's mobile, then it will be two columns, but the first one will be much smaller. And well, we could actually make it even for desktops. So let's see. As you can see, the columns here are taking 50% on each side. So let's scroll here. Here we have those two columns. And I think I can just change the first column to take minimum of the content. So now, as you can see, we have two columns, but the first one takes only the width that content needs, and the second column takes the rest. So it's calculated. And I think this works a little better. To make it even better, we could make the links and the paddings smaller, so all those links would have enough space to show on mobile. And well, let's see, if we zoom out for mobiles, I think they have enough spacing. Yeah, I think this will work for mobiles. But let's zoom in a little bit, and let's make this centered vertically. So let's see. We have this header that we can close. We have this div with class name intro, but we need some more spacing here and here. Do we have more content? We have actually this scroll thing that we need to add. So let's go to our HTML, and under the paragraph, because we have paragraph, let's add this thing. And this thing is something vertical text with line. Do we have more of those? No. But we can do just div with class name, let's say vertical, and vertical line. And inside, let's just say scroll, and I think that will be it. Let's see, we have this scroll here, but let's style this inside our CSS. So div with vertical line class name. First, we want to make it vertical. So let's do transform rotate, I think 90 degrees. Okay, so it's here. It starts with S, and I think it should be another way around. Yeah, so let's do minus 90 degrees. So now it's here, right? Let's see, inside intro, we have this div, and then inside we have this vertical line. Right, we want to put it on more to the left side. Let's see what will happen if we make this plain line block on this. Okay, and now it's much closer here. But it doesn't take, this div doesn't take the same height as before. So maybe let's leave it block as it is now. So now, okay, this doesn't change anything. Okay, let's make it in line block as it was. But let's add the line first. So we can add it by using this extra, I don't know, sub element, or how is it called, after magic element, that after the content inside vertical line, we want to make extra content of a dash. So now it's not visible, but there's a dash here, and if I change it to many dashes, you can see it more. Yeah, now you can see the dashes, but we'll get rid of those. It will be empty content, but we will make it width of 400 pixels, and the height of this element will be 1 pixel, and let's make background color of red, and we need to add display of inline block. So we have this big red line here, and we want also to change the color of this line to more grayish. So let's do, instead of red, let's do AAA, maybe even lighter CCC. Yeah, that will work, but this should go next to the content and not underneath. Maybe this is because the width is too big. If I change it to 100 pixels, yeah, then it's next to this text. So I think we can keep it like this. We just need to add some margin from the bottom. So let's do margin bottom of 5 pixels. Yeah, so it's more in the middle. Now margin left, oops, not like this. Margin left should be at least 5 pixels. And now we want to reposition this. So let's do position relative or maybe absolute, and well, but not on this after element. We want to make it on position. We want to position vertical line and div. So position absolute here, left 0. So we have left 0 on this. I hope it's on this one, div center 2 columns. So yeah, and now let's add the top of 200 pixels more, 400 pixels, that's too much, 300 pixels. Yeah, I think that will work. We can try from the bottom, 300 pixels, but it should be minus 300 pixels, minus 100, minus 50 pixels. Okay, so it's here. What if we do just minus 0 or 0? I think that will work. So but it's doing minus 0 from the bottom based on the body element, but it should be based on this 2 columns element. So for those 2 columns, I will add the position relative. Now it moved. Well, and this thing moved too, so I need to get rid of this. And I think I will just update this bottom to like 50 pixels. Yeah. But I'm afraid that if I add something on the bottom of here, like let's say more images outside of this intro, then okay, this thing stays anyway, so it's fine. Okay, we have this div scroll. Let's also change the color of the text. Color, let's do AAA, so it's more grayish. Let's see here, scroll, but it should be uppercase. So let's do text transform uppercase, but it should be smaller. So let's do font size. And let's say here, let's do 0.7 rem. So it'll be 70% of the regular height. Yeah, I think that we're less space from the bottom for the line. Margin bottom here, 4 pixels. Well, that should work. Let's see. Yeah, that should work. And maybe some spacing here between the header and the paragraph. So we have defined this H1 here. Maybe we can just add some margin bottom here as well for all H1s. Let's say 10 pixels. And let's see, now we have some spacing here. That's fine. And maybe those H1s should be even bigger. So let's do font size of 3 rem. Yeah, that's much better. But now we need some spacing here, as we have it here. So let's see, we have this div with class name intro. Do we have any selector for this? No. Let's do div with class name intro. Let's add some padding, and on the top and the bottom it will be 40 pixels, and on the sides it will be 0. So we have some padding here. Is it big enough? No, it's not. Let's say 80. And I think now it's better. But this scroll thing looks terrible. So let's see. Okay, this vertical line should be much lower, and I think I can fix it by making this div relative, so we can position this line relatively to this div. But we don't have any class name on this thing, but we can do some CSS magic. So inside div with class name intro, we have div with class name 2 columns, and the first column, so div that is first child, should be position relative. So now as you can see, this scroll has moved because now it's positioned relatively to this div here. So let's see, where do we have this line? Left 0. Let's maybe change this to left minus 100 pixels. That's too much. Minus 50. More 70. Yeah, that's better. Now from the top, let's try with 0. Minus maybe 200 pixels. Minus 100. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, that looks really nice. And well, I'll close this so we can see. Yeah, I think this looks good enough. Can make it a little smaller so the links will be white here. And right, so the next part will be actually this, track nutritions. So even here, I would just make a print screen of this, and I would just cut the background in Affinity Designer. So let's select only this part, this. Let's make this selection smaller, but let's include the iPhone here, and the leaves here. But I want also to, let's refine here. So add also those here. All right, I think that should work. Let's now copy this to clipboard, so we can, I'm selecting so I can get rid of this featured text here. And let's copy to clipboard, and let's create new from clipboard. Yeah, so we have it without background. And now let's just export this one as PNG to our images. And how we can call this one? I think we can call this one Nutri, because we have Nutri tracker here. All right, so we have this Nutri here. So now we can use it inside our next section. That will be this features, and with this track nutrition stuff. So we have a new section. Let's create a new div here, and how we can call this one? We can call this one Nutri. Just div nutritions will be a proper name. And here inside, what do we have in this section? We have this shadow text here. I don't know if you can see this, but we have features here flying around that is barely visible. We will add it. So here inside, I will add a div with class name shadow text, and inside I will add the text features. And then let's see. Everything here content-wise should be centered. So I think I will add a class name here on this nutritions center. So now let's see. If I open this, we have features here. Well, this should be actually somewhere here underneath, but we will see in a minute how we can fix it, because this is this shadow text that should be inside another section. So maybe let's fix it now. And so we have this next section, nutritions here. And as you can see, div with class name intro, it ends somewhere here. So the image in the scroll is outside. So let's fix it. Inside our CSS, we have div with class name intro. We have some paddings on the top and the bottom, but let's actually increase the height. So let's do min height, and let's say it will be 600 pixels. Okay, so as you can see now, features is down here. Maybe we can make it a little smaller, this intro, 500 pixels. Yeah, and everything looks fine so far. And the features is on the right position underneath this div with class name intro. So, well, now let's maybe try to make this features shadow text more shadowish. So this will be used in many places, because even here on testimonials and then here on download. So I will define it here more at the top, and it's called shadow text. It's a div, so I can put it also here. And we want to make it look like this. So the color is not white, so FFF, but almost FFF. Let's say it's EEE. So now it should be barely visible. Yeah, it is barely visible, this features here, but it should be much, much bigger. As you can see, it's super big. So let's do font size, and let's save 5 rem. Let's see. Yeah, I think it should be even bigger. Let's say 6 rem. And it should be bold. So let's do a font wave of bold. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we can add some more spacing between the letters. So let's do letter spacing. And let's say 5 pixels. Well, I don't know if we need this. 2 pixels. Maybe we can make it even bigger. Let's say 8 rem. Yeah, let it be like this. It should be even more transparent. So we can make it a color of this grayish, or we can actually make it black, but we can change opacity to make it more transparent, 0.1. And it's this transparent 0.05. Oops, 0.05 is this. 0.3 is, oops, this is like not visible at all. Let's say 0.05, sorry. And this will work, so it will be a little bit more visible than they have it. All right, so then under this features, we have 2 columns as always. So let's put a div with class name 2 columns so we can reuse the code we already have. And let's put 2 divs here inside. And the first one will be for this column, the second will be for this column. So the first column, as you can see, is with this image here. So let's put image, and inside images, we have this Nutri that we've prepared. And let's add some alternative text and preview nutrition tracker. Yeah, so we have it here, but let's also add some content in the right column. So we have this line here. Is it only here? Yeah, it's only here, but we can add some cool name here. So let's say it will be a div with class name vertical. We already have sorry, it should be horizontal line. And here just 0, 1. Yeah, and so we have this 0, 1 here. Let's maybe also add this text here. So under this line, let's add H2 because it's a big header, but not as big as the previous one. Track nutritions, and the paragraph with, I will just put lorem ipsum. And at the end, we have this no more. And I think I will just change it to learn more. Learn more. It will be a link. And all right, let's see. Let's open this HTML here. And we have these 2 columns, but didn't become 2 columns. Maybe, wait, here, nutrition center with shadow text. We have 2 columns. Okay, we forgot S there. It should be 2 columns like this. So now it's 2 columns. And well, we have some padding here that I want to get rid of this. And let's see where it comes from. Okay, it comes from this center thing. So if we make it small like this, then it's okay. But let's see. Maybe we can actually get rid of this part from the image, and we can add it manually underneath this image. So it will look okay even if we make the site like this. So let's open images, or maybe I would just open this in my Affinity Designer, and let's add the selection. Let's select everything, but let's subtract selection, this green thing. We don't need this. Yeah. And but now it has removed something from the iPhone, so I will need to add it here manually. I can do refine foreground. And now on the right side, now let's hit apply. And now if I hit delete, no, it should be reverted. So invert selection, delete. Yeah. Now we can do select everything from here, or we can just export it as it is. Let's do export PNG. And Nutri, save, replace, yes. So now this green thing disappeared, but well, we will add it manually. And as you can see, it's really weird shape. So it's not a circle, it's not a rectangle with some rounded corners. So I think I will just generate this shape with some SVG generator. So let's see, we have this green color that we can copy from here, and we can reuse it. So from this color there will be no gradients, so to this color, and we need to generate something similar to this, so apple like looking. It doesn't need to be the same, but something similar, more corners, maybe more corners, and something more like, maybe this will work. Copy SVG, and let's see, we need to put this where we have this image. So I'll make this one a little bit smaller, and we have this Nutri image here. So I will paste this SVG here inside, and now we can see it's here, and underneath we have this image. But we can style this SVG inside our CSS. So inside div with class name Nutri something, this section nutritions, we have SVG that we are going to style. Let's make it position absolute, and let's make it z index of -1, so it'll be behind. Let's make it width of 200 pixels, and maybe let's make it bigger, 400 pixels. And it's absolute, so let's do left of 0. Wow, this looks really nice. Maybe let's make left of -100 pixels. Let's -50. Let's make it bigger. Width of 600 pixels. And well, I think that this looks almost okay. Let's do something from the top. Let's do 0. Okay, now it went here. Let's change so it will be relatively to this div with class name nutritions. Position relative, yeah, and let's do top of 50 pixels, and on the left it should be -100. More to the left -200. Well, I think that will work. Let's keep it like this. I think that's good enough. Yeah. All right. So now the content on the right side. We need to style it. We need to make H2s bigger because this is H2 and needs to be much bigger as this one. And we need to style this 01 to add this horizontal line. Let's start with this div with class name horizontal line. And as you can see, if I inspect this one, it's this div with class name horizontal line. So let's make it more grayish. So let's change the color to something like AAA. Maybe that's too bright. Let's say 888. Now let's add this horizontal line. So for div with class name horizontal line, we want to add an element, the dynamic element inside CSS that is before, and we can do content like test here, so you can see. So it's now test 01. Even if we don't have this test inside this div, so it's inside this before. But let's make this content empty. Let's do display inline block, and let's make the width of this to 200 pixels. Let's make height of 1 pixel, and let's make background color of red. So we have this line. Let's do margin from the bottom to 5 pixels, and margin from the right side of also 5 pixels. Maybe the line is too big now. Yeah, let's make it shorter, 100 pixels in width, and let's make it more transparent and gray. So instead of red, we will do AAA. So it's, yeah, this will work. We can make it even brighter and smaller. Horizontal line should be font size. Let's try with 0.7 rem. Yeah, and for the line itself, let's do margin bottom of just 2 pixels. Yes, that will work. Now let's add some spacing underneath. So it's the margin bottom for the whole div of 20 pixels. So we have some spacing here. Let's compare with this. Maybe more. Let's do 30. That will work. And now let's see. We have horizontal line, 2 columns here. We want this H2 to be bigger. So for all H2s, let's make it font size of 2 rem. Okay, that's bigger. That's big enough. Let's add some margin to the bottom. 10 pixels, maybe more. Let's do 20. Why not? Yeah. And now for this paragraph, it should look almost exactly as this one. So, and we haven't styled this one. I think I just forgot. It should be more grayish. So actually I can put something here that all paragraphs should be more grayish. So let's do color of not black, but let's make it 555, even more, even brighter. Let's 777. Yeah, let's now check it here. Yeah, I think it looks better. Maybe we can add some more spacing between the lines. So let's do line height of 1.3 rem. Let's see. Yeah, we have some more spacing. Let's add even more, 1.5. Yeah, that will work. Now let's see. We have those two divs here, two columns, but now the problem I have is that even if we have those two columns, the content on the right side is not aligned vertically. So maybe we can just center this for all content that is inside this div with class name two columns. So let's search two columns. Let's do align content center. Let's see if anything has changed. Should be on this div. I think it should be on this column here. So let me select this inside CSS. So for div with class name nutritions something, we have div with class name two columns here, and the second column div, or we can do last child, should be align items center. Nothing have changed. Okay, so align items didn't help. Let's see if it's applied here. Yes, it is. We have align items center. Nothing has changed. Maybe we need to do display flex so the align items will work. Yeah, kind of worked, but we need to do flex direction to column. Yeah, almost. Maybe it will be just easier if we put it inside a separate div. So inside our index.html, I'll put everything that is content related to a div called vertical center. And I'll just put it here. So cut this and put it here. And let's now style this vertical center. So instead of this, let's do div vertical center. Let's do display of flex, and let's do align items to center. Let's try with align self to center. Except this display flex. Maybe let's add display of flex direction column. Justify content space between space around. Okay, nothing works here. What if we add this two columns and we do align items to center here? Okay, now it's centered. I guess we don't even need this div vertical center here, and we can from our HTML we don't need this vertical center div. We don't need this div, so I can put the content only inside this column as it was. Yeah, sorry, but I'm not a flex guru. So, well, but it works now. Maybe accept these features because it should be more, well, underneath. Well, I think it works. The link here inside paragraphs, let's style this one. So we are styling paragraphs here, but here we can also style that all links inside paragraphs should have the same color. So let's do color inherit, so it will inherit from the paragraph. And let's see, maybe it should be darker. So let's do color of 333, so it's darker. What else? It should be bold. So let's make it the font weight of bold. No underline, so let's do text decoration none. Maybe let's make it a little whiter. So 777, no, 555. Yeah, think that will work. And let's jump to the next section. Here we have testimonials. This will be interesting because here we are going to make those icons clickable, and it will scroll the content inside to another testimonial. So first let's go to our index.html and let's add here another div with class name testimonials. Testimonials. Yeah. And inside we have this shadow text as always. So let's do shadow text, and then we'll put here testimonials. And what else? Then we have this testimonials box that is white. So Let's create a div with class name testimonials box. And inside this box, the first one will be this h3 header. So let's do testimonials. And what is next? Then we have two parts. The first one, so the left part is this content for a testimonial, and then we have this navigation. So let's do div to put those two on different sides. I think I will create first a div with class name testimonial columns. Testimonial columns like this. And now let's see. Inside we have testimonial content. So let's do a testimonial content. And we also have on the right side the testimonial links. So let's do div with testimonial links for those icons. And let's put some content here. So first we have this image with this girl that we don't have yet, and this will be on the left side. Then we have the name of the testimonial, or the name of the person who left the review. Let's do Christina James. Then we have stars here underneath. But even for a specific testimonial content that we have now, let's see. Even for a specific testimonial content, we have two columns, the left and the right. So I will not do h4 here directly. I will do div with class name testimonial texts. So we have both testimonial content, that is both image and text. Now I'll also have testimonial texts. So I will have this part and I will put it here. All right, so we have a testimonial content that will be this part. All right, and under the name Christina James, we have stars. So let's do div with class name stars. And for the stars, I think we can just use Unicode stars, Unicode star HTML. And let's open this and let's see, we have star here. Let's use this one, how we can use it. We just need to copy this thing. We can close this thing and let's go to diet bowl. And for stars, let's do 3, 4, 5. 4 of them should be filled. So let's do maybe, let's put some of this Unicode text inside the div with class name field, and then the last one shouldn't be inside, so I will do like this, div. Okay, so now as you can see, 3 of those are inside this div field and another one is not. I think we need 5, so I will copy this one again and put it here. So inside, if I inspect here, we have div with class name stars, then we have div with class name field for only those 3. So we can make different colors for the stars. Right, and I think we also need some text here. So under the stars, let's put the paragraph with some lorem ipsum here. And now we need an image for this reviewer. So I think I will just open Unsplash and let's search for profile. And let's make it square. Oh, okay, this is really awesome. Let's use small picture, so download small on this one. Now let's maybe find a woman, also this one small, maybe also this one, this guy medium, this medium, and let's take this guy medium, and let's take this one medium, right? And let's put those inside our images. So this one, and this one. I think it will be enough with just 3 images. So we have 3, we have this one. Let's rename this to profile 1, and let's see, this one will be profile 2, and this one will be profile 3, right? And now let's use it inside our HTML, inside the first testimonial. So let's do inside images, we have slash profile 1. So now we should have some, now we have this guy here. Right, now let's style everything. So first and foremost, we need to make this testimonial box to add some shadow, and let's go to CSS, and now let's do div with class name testimonial box, and it should have some box shadow. So let's do box shadow. 0 from X, 0 on Y axis, but it should be 5 pixels here, let's say, and let's make it red just for now. Yeah, so we have this. Let's add some margin of 50 pixels just so we can see how it looks like. Yeah, and that looks bad, but we can fix it. Let's also add some padding of 20 pixels. Yeah, rounded corners now maybe. So let's do border radius of 20 pixels. Yeah, now the shadow should be more grayish. So instead of red, I would do RGBA of black with 90% transparency. So it's now we have this box with light shadow that is barely visible. We can even make it less, but well, it doesn't matter. We can spread it more to 15 pixels, make it even brighter, 0.01. Now it's not visible at all. Let's do 5. Yeah, this will work. Let's see now. Now the next thing that is important for me to put the image on the right side, left side, and the content on the right side. So we have testimonial content, and inside testimonial content we have image that should be on the left side and testimonial texts that should be on the right side. So for div with class name testimonial content, we want to make it display of type grid. And now let's do grid template columns. The first column that will be image should be, I don't know, let's do 50 pixels. And the second column default 1FR. Now it's better, but I think that for the image we need more space than 50 pixels. Let's do 150. Well, that's better. Let's add some gap between. So here let's put gap of 20 pixels. Yeah, that will work. We want to make this image in, we want to put it in circle, but I don't know, we can put those leaves, but I don't know if we need them. Let's skip it for now. We will add this green circle. So for div testimonial content, we have an image here. And for the image, we want to make it border radius of 50%. Yeah, so it's circle. And now maybe actually instead of using this image, we can put this image inside a separate div. So it will be a column. Let's call this one profile, or maybe profile image. And let's put this image inside, and we can add this circle div here. Oops, circle. Yeah, and now inside our CSS, let's see. We have this new div with class name circle somewhere here inside profile image. So inside div with class name profile image, we have div with class name circle. Well, actually we don't need those because we have only one profile image class name and it's only on divs. So for circle, we want to make it width of 100% and height of also 100%. We want to make it position of absolute. We want to make it background color of the green. Now the circle is not visible yet because it's underneath. And let's see. We have this border radius on the image, but it shouldn't be on the circle. Okay, here is the circle. Well, it should be 100%. Let's get rid of this 100%. So now it's not visible at all. Maybe we can get rid of this position absolute. So let's see where it is. Okay, it's 100 pixels on the width, but it has 0 pixels in height. So let's maybe do height of 100%. Okay, so now it is here underneath, and to put it behind, maybe I can do just position absolute. Okay, this didn't work, but I can make profile image position relative, so the circle will be positioned absolutely relatively to the profile image. Position relative. Okay, now that where is the circle? Here we can do put back, we have position absolute, we have height, let's do width of also 100%. So we have it here. Now we can also add top of 0 and z index of -1. Yeah, and let's make it rounded, so border radius of 50%. Okay, and it's not a circle because this this profile image is not a square, it's rectangle. And I don't know why. Maybe because this image should be more inline block. No, this didn't help. If we change it maybe to block, no. Well, doesn't matter, but we can, for the circle, we can just update the height and width to just 150 pixels. So now the circle is behind, but we can change the top to -10 pixels, and same for the left, -10 pixels. So it's more like here. We can make everything a little bit bigger. So instead of 150, we can do 250. Maybe this is too big. Let's do 200 pixels. Yeah, and now let's compare with this one. Let's make it circle a little bit bigger. 220, maybe 210. Yeah, and I think this will work. Okay, I know you want those leaves, so I will add them as well. So let's print screen. And now I will open those leaves in Affinity Designer, so I can do some selection like this, and I will zoom in, and I will do refine for super small, and I want to get rid of this, yeah, and this as well. Okay, apply. Well, that should work. Let's copy this, and let's put a new from clipboard. Yes, we have it. And let's export this one as PNG. And let's call this one profile leaves. I think that's how you spell leaves. And now inside here next to circle, let's put an image with source will be images / profile leaves. Okay, so we have it here, and it's also this rounded corners because it has the same styling that we have on this image. So let's add on the main image, let's add a class name of, let's say profile. And now we have this image, so we can do that profile. And now for the leaves, let's do just class name leaves. Okay, I think I have misspelled leaves. No, it's okay. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's go to CSS, and inside div with class name profile image, we have this image with class name leaves. Maybe it should be with, I don't know. Let's make it position absolute, and let's put it right 0, and let's do bottom 0, and let's do right -20 pixels. Let's do bottom -20 pixels. Yeah, let's see. Let's put it more up, -10 on the bottom, and on the right, let's make it -10. Well, let's keep it like this, all right? And let's focus first on more important stuff. So more padding inside testimonial content. And let's see, testimonial box, let's change padding to 30 pixels. And let's see. All right, so first we have this that we want to put here. So we will make this position absolute, this text, and testimonial box will be position relative. So now nothing will change, but let's see, let's start this one, testimonials. Let's see, it's h3, that is direct child to testimonials box. So let's do div testimonials box h3, and let's do position absolute top and top 0. And now let's see. Okay, it's here, but we want to pull it up. So let's do top -10 pixels. Yeah, -15. Yeah, let's see. It should be much bigger. So let's do font size of 3 rem, and that's too big. 2 rem. Yeah, let's pull it up. Top -20 maybe. Yeah, and now more padding from the top inside the testimonial box. So we have 30. Let's maybe change it to 50 pixels on the top and the bottom. Yeah, and that will work. More gap here. So here we have gap. Let's do 40 pixels. Yeah. Now let's style. Now let's put those links here. So as you remember, because I don't, inside here we have this testimonial box, testimonial columns, and we have testimonial content, but we also have testimonial links that is empty. So let's open HTML and let's see testimonial links. For those testimonial links, I was thinking about creating those icons here. So let's do that. Here inside we will have an A tags and with images here inside. So image first will be images profile 1, and I think I will just copy this one and I'll put it times 4 and just change it to profile 2, profile 3, and back to profile 1. Now this will look terrible because the images will be huge, but we can fix it. So first, testimonial columns. Let's see if we have any definition for this. Nothing for testimonial columns. So let's select this one. No definitions for CSS. Let's do testimonial columns. Should be display grid, so it will be columns, display grid, and now grid template columns will be 1FR default, 1FR, so it will be 2 columns next to each other. Grid template columns like this. Okay, the second column should be smaller. So let's change this thing to, I don't know, 50 pixels. Yeah, that is much better. We need some gap between this. So maybe let's say gap of 40 pixels. Yeah, that will work. We can make it even smaller. Let's do 30 pixels. No, that's too small. 40. And now let's style those. So or maybe we can first add more testimonials. So when we click on this one or on this one, it will scroll down. So we have many testimonial content here. We have one testimonial content. I will actually cut this and I will put this inside div with class name testimonial content with S, and then testimonial content will be singular here, and we will put many of those. So second, third, and we will only change images. So oops, here we have profile 1. Let's do profile 2 here, and let's use also profile 3. So we have many testimonials here. Yeah, and well, the leaves, I think should be with F, are not correctly positioned. Let's see why. Inside testimonial content, we have this profile image that is relative, and then we have this leaves that should be absolute. Let's do from the bottom -20. Let's do just 0 from the bottom, 10 pixels from the bottom, more 20 pixels from the bottom. Yeah, I think now it looks better. Maybe a little less, like 14 pixels from the bottom. Yeah, that should work. But now we want to add a scroll bar here. Let's start with a scroll bar. So as you can see, we have testimonial content for specific and testimonial contents for all. So for all testimonial contents, let's do that height will be, I don't know, 400 pixels, and everything that overflows on the y-axis, so below, will create a scroll bar. Almost there. We need to make it a little bit smaller, 300, 200, yeah, 250, yeah. Maybe we can add some spacing between those testimonials. So for specific testimonial content, we want to add some margin from the top and the bottom. Let's say 50 pixels from the top and the bottom and 0 on the sides. Yeah, so this kind of works. Yeah, and we can make testimonial contents height bigger, shine like this. Yeah, this will work. Now the only problem is that the image is outside of testimonial content and testimonial contents. Maybe we can do something like this. Overflow X will be visible. Will it help? No, it does not help. But otherwise we can change this profile image to pull it more to the left, push it more to the right, so 10 pixels. Yeah, and now it looks fine. So well, I think that the next part will be actually to get rid of this margin because it's too big. So let's do testimonial box with margin of 50, let's do margin 20. Yeah, this will be good enough. Now I want to, when I click on those images, I want to scroll inside the box. So I can, what I can do is that I can add IDs for every specific testimonial. So let's see, where is the first one? Testimonial content here. We have 3, and let's add the testimonial 1, And now let's change this testimonial 1 to 2 and this one to 3. And now where we have the links, we can do, let me select all of those. And here we can do just hashtag testimonial 1. And this one will be testimonial 2, testimonial 3. Oops, so let's go back to HTML. Yeah, let's save this. And now if I click on those, you can see it's scrolling to a specific testimonial. So it kind of works. It almost works. Let's see, if we click on the first testimonial content is shown, and but it's clipped from the top, and maybe because of this margin. So I will go to styling and let's see where do we have this margin. It's from here. Let's see if we change it to padding. And now if I click, okay, now it's much better. And the leaves doesn't work anymore. Let's fix them again. So this is because we have moved this profile image as the bottom of 1 minus 10. Okay, this will work. And from the right, yeah, it's okay. So now if we click on those, it actually changes. But we can change this animation of scrolling here inside the testimonial contents, because we are scrolling inside testimonial contents. Here we can put scroll behavior to smooth. And now if we click on those, you see, it's much better. And now one thing is that I want to add, if I scroll to the middle, I want it to snap back to the nearest. So to fix it, I will add here scroll snap type to Y and mandatory. Now let's see. Now I've changed, because for testimonial content we need to add snap align. Where is it? Align to, now let's see. Okay, top is not, doesn't work here. It should be start. Yeah. So now if I scroll to the middle between those two, you can see that it's not me scrolling to the nearest. If I scroll here, well, it's scrolling to the nearest. So that's cool. And now I will only fix those links here. So testimonial links, those are called testimonial links. If I inspect them, you can see it's inside testimonial links. So let's do testimonial links should be, we have those A tags here. Let's style those A tags. Let's do display on those should be block. And let's do, let's make them border radius of 50%. And let's also do overflow to hidden. No, this didn't work. Let's see why. A tags inside the testimonial links. Okay, not testimonials, links, testimonial links. Okay, now it cut down those images here inside. Okay, if I get rid of this overflow and this border radius, let's just put something inside images. So image inside those links should be border radius of the %. Yeah, like this. And let's add also some margin. So margin at the top, let's do margin bottom only. Margin bottom of 10 pixels. Yeah, so now it's a little better. Maybe we can make the margin smaller. I don't know. Maybe this will work. Let's fix the stars now. So we have this, those stars are inside div with class name stars. So I will just do div stars, and they should be this greenish color. But well, as you can see here, even for this green, I don't know if it's the same as this one. I think I should just copy this one. Here is this, and I will put it as the variable. So for root, let's do variables green, and I will put it like this with hashtag here on the beginning and like this. And now I can reuse this green. So instead of just green here, because this green is not the same, I will do variable dash green. Yeah, so now it's proper green. But now same for the stars. The stars color should be variable dash green. Yeah, but we have extra div with filled and unfilled. So div stars with and inside we have another with class name filled. Let's say that the color of filled will be red. Okay, so now you see the difference. But actually this green should be on the filled, but on those that are not filled, we need to make it the same green, but we need to make it a little bit brighter. So how can we do this? We can increase every second number to add 3 on. So let's do 6 here, 8 here, and 7 here. So now as you can see, those 2 are much brighter. We can make them even brighter. Let's add 2. So 2, C9, yeah. Or we can just copy this color that we have here, if this will work. Yeah, this one. Let's paste it here. Yeah. And the field should be inline block. So let's do display. So it will be in one line, inline block. Yeah, this will work. Now for this content, I want to make it smaller. This is a paragraph tag that is inside the testimonial content. So let's do div testimonial content paragraph should be smaller. Let's do font size of 0.2 rem. Yeah, and let's do also line height of 1 rem. No, let's make it bigger, 1.2 rem. And also some spacing, but under and above the stars. So margin top here on div stars, let's do 10 pixels. And margin bottom, 10 pixels. Let's compare here. Margin top, let's just do 4 pixels. Yeah. More spacing here between stars. Let's do, inside div stars, let's do letter spacing 1 pixel. Let's do 5 pixels. Yeah, that is much better. Well, work. And those are scrolling. That is cool. So I think we are done with this part, except this testimonial shadow text. So let's see. If I inspect this one, we want to only update this div shadow text only inside testimonials. So div testimonials, div shadow text. Because if we just put CSS inside shadow text, it will update all shadow texts everywhere. But we want to update only this one way inside div testimonials. Okay, so for this div testimonials, we want to make it position absolute. Position absolute. Okay, and let's make it z index of -1. I want to put it behind this box. So where is this box? Let's update. It has position relative. Let's update z index to 2. And let's add some background color here. Background color of white. Okay, so now testimonial shadow text is behind. But even for this box here, I will add some margin top of let's say 50 pixels. So we have some more spacing here, even more, 150. Okay, that will work. Now, as you can see, we can put those as a 1. So let's put 150 here, 20 on the sides, 0 on the bottom, and we can get rid of this one. Now for this shadow text, it's position absolute. So I can do a top of -100 pixels, and let's see. Okay, it went somewhere there because we need to put we need to make the this relative. So we have here we have this shadow text that went all the way up because we don't have any relative or something similar on this div testimonials. So let's do div testimonials, position relative, and now we have testimonials. And I think that will work. Let's go to the next section. Here we have this download. So this one is kind of easy. So for this one, I will just get this image and I will open this in Affinity Designer to get rid of this of any background. So let's select everything, and now with this selection we can subtract all the white things. Yeah, now we can just refine. We can make this one super small. We need to add this sleeve and we want to remove this. That will work. Now let's just copy this and let's create a new from clipboard. Yeah, this one, and let's export this one. How we can name this one? Let's call this one just app. So app, it will be saved as PNG. And all right, let's create this section here. So here, let's do div with class name download, and inside it will be also centered. So let's also add the class name center, and it will have 2 columns. So let's do div with 2 columns. And the first div will have an image that will be inside images. We have this app.png. And then we have another div that will have h2, that will be download, and then we have paragraph, install the app, and start ordering now. Let's see how it looks like. Not that bad. We also need this shadow text here, so let's maybe put it here, div shadow, shadow text, download. Yeah, so it's here, and now we need those two buttons, and those will be actually links. So I will put a link here with class name download, and inside I will put this. I think this the easiest way will be to just get those as images. So I'll make 2 print screens of those. Now I will add those images that I made the print screens for. And let's see, this is Apple. So I will refactor this, and I will call this one App Store, and this one will be Google Play. So let's do just play. Okay, and now let's open HTML, and here let's just put images slash, the first one will be App Store. And now let's create another download link, but the image inside will be for Google Play, and we can add alternative text, Google Play, and here should be App Store, something like this. Now let's see, yeah, we have those. We have some black background from those, but well, it doesn't matter that much. We can fix it inside the CSS. So for inside CSS, we have those links with download, and inside we have those images, and we want to make those images smaller. Let's do width on those to 100 pixels. Width 100 pixels. Maybe now they are too small, 150. That's a little better. But for the links itself, let's do text decoration to none, and let's make display to inline block, and let's make width here to 150 pixels and height to something like 20 pixels, and let's change overflow to hidden. Okay, so now we can increase this height to, let's say, 40, maybe less, 38, smaller, 36. Yeah. And for the image, let's do position, so we can get rid of this. Well, I can get rid of this height, we don't need this. But for the images, let's do position relative. I want to move it, so we will get rid of those black borders here. And let's move it left to -2 pixels, and also top to -2 pixels. And now we just need to make those shorter. So let's change the width to 146, 140. Well, let's see. If I inspect this one, it's still too big. Let's do 130, 100. Okay, the width will be always max width of the parent. So let's change this to max width initial. Okay, now it worked. Let's change this 140, 148, no, 6, yeah, this will work. And now let's also update the height more, yeah, 35, smaller width, yeah. Now we can add border in CSS. Border, let's do 1 pixel solid, and let's do grayish, yeah. Now let's add the border radius of 4 pixels, maybe more, 10 pixels, yeah. Bigger border, yeah. Okay, and now for this content here, we maybe want to make some spacing. So for the buttons, let's add the margin top of 20 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. It's not super perfect because this header needs to be much bigger. So let's fix it. So header 2 inside the download. Div class download header 2, and well, here we want to make this font size of 3 rem. Maybe that's to be 2.5. Yeah, that will work. And it's not pixel perfect, but doesn't matter that much. Let's fix this download shadow text. So inside div download, we have a div shadow text that we want to make position absolute maybe. Okay, so now it's here behind. That's good. But for, let's add some spacing from the top on div download. So let's do margin top of 80 pixels. Yeah, this works. But now on shadow text, let's put it behind. Let's try with z index -1. Yeah, it worked. Maybe we can put position relative on this, so we can relative here, so we can add some top here on shadow text, 100 pixels. Yeah, so it's more behind this screen and closer to this one as they have it. Right, and I think this will be enough for this section. And let's go down to this one. This is footer, and it's really big. First, as you can see, we have those plates here that I will skip, I think, because we had enough of images. And I will start with those waves. So let's go to our HTML and let's put footer, and we start with those waves. This way to get waves is to generate them. There are tools online like getwaves.io, and well, this will work. We just need to change the color to this green. Let's see if I change this to this. Yeah, and now I want to download this. Copy SVG. Let's put the SVG here. Now let's see, what do we get? We get our waves here. Right, so inside our footer we have this SVG, and underneath we need to put more green color, so everything underneath should be also green. So let's do div with class name footer content, and now if I just put an empty text, you can see that this text is not green underneath. So let's add it, that footer, we have this div with footer content. Let's do background color variable, and that is green. Yeah, so it's more greenish, and this green differs from this one. Well, I think I will go with, let's see, I will go with the lower one. Let's see, for the waves, let's change this to, whoops, that's not okay. Okay, let's copy this from CSS. It's this, so let's put it like this. Okay, now download SVG. Let's go to HTML and let's place this with our new SVG. So now the colors should be the same. Yes, they are. And let's see. The only problem is that we have this spacing between. Let's see how we can fix it. Let's see. Inside footer we have this SVG. Maybe if we can make it display block, it will be fixed. Yes, it is. Okay, so now we just need to put some content here inside. So we have this logo here. I will skip the icon and I would do just a tag with class name logo. And here I will do diet bowl. And underneath we have this paragraph with just lorem ipsum. Yes, so let's see. For all texts inside, for everything inside footer, the color text should be white. Didn't help. Okay, but that's not a problem. For all paragraphs inside footer, the color should be white. Okay, that helped. But now for the content here inside that we have here, actually we can just do something like this and this will still work. But for all content, let's add some padding of 20 pixels at least. Yeah, and now the problem is that if we make it this wide, the text will be this wide, and to fix it we need to add a center div inside this footer content. So let's do div with class name center, because as you remember, this one will be max 700 pixels in width, and the margin on the sides will be auto. So now if I save it like this, see that the content stays in the middle. All right, so well, now let's see. Let's fix the logo link, and we will stop there, I think. Footer and a logo. Let's make it color of white, and well, text decoration none, and let's make it super big. Font size 3 rem, or maybe 2 rem. Yeah, margin bottom, let's do 20 pixels. Didn't help because we need to change display to inline block, for example. Yeah, this helped. And let's do font wave to bold. Yeah, this helped too. And now I think I will put maybe this subscribe form. So let's put form here inside. And in this form, we will have only an input with placeholder of enter. Now this we subscribe to our newsletter, and then underneath we just have a button with subscribe. Okay, and now let's see. Looks really bad, but we can fix it. First, let's do this background. This light background will be actually on the form. So we'll pick it from here, and let's see, this light green footer, form, background color, this light green. Now let's also add some padding as well of 20 pixels. And now let's see. Now as you can see, we have this, and let's make it just 5 pixels in padding. Let's do border radius of, I don't know, 10 pixels. And now let's make it display to inline block. And now we need to style the input and the button. So footer input, we can make form input, doesn't matter. And let's make background color to transparent. Let's get rid of the border. So border 0, the color of the text inside should be white, and it's still barely visible because it's placeholder. So I think I can do something like this, placeholder, yeah. And what should be the color of the placeholder? Also white. Let's do color FFF, yeah. And the input should be much bigger, so let's do width of maybe mean width of 200 pixels, yeah. And now the button. So no, let's, for the input, let's add some padding. So padding will be 10 pixels on all sides. Now for the button, footer button, let's see how it should look like. It should be white with green text inside. Let's do background color of white and no border, so border 0. And well, let's add some padding of also 10 pixels. Yeah, the borders should be rounded, so border radius, let's try with 10. Yeah, that is much better. The text inside should be green, so let's do color variable green, and the text should be bigger, so let's do font size of 1.5 rem, for example, maybe smaller, 3, and well, maybe even smaller too. What else? Let's see, it should be bold, so let's do font wave bold. Yeah, and we should have some spacing here between. So on the form, I will do margin from the top 20 pixels. Yeah, this will work. And on the button, we want to have cursor of pointer. So we'll have this hand when we hover. Okay, and well, the links here and social icons are easy because we created those on inside another project. So I will keep it like this. And I think this will be everything for this project. Right, so I think we are done here. That will be enough for this project. Let's jump to the next one, so we'll have enough time to do all of those. If you want me to add something to this project, let me know in the comments. So I'll create a separate video to put some extra things inside this project. But now let's close all of this and let's open a next project, which will be number 9, interior, and let's call this one, and let's create a new directory for our new project 09 interior. And let's see here. Okay, right, so what do we have in this project? Really simple header navigation here. Then we have this intro section, and in here you can see that we have this home flying behind this armchair, and there are 2 different ways we can approach this. The first would be to have this home text inside this image, and the second would be to have this home as a HTML text. And so we could have first the image, then this home text above the image, and then only the image of this armchair that will be above this text. But I think the easiest way would be just to have this home built in the image, so it will be easier to put this website together. So here we have some simple content, nothing special. Then we have some more content here, nothing special, just with some buttons here to play something. Services, just some squares, grid here. Then here we had almost the same with this travel agency project, and this really simple newsletter, some footer image here and footer content here. So this should be fairly easy project. So I have this 09 interior folder here, inside I'll create new file, and let's do index.html, and as always HTML5 boilerplate. So let's call this one just interior, and let's open preview. So we have interior here, and I'll put something like test here so we know it works. Yeah. So first, as you can see, is header. So let's put a header, and well, let's put all those three elements inside. Let's put a div with class name header content, and inside we have a logo. So let's do a dot logo, so it will have a class name logo, and here we have Mr. Gapanov, doesn't matter, it's just a logo. Then we'll have a navigation as the second column. Inside navigation we have 4 links, so let's do 8 times 4, and inside links let's put some text like, I don't know, home, and sorry, it should be times 4, should be here at the end. So we have 4 links, and the second will be gallery, and the third will be about, and the last one will be contact. Yeah. And now after navigation we have this phone number, so let's do also a tag with a telephone. Here it will be a link to, I don't know, 8 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's put the same link here with, I don't know, plus here, and let's do some spacing so it will be easier to read, and also plus here, I don't know. So let's see. Now also the first element inside navigation is active, so let's add a class name active, and now let's try to style it. So we need to add a CSS, so let's do link here inside header, and let's put styles.css here, and now we need to put it inside our project. So let's do new file styles.css, and well, let's see, let's inspect, and let's see back what was the class names we used. So we have header content, and then we have 3 children, the logo, the navigation, and the link for phone number. So let's do that. Header content will be display of, let's do flex, the width will be 100%, and let's do justify content space between. Yes, we have spacing between children, and everything is in one row. So then inside the header content we have navigation, a tags that we want to style, but actually it's the same as we could just put something like this, header navigation a tag. And for those links here, how do we want to style them? No text decoration should be gray, dark grayish, uppercase. So no text decoration, so text decoration none. Uppercase, text transform uppercase, some padding, so padding, let's say 5 pixels on all sides, and well, now the font is really much different, so I think I will just make a print screen, and I will try to find what is this font. So I will use this tool, and let's see. I can think this text is too small. Maybe let's try with this one. Okay, those are paid fonts. I will just use, let's go to Fonts Google and try to find something similar. Okay, so we need something like this. We can use Roboto, or we can use Monstera, but I think I will go with Roboto. I will remove everything that I selected previously, and well, we will go with Roboto. So I will select just regular, I think. Let's see. Now we need bold as well. So let's regular, and let's select bold as well. Let's use it here. Import. Let's copy this import, and at the top of our CSS, oops, accept this style, and let's import the font. And now let's use it. So inside body, let's put font family, and the name of it was Roboto, and default will be sans serif. So now, as you can see, the font has changed. It's not exactly the same font, but it's much better than the previous one. All right, so we have this. Now we need to fix the color of those links inside navigation. So let's do a color of dark gray. I don't know, let's do 666 here. Maybe darker, 333, and that should work. And now maybe the logo. So header a logo because, well, this one has a class name logo. Yeah. So for the logo, text decoration, none. And the color should be black, I think. So let's do black. Yeah, that will work. And the links here should be really thin. I'm selecting only 400 and 700. Let's try import 100 as well. And for those links inside navigation, let's use this font wave of 100. So there should be really thin. Yeah, they are, but they are too thin. Let's see if we have anything in between. We have light that is 300. Okay, let's use this one 300 and let's import it here 300. Well, that will work. What else? This phone number should have the same styling as the logo, I would say. Let's add a class name here, like phone, and now we can do the same styling that we did for the logo. So here I can do comma and header A with class name phone. So now it has the same styling. Right, and now this one should be selected. So let's copy this orange color or yellowish, oops, miss. Yeah, and now we can do that header navigation A tag with class name active will be background color of this. And now let's see. Yes, it is. But the color of the text should be white. Yes, that's much better. And the padding on the top and the bottom should be much bigger. So let's update this. Let's put 20 pixels on the top and the bottom. Yes, that's better. But I think we can just put this padding on all links. So even the logo and the phone number. So let's do header A and padding like this. Also, let's do display in line block. So now, as you can see, everything is positioned a little bit better because of this big padding here. But we have some spacing here inside the body. As you can see, we have some space here. So inside the body, we can remove the padding on margin, or we can by default remove it from every element. So for all elements, we remove padding and margin if it's not defined somewhere else here in the CSS. All right, let's see. Yeah, this will work. Now, let's put this image. So let's go to Unsplash and let's find something with armchair. And maybe this one will work. Sorry, this one. So I will download Medium and I will open with Affinity Designer. So let's maybe flip it to the right. Yeah, like this. And now we want to put this home text underneath. So I will create text here. Let's put home. Let's make it bigger, even bigger. Yeah, something like this. Now we want it to be somewhere here, I think. And now we want to also to get this armchair above the text. So let me select this. So I'll use this selection thing and let's select this. It doesn't need to be super perfect, just legs. Okay, let's copy and new layer. Let's space it. And now let's put this text here between. Maybe we can even select those things here. Maybe not. No, doesn't matter. Let's show the text and let's change the colors of it. So let's make it maybe opacity of 25% and let's make it super bold like this. Put it here and let's make it be something like that. Maybe let's make it centered. So the text here inside should be centered. And let's see what type of image do we need here. Well, we can crop it a little from the top and the bottom. So let's do 1000 pixel and let's crop from both top and the bottom. Now let's align to the middle, to the bottom, and let's make it 800. Let's see. Yeah, I think that will work. Right, so now let's do file and export. JPEG will be fine. And inside our interior, let's just put this image as the name intro. Right, so now we have this intro image here. So we can put it inside our HTML. Let's see, we have header here, but now we need to put this intro content and image and everything. So let's do a div, or maybe not div. Let's maybe do a section with class name intro, or maybe even ID intro. All right, and in here we have this this div with content. So let's do div content inside here, and to make it position more to the left side. And here inside we will have this header. So let's do h1 interior in your house, and here I would do break line. Underneath, and we have another choose yourself something new. Let's do h2 choose for yourself something new, and then we'll have a button that will be actually a link. So we'll do a tag, and I will add the class name more, because we will have a label more, and it will be the same even here. Or maybe I can make it like button, something like this. And here we'll just put more. And now let's see. Yeah, this will work. Now let's try to style it. So this sits inside this section with ID intro. Section ID intro. First, let's put the image. Background image, and URL. And we have it in the same directory that our CSS is, so we can do just intro.jpg, and it kind of works. But now we need to background position, center. Now we need to background size, so we will scale it down. Background size, cover. Yeah, that's much better. Now for the intro, let's put some padding from the top and the bottom. So let's do padding top of at least 100 pixels, and padding bottom of, I don't know, let's maybe do 80 pixels. Okay, so this kind of works, but now we want to have the header to be above here. So what we can do is actually do header position absolute. Yeah, but now the header ends here. So let's do width of 100%. Yeah, and now it's better. Well, maybe we don't have enough space from the top. So if I do more space here, and then maybe let's align to the bottom, and let's change to 900, not 800. Yeah, and now let's export this again. Export JPEG intro replace. Yeah, so we have more spacing here. And but I think I will add even more spacing on the top. Let's do 150 pixels, and on the bottom let's do 100 pixels. Yeah, so now let's see. If we make it this big, the header should start here and end here, and same for this content. So to center both of those, I will do something like this, that both header content and the content inside this section, so section intro and content here, should be max width of, let's do 700 pixels, and the margin should be 0 auto, so it's centered. Yeah, but to not add every content that we want to center here, I will create just a class name center, and I will add this class name center here for the content inside intro, and for header content here. So now we can reuse this center class name. All right, so that works. Now we want this, they are using this black text, but I think it will be better with white here. I don't know. But first, inside our section intro, ID intro, this h1, so first header, it's here. Let's see how it should look like. It should be uppercase. So let's do text transform and uppercase. Yes, and I think it should be much bigger. Maybe not super much bigger, but let's do font size. Let's do free rem. Yeah, that looks better. This home text is visible too much. It's 25. Maybe we can do just like 10. Yeah, let's export it again. I think this is better. Let's see if we change the color here to white. Will it look better? I don't know. But we could actually add like white overlay on this image. So I will create a rectangle here at this white, and let's make it just opacity 25, and let's re-export this. Export JPEG intro. Yes, Nothing changed. Let's try again. Export JPEG, export intro, save. Okay, so now it will be a little more visible. Maybe it could be even brighter. Let's do 33 pixels. Sorry if I'm picky. Export intro, save, replace. Yeah, and is this white? I think it is white. All right, so what's next? Right, so the next part is this H2 or this text here below. It should be also uppercase, but it should be super thin. So H2 should be small. So let's do section intro H2 should be font size of, let's try with run rem, and should be uppercase. So let's do text transform uppercase. Yes, and it should be super thin. So let's do font wave 300. Let's try with regular, normal. Yeah, let's make it even smaller, 0.8 rem. Yeah, and now maybe let's style this button here, the link here. So let's see. This link here should be, has this class name button. So let's do a tag with class name button, should be orange. We have this orange color here, so we'll copy, and let's do background color orange. I forgot about hashtag here. And the color of the text should be white. Let's add some padding of 5 pixels. No text decoration, so let's do text decoration none. And let's do, you see the padding is causing this to hide this, so let's do display inline block. And now also text transform uppercase. Now let's see, more spacing on the sides. So let's do 20 pixels here. And let's maybe do that minimal width will be 150 pixels. And the text align will be center, so it will be centered. Yes. Now we want some spacing between here. So under H1, let's do margin bottom of 20 pixels. Maybe let's do the same under H2. Yeah, that's maybe too much. I don't know. More padding here at the top at the bottom, probably. Let's do 8 pixels here. And let's do 14 here and 14 here. Whoops, 14. Yeah, I think that will work. We could actually put this above. Yeah, that looks really nice. And you can increase this to 50%, something like this. And would be nice also to select this table here. Oops, I want the legs here. Okay, let's also take the lamp. I will decrease this to just like pixels. Yeah, something like this. And I want to subtract this part and re-add this. And let's subtract something here. Or maybe let's do refine, background, foreground, and let's make it smaller. Apply. Let's copy and let's put it here. Yeah, so now it looks nicer. Let's deselect everything. Okay, so now this can be even like 75% and the home can be 25 here. All right, and we can re-export this. So the export intro JPEG, replace. Now everything is much more visible. We could make it even brighter. Instead of 70, we can make 85. And for the home, we can do 50. And let's export JPEG as intro, replace. Yeah, even more visible. And okay, that will do. Let's go to the next part. So then under intro, we have this about. So let's open index.html. And we have section with class name with ID about. And here we have some header and subheader, and we have the same thing for all sections, as you can see. Here, services, news, and even here, footer. So let's say that here we will use H2s and H3s. So those will be H2s and those will be H3s. So starting here, about company, and H3 will be some history, and oops, should be some history. And let's maybe also put it for other section. So we have also section for services with H2 H2 that will be just services, and H3 will be we do it. And then we have news. So let's do a section with ID news, ID so hashtag. H2 will be news, H3 will be latest events. Yeah, and then even here we have some kind of newsletter. So let's do section ID newsletter, and H2 will be sign up for company news, and H3 will be you will receive notifications about new company news. About new company news. Receive. Now we can style all H2 and H3s for all of those sections. So let's see how it looks like. It looks really bad, but we can style it. Let's see inside our CSS. And we have styling for those H1 and H2, but let's add something more global. So all H2s and H3s that are for other sections. We can, let's put it maybe somewhere here at the top. So all H2s except this one that is overwritten. So for all H2s, we want to make it uppercase. So let's do uppercase. Text transform uppercase. And then we want to make it black. So let's do color 000. What else? We want to make it centered. So let's do text align center, and font wave should be regular. Normal. Let's see. Yeah, that should work. Now for H3s, there will be many things that are the same, maybe except the color that should be brighter. So like AAA. Yeah. And it should be smaller. So let's do on this one, let's do font size of 2 rem, and let's see how it looks like. Let's do 1.6 rem. And for H3s, let's do font size, maybe just 1 rem. And let's make it even brighter. So let's do PPB. Even smaller, let's do 0.8 rem. And well, that will work for now, I think. Many things for those two are the same. So I'll do H2 and H3, and here I will put everything that is same for those two. So text transform uppercase, I think I can just put everything here, just get rid of this color that should be overwritten, and the size here, so I can get rid of the size here. Same thing here, we just need to override the color and the size. The text align should be centered in here. So let's see, here inside intro H2, we need to make text align left just in here inside intro. Otherwise it's centered. All right, so now let's maybe add some basic padding for all sections. As you can see from the top and the bottom, and there is some spacing. So here, maybe under the headers, let's do that. All sections should have padding of top of let's say 80 pixels, and padding bottom should be default 40 pixels. Now we'll have some padding from the top and the bottom, and every other section is grayish. So actually we can do that. Services and the newsletter section are grayish. So let's do section services and section newsletter are grayish. So let's do background color of, let's check this color. Yeah, so now let's see. Yeah, much better. Right, but now we need to put this about company content here. So let's go back to our HTML, and let's see. We have about company here, and we have our content here. This should be centered. So let's reuse our center here. So let's do div with class name center. Let's also add content, so we will know that we can put 2 columns here inside. But actually, instead of doing content, we can do just we can put 2 columns, and we can reuse these 2 columns for this. Yeah, for this. And so we have center and 2 columns for about company, about section. And we'll do 2 columns here. So let's do 2 divs. The first one will have those dates, and the second will have this MacBook with play button. So here first let's put those news. about company, sorry. So let's maybe use h4s here and dash 920, and then we have h4 dash and 986 86 paragraph between with some lorem ipsum, and also underneath this one lorem ipsum. Yeah, that will work. But now inside this another div, we want to put this MacBook here. So this thing should be on the right side here. But this is because we don't have these two columns defined inside our CSS. But let's put it here maybe. Two columns should be display grid, and the grid template columns should be 1FR, 1FR. So two columns, same sizing. Okay, and this will work. And now for, let's maybe add also some gap here. So let's see, two columns. Let's add a gap of 30 pixels. And let's see, also under each of those H3s, we need some spacing below. So I will scroll up and let's add margin bottom of 40 pixels. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. Now for this MacBook, well, I could just take this one, but I don't know if the resolution will be good enough. And maybe let's search for something here. No, it will not be okay. Okay, let's search here on Unsplash. MacBook mockup. Let's see how it should be white background on this MacBook on all sides. So let's search for maybe first for image that we should have here. So the image is something with interior and orientation, landscape, and let's see. Well, anything will work. Let's take this one as medium. And now MacBook mockup. We can maybe take this thing. Let's go back. This will work. Download. Let's try something else. Okay, I think I will just go with this one. Download. And I will put it here. And let's rename this one to MacBook. And I will open this one in Affinity Designer. And I will put this interior image here inside this MacBook. So I'll do like this. Let's make it a little bit smaller. And now let's just crop it from the top and the bottom. Well, that should work. Now let's just export this thing, or we can actually just save it flattened. So now our MacBook has this photo inside, and we can use it inside our index.html. Instead of this MacBook text, we can do image and just MacBook.jpg. And as you can see, it's really huge. But in our CSS, we can define that all images should have max width of 100%. So now this MacBook takes only the space that it has inside its parent. All right, yeah, almost the same. Maybe we could make it a little bit smaller. I will do document setup, and at 4000 pixels, and from the middle, yeah, save flattened, yeah, a little bigger. Nothing, no big changes, but let's fix this part. And we also need this link, so let's add this link first. So inside our index.html, under those dates, let's do a tag with class name button, and here text will be more, yeah. And well, now we need some CSS to put some styling on those. So let's see. Inside CSS, let's maybe define styling for all H4s, and H4s will be those. Well, but those are not anywhere else. But no, not like this. Let's scroll to the bottom and let's define a styling for section about H4s. Like this. So H4s, but only for those that are inside section about. And let's do font size, and let's try 1 rem. Let's see, those should be bigger. Let's do 1.4 rem, and the font wave should be normal. The color should be more grayish. And do 333. And now the same. Let's do some maybe margin bottom, maybe 14 pixels. under, yes, 10 will be enough. And now for those paragraphs maybe. So section about paragraphs. Let's do font size of 0.8 rem, and the color should be also like 333, and the line height should be 1 rem. So we have some more spacing between lines, 1.1 rem. Yeah, and also margin bottom should be at least 20 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. Maybe we could make it even smaller, 0.7 rem. Yeah, and here just 1 rem, and even brighter we can do 444, maybe 666. Well, that will work. And I think we are done with this part. Now services. So inside services we just need those 3 columns, and those are just images with some interior. And let's go to index.html. Or maybe first we need images. Let's say that the first image will be like office link-ish. So let's search for office interior. Let's get this one, medium, and then let's see what else do we have. Then we will use home for home interior, and then maybe bathroom. Why not? Let's take this one, medium. Okay, and now let's put this one here. So let's see what it is. This one is this office, and we also need this one, probably. No, the last one, and bathroom. Let's rename this, refactor rename, bathroom. So now we have office, we have intro, bathroom. Let's add one more maybe for interior. This one. So we have more stuff inside services, and this one I'll rename to home. I don't know, doesn't really matter. But now inside services we need 3 columns, and inside HTML here we have services. Let's put a div with class name center, so those 3 columns will be centered, and let's do 3 columns here, and those will have 3 divs, and inside each will have an image, something like this. First will be home.jpg, second image will be this office, and the third will be this bathroom. Now let's see, we have all images under each other, because we don't have a specification for this 3 columns class. But let's add it. And let's see where we have these 2 columns. And next to this one, let's add the 3 columns. And the thing will be almost exactly the same, except here we'll add a 3rd column, and voila, now it works. Those are divs right now, but those should be actually links. So when we click on those, let's maybe add some empty href. So those are clickable now. And I think that's it. Services, then we have news. And on the news we have also centered content. So let's do div center, and we'll have 2 columns here. So let's do 2 columns and 2 divs inside, first, second. And as you can see, on the left we will have this main event. So maybe just put an image, and this image, let's put here home image, doesn't really matter. Let's see, we have this home image here, and underneath we want this September 14. So let's put it as a div with class name date, doesn't really matter, and September 14th 2022. And then inside CSS we have div date, and let's do color of white, but background color background color will be this orange-ish with hashtag. Now let's see, but this image should not have this spacing. So with section with ID news, let's say that all images here are display of block, and this fixed this white space here between, because before the image was inline. Okay, but now let's also add some padding here inside this div date, 5 pixels at least. Yeah, now let's make it centered, text align center, Yeah, that will work. Maybe more padding here. That will work. Now the right side. We have something similar to this, but it's a little bit different. So in this second column, we have like news. So let's call those news entry. So div with class name news entry. And inside each, we will have an H4, and the text in H4 will be in a number of recent judicial, I don't even know what it means. And we will have 2 of those entries here. And after this H4, let's do a plus, and we have this date here. So let's do maybe div with class name date, and inside let's put 12/09/2018, doesn't really matter. And then let's do plus and paragraph, and here inside paragraph let's just put a lorem ipsum. And after this text we have this more link. So let's do a tag with class name more, or no class names, doesn't really matter. And let's generate this. So we have 2 entries now. Everything looks fine. And now let's see how it looks like here. Looks bad because of those dates. We have date here and date here. Let's fix it. Let's fix that inside div news entry. We have also this div with class name date that we want to make background color of transparent and color of text to be this orange. And I forgot about the hashtag, but now it's better. Let's do text align center left and padding to 0. I need to reset everything that I added here. Right, but this works. Maybe we can make it a little bit smaller. Let's do font size 0.8 rem and bold, font wave of bold. Yeah. And now for each entry, let's add some margin from the top and the bottom. Margin from the top and the bottom, let's say 10 pixels, and 0 on the sides, maybe 20. Yeah. I forgot that inside each we have this a more. I think, yeah, I added those, but I forgot about this more label. And now inside div news entry, we have a tags that we want to style, and those a tags links, and let's see, black and underline. So let's do color 000, and that should work. Now the paragraphs should be much smaller. So div news entry paragraphs should be font size of 0.8 rem, and let's make them more colored, like 555, maybe even 777. Yeah, but the line height should be 1.2 rem. Yeah, some margin from the bottom 10 pixels, and for the top margin 10 pixels. Yeah, that will work. Well, maybe we can make it more centered here. So for 2 columns and 3 columns, we can do align content center, align items center. No, sorry, it should be on 2 columns here. Yeah, so now this column is centered. Actually, for both 2 columns and 3 columns, they have the same display grid and gap and align columns. So we can do 2 columns and 3 columns. They share everything except grid template columns. So we can get rid of this and get rid of this and this. All right, I think we are done with news. Yeah, and now let's fix this newsletter. So inside this newsletter, let's see, we have just this form here, and then we have this image with frames. I will just create a print screen of those like this, print screen, yes. And now I will just, copy this to my project directory, and I will rename this to frames. Yeah. And now inside our HTML, we have this newsletter. We want to put a form here, and inside this form we'll have an input with placeholder of, let's see, we have email here. So let's do email, and a button. We can just add a class name button, so we'll have the same styling as those links here. Yeah, that should work. Now under the form we have this image with frames. Yeah, this almost works. So let's put alternative text frames with photos. Okay, now back to style CSS, and we have section with ID newsletter, and inside we have a form that we want to style, or maybe we can, I don't know, we want to style the form first. Let's make it display of block, and let's add border of 1 pixel solid red, and let's see. Okay, now let's make it width of, I don't know, 400 pixels, maybe even less, 300 pixels. Yeah, now let's do margin 0 auto, so it's centered, and we can get rid of this border. We can just do that. It will be display flex, and the button doesn't have any text inside. Let's see what should be. Subscribe. We added this button class, but it didn't help. Let's see why. Let's search for a button. Okay, because it's only for A tags. But if we just get rid of this, then it will work even for those. But we want to get rid of borders. Yes. Now let's see the input. The input inside here, section newsletter form input, should have no borders. Border 0. Let's see. Yeah, it should be white. Let's maybe add some padding from the left, at least from the left of, let's add padding everywhere. Padding of 5 pixels from the top and the bottom, and 10 pixels on the sides. Yeah, that's much better. Maybe more pixels on the sides. Yeah, that's much better. Let's make it bigger, 400 pixels. That will work. Let's see why it doesn't take all the possible space. It does. But on the input, let's do width of 100%. Yeah, now the input takes all possible space. Right, so we have this subscribe form. Maybe let's add some margin on the bottom of 50 pixels. Yes, that worked. And I think we are done with this newsletter section. And the last section will be this footer. So let's go back to our index.html. And the last part will be footer. And inside this footer, we want to make a div with class name center. And let's see, we have 3 columns, but those are much different because the first column takes half of the space and the rest to take like, well, this one takes 50%, this one takes 20, this one takes 30. Let's put just div with class name columns and 3 divs. And inside each, as you can see, we have headers. So let's do h3, and the first header will be this logo, Mr. Gapanov. And then we have some text, so put lorem ipsum. Okay, in the second column we have h3 with useful links. And then we have some links like vacancy, contact, gallery. So let's do vacancy, contact, and the last one will be gallery. And for a third column, we'll have an h3 with contact. And underneath, we have some kind of, let's say, paragraphs. And we have some address. And then we have address test 1, 2, 3, office 5, something like this. But the address should have different colors, so I think I'll put it inside bold element, and I will copy this and paste 2 more times. But the second will be number, and the third will be email. And actually here we should put a telephone number like 123 something, and a link here, something like this. And the last link should be for email. So let's do like test at Mr. Gapanov, I don't know, v and com, and here mail to test at mrgapanov.com. That doesn't really matter. Now let's try to style it. oops, this looks really bad, but we can fix it. Right, so let's inspect it and let's go to our CSS. So inside our CSS, let's go to the bottom and let's see. Inside footer, we have columns that we want to make columns of. So footer, div with class name columns. Let's make it display of type grid and grid template columns. We want 3 columns, so we'll have 3 values. The first one will be 50%. So let's start with 1FR. Then the second will be not half, not 0.5 FR. If we do 0.5 FR times 2, then those 2 columns will have the same width, but actually we want to make this one smaller, so maybe let's do 0.4 here. Yeah, and let's also add some gap here, gap of 20 pixels. Yeah, so and also some spacing maybe here. Let's do padding of 20 pixels from the top and the bottom and 0 on the sides, or maybe, yeah, that will work. So now let's style those H3s because they look completely different. And even the whole footer has this black background here. Let's pick this dark color, and footer should have background color of this. Yeah, and the default color for the text should be DDD, something like this. And now let's style those headers here, H3s. So footer H3 should be color of white, so more like those. And the text align to the left and bigger. So let's do a font size of 1.2 rem and the margin bottom 10 pixels. Yes, that will work. And now those paragraphs, footer paragraphs. Font size should be 0.8 rem and line height should be 1.2 rem, for example. So we have some more spacing here, and the color should be more grayish, more dark. So let's do 888. That's too dark. AAA, that will work. Now maybe the links inside should be a gray between this and white. So footer A tags should have color of CCC. Yes, and links here should be display block, but only those here, not those. So maybe let's do all links to be display block, but not those. So links inside paragraphs, footer, paragraph, links should be display inline. Yeah, so now those are inside paragraphs, so those are inline, and those are not inside paragraphs, so those are block. And let's maybe add some margin bottom of 4 pixels, so we have some more spacing here. Yeah, that works. So maybe we can quickly add some responsive styling here, just a little bit. So let's add some media queries. Let's start from the top. I will inspect this and I will put the inspector on the right side. And let's see what we can do for our header. We have header content here, and how can we fix it? We can make logo here and then phone number here, and underneath we can have the navigation. So let's say that here we have navigation. Let's add a media query, media screen for mobiles. So max width will be, let's say, 700 pixels. So here we add the CSS for mobiles, and we want to do that navigation for mobiles will be order 5. So will be the last column. You see, if I remove it, the navigation is between. If it's for mobile 5, then it's the last column. But now I want to change columns on this one, so it will be only 2 columns first and then only 1 column. So for mobiles, we want to change that header. Inside header, we have div with header content. We want to change grid template columns to 1FR, 1FR. Let's see. Yes, this looks like it worked, but it didn't. 1FR, 1FR. Let's see here. If I do just 1 column, let's see. Okay, this is not the we actually have display flex and not grid on the header content. So instead of changing grid template columns, we need to update flex. So let's try with 00 auto, and nothing have changed. Maybe we need to also add the width of 100% here. We can get rid of this, and let's see. Let's change maybe flex wrap to no wrap, or sorry, it should be wrap. Yeah, so we have navigation here, and let's make it text align center. Yeah, that's not perfect, but maybe we can even do header navigation A tags, or maybe all links smaller in padding. The padding 5 pixels only. So, well, now it looks a little better. The best solution would be to add this hamburger button for mobiles, but you can just copy from the previous project. I just wanted to test a different approach here. Let's see. We can also maybe change that here we can do display of type flex. So now those elements inside take all possible space here, and we can do header nav a flex and grow to 1. Yeah, so now navigation elements here for mobile only take all possible space. But if we do desktop, it is as it was. Right, but now let's see. The next problem is this intro here. And I think we can fix it by adding inside the center some margin on the sides, padding on the sides. So let's do padding 0 on the top and the bottom, but let's put 20 pixels on the sides. So div center will have will center the content as it centers here and here, but it also adds like 20 pixels padding on the side. So if we make smaller screens, it will add padding here, as you can see, 20 pixels. But now we need to make those texts smaller. H1, where is it? H1 here. Let's add a media query, media screen, max width 700 pixels, and well, we want to make this H1 smaller. So let's make font size just to rem, and now everything looks fine. Maybe let's do something more for H2 font size, and maybe do 0.5 rem. That's super small, 0.7. Yeah, this will work. Now for this about section, as you can see here, we have this 2 columns. Where is it? Section about, we have 2 columns here, 2 columns. The first one is with this, and then we have with this MacBook. And where there are other places where we use 2 columns, it's here. And I think where we have 2 columns, let's see here, 2 columns, we can change that for media query for mobiles. The 2 columns will be 1 column. So grid template columns, just 1 FR. So here we have, this is 2 columns div, but for mobile it's just 1 column. But we want to make this MacBook go first. So I think that for 2 columns inside the about, so let's search for about section, so only for mobile. So let's do media query, max width 700 pixels, only for mobiles, section about, 2 columns, and the second column inside, so second last child inside should have order of 0. This didn't help. Let's see why. It has order of 0. Let's see if we change it to first child and we change the order to 5. Okay, now it helped. So when it's mobile, so max width is under 700 pixels. For section about, so section about, 2 columns here, we are changing on the first child, first div here. So this with dates and content to be order 5. We can change it to 2. It doesn't really matter. So this first column will go actually after this MacBook, after second column. I hope it makes sense. But now let's see. And then we have services. So, and with services, we have this 3 columns thing. And I think that for 3 columns, we'll do the same that we do for 2 columns. We will do that 3 columns will be 1 column like this. And as you can see, news works. Everything looks okay. The only problem is here with the form. So let's scroll to the form, and as you can see, the form is too big. So what if we change it to max width of 400 pixels? Well, then it kind of works. But if we make it, then it works. But let's put it back. And now we don't want to have this padding here under the images. So for section newsletter, we want to get rid of bottom padding. Section ID newsletter, padding bottom 0. Yeah. And we have 1 image here that should be blocked. Display section newsletter image. So the only image here should be display block. So yeah, this works. Now for the form, let's add some margin on the sides, shall we? It's already sent. Let's put some padding here. Padding 0 from the top and the bottom, but 20 pixels on the sides. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. Now the footer. The footer looks really bad, but I think it should be easy. We just add a media query for mobiles, and footer div columns, we will do just 1 column. So grid template columns, 1 FR, 1 column. So now as you can see, it looks much better, but still we have this horizontal scroll, and yeah, we are getting this from the header, because you can see this, let's see why. So header here, let's see, something inside is putting this. See if I remove navigation just temporarily. No, nothing has changed. Still nothing. Okay, so header content. Okay, header content, this div is 100% in width plus 20 pixels on the sides. So to fix it, I will, on all elements, I will do box sizing, border box, and as you can see, now it's fixed. So this does, what it does is for calculation of the width, it takes like 100%, but it includes also the paddings and borders. Right, so now everything looks fine, I would say. Yeah, it does. So I would say we are done with this project, and let's open the next one. And the next one will be the last one, service, software as a service website landing page. So I have here 2 different examples, one that is bright and one that is dark. And I think I will go with dark, but well, I'm not sure. I will go something with between those 2. I will do those kind of intro text, but with preview as they have it here. And so this project is kind of simple because we have only logo here and simple navigation more, the same thing here. Then we have big header here, same thing here. Then we have some paragraph with text, and then call to action button or link, some small extra paragraph here, and just a preview here. So this one will be super easy. So I will create the new directory here, and this one will be 10 and call the software as a service. And here, as always, new file and index.html. Oops, it should be index, no, index.html, and as always, HTML5 boilerplate HTML, and let's put software as a service. Yeah, and I think I will go with bright version. So let's put test here and let's open preview. Yeah, and let's start as always with a header, and inside header we have 3 parts. Logo as always, so a logo. Let's call this one my SaaS, and then we have navigation with just 2 links, like pricing and what else? Let's add maybe features, And then under navigation, let's say that we will have this navigation for login and sign up. So this one will be with class name main, and this navigation here will have a class name auth for authentication stuff, or user, doesn't matter. And here 2 links. The first one will be sign in, and the second will be sign up. And the sign up will be will have different colors here. So I think I will add another class here, or no, it doesn't matter, and we can point it as the last child of this navigation. Right, but now let's add a CSS, so link here, and let's put styles.css, and we have styles CSS. Now let's add styles CSS here in our directory, styles.css, and now let's inspect it here. Let's put this one to the bottom, and let's see. So we have header, and well, maybe those 3 elements should be inside another div that will center everything. So inside the header, I will create a div with class name content, or maybe header content. And now everything here. Yeah, now inside styles, I can do header content. And first I want to make it centered. So let's do max width of 700 pixels, and let's make it margin of 0 auto, so it's centered. Yeah, if I make it wider, nothing changes, and that is really weird. Let's see, header content, we have it here. Okay, now it's refreshed. Okay, so now the header content should be display of type. We want to make, let's make 3 columns with grid. So let's do display of type grid, and 3 columns, so grid template columns. And yeah, let's just do 3 equal columns, 1fr, 1fr, 1fr. Let's see. Yeah, that looks fine. But now let's do header content. And as you can see, for the second column, the content should be centered, and for the last column, the content should be aligned to the right. So for the div inside, that is nth child, that is second child, let's do text align of center. So now this should be centered, but it's not. Let's see. Okay, because it's navigation and not a div. Let's do nav. Yeah, so now this thing is centered, and now we need to point to this, so it will be to the right. Actually, instead of navigation nth child second, we can do navigation main. So navigation dot main. And now we can do almost the same thing for navigation user, and text align should be right. That will work. And now let's fix the links here. So for navigation main, let's also do that text transform, not uppercase, but let's use capitalize. So it starts with capital P and capital F. And now for all the links here, let's do just header, all the links, all A tags. Let's get rid of text decoration. Text decoration, none. Let's change the color to gray something-ish. So let's do 555. And let's change font to maybe Roboto. Let's go to font Google, and we have Roboto here. I'll just take regular, and maybe also bold. So select bold here, and let's import Roboto at the top of my CSS, and let's add this to my body, so it will be prettier with the colors here, with the font. And we also need some more spacing on all links, so I will do padding of 5 pixels from top and the bottom, and at least 10 pixels on the sides. Yeah, that's better, but maybe we can do just 10 pixels everywhere. And display of inline block. I made this display inline block, so padding would be more respected when it comes to top and bottom padding for inline elements. But well, now let's see. This last button or link inside the nav user should have a different styling. So let's do that for nav user. The last child, that is a tag, should be background color of, we can use this blue doesn't really matter. Yeah, but the corners should be rounded just a little bit. Border radius of 3 pixels, and the color of the text should be white. Yeah, that's much better. And now let's do this H1-ish. So under the header, let's do a div with class name or just element main. We can do section, we can do divs, we can also do main. And inside, let's do H1. And well, inside this H1, let's do get reviews from all your get reviews in minutes, something like this. Yeah, and let's see here, let's make it longer, get customer reviews in their after purchase. Doesn't really matter. Now let's go to CSS, and the main element inside we have H1, and let's make it text align center. Okay, now it disappeared somewhere. Let's see. Oops, it's here. And let's add a margin from the top of 60 pixels, and well, that should work. Maybe we can make it even bigger, so let's do font size of 3 rem. Yeah, that looks really nice. Maybe let's do 40 here. And underneath we need some kind of text. So under H1 I'll put a paragraph with just lorem ipsum, and let's see how it looks like. Looks really bad. Well, everything inside this should be centered. So this H1 and paragraph I will put inside div with class name texts, and like this, and cut, and I'll put it here. And the thing is that those texts will be much shorter in width and centered. So mine texts should be max width of 500 pixels, and margin should be 0 auto, so it's centered. As you can see, it's centered and it looks a little better. Maybe I can do 600 pixels. Yes, that is better. Maybe I can go back to 500 and make the H1 a little smaller, 0.5. Yeah, that will work. Now the paragraph should be centered as well. So main paragraph should be text align center. Yeah, and it should be much smaller. So let's do font size of 0.8 rem, and let's get rid of this margin here. So margin bottom 0. Yeah, and this paragraph should be maybe even smaller and brighter. So let's do color of AAA. That's too bright. 888. Yeah, maybe even darker. 555. Yeah, that will work. That's too much of the text. We just want to have 2 lines. So I will get rid of like this amount of text, maybe a little bit more like this. I will put also a break line here. Yeah, that should work. And maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. Let's see how it looks like here. Well, the first line should be a little bit longer than the second. And we have this little bit wrong, but we can just copy paste some words, and this will work. Maybe we can just delete one more word from here. Yeah, this will work. Inside our CSS, we can make the line bigger, line height of 1.1 rem, 1.5, that's too much, 1.3, too much, 1.2, yeah, it will work. Now we need this call to action button underneath. So under the text, or maybe here inside the text, let's do a tag with call to action class name, and start for free, something like this. And let's see, we have start for free, but actually we need this main a tag call to action. We need this to be display of type block, and let's make it text align center, and let's make background color of this blue, maybe not block but inline block. Yeah, and the color should be white of the text. Some padding here. Let's do 10 pixels on the top and the bottom, 20 on the sides. No text decoration none, no underline. Border radius of, I don't know, 4 pixels, something like this. Now we want to have it centered. So inside text, I will add the text align center. Yeah, that is much better. And now I would like to have an arrow right here. So inside my HTML, I can actually do right arrow. So we have this arrow here. Yeah, and that will work. And now I just need maybe more spacing here under this paragraph. So here margin bottom 20 pixels, 25. Yeah, that will work. And now a print screen of any kind of SaaS application. So let's maybe go to Unsplash and let's search for service, software as a service. And I hoped for a print screen, but no. Let's search here, software as a service. And I want to see a preview or demo. And this would work, or maybe we can just use something like this. Let's see. Maybe we can do just a dashboard. Yeah, we can take, for example, this one. Yeah, and I would just copy the image URL. And if I go to my HTML here, I will just put an image with class name of preview, and inside source I will put this URL. Yeah, and as you remember, it has this class name preview. Now let's go to CSS, and image with class name preview will be display of type block, and max width, or maybe just do max width of 700 pixels. And let's do margin 0 auto, so it's centered. It's not centered because it's inside this main element. If we do to 100%, yeah, now it's better. But now instead of margin auto, let's do margin top of 20 pixels. That's better. And but maybe let's do 40 pixels. And now I also want a border on this to be 2 pixel solid and this color. Yes. And maybe even wider, 5 pixels. And I want to be rounded, so border radius 4 pixels. Yeah, something like this. Well, this could be even bigger here, even wider, so it should go all the way here and all the way here. Let's see why it's not. And I think it's because it's inside this div texts. Yeah, so let's remove it from the text, so it's inside this main and not the text. Now let's see, and now it's a little better. But now let's change the max width to 700 pixels, and let's change margin to 40 pixels from the top, out on the sides, and let's say 50 pixels at the bottom. And I think we are done. Maybe we can do border radius of 20 pixels here, so it's more rounded, and the border can be like AAA, maybe brighter, EEE, DDD, and let's make it 15 pixels. Yeah, let's make it 680 pixels. Yeah, this looks really nice, I would say. We can maybe style it a little bit for mobiles, so just to make it look okay. For navigation, you should always do hamburger navigation buttons, but you can just copy paste the solution that we used in previous projects. But here, let's see, the image, it has this max width of 680, but we will change it to width 680, but max width will be 100%. Yes, and as you can see, it's 100%, but on top of that, it's adding this border. So we will actually do box sizing here, border box. So now it's 100%, including the borders and paddings and stuff. And for mobiles, you would need to make those headers smaller. So here under the header, let's do media, screen, or maybe we can do mobile first. So let's do media screen, and screen that, let's do screen, and min width is this. Let's copy this, and let's say that if the minimum width of the screen is 700 pixels, just for example, the H1 will be this big, but the default will be just 1.5. So now, as you can see, this is default 1.5 rem, But if it's big enough, at least 700 pixels in width, then it's this big. If I make it smaller, then it's this. You see? If I make it this small, it's much smaller. Let's maybe do the same for paragraphs. So I can actually put this media query here. So we can do also main paragraph. And let's say that 0.6 will be default. So it's super small. But for desktop, so as it is now, I will do font size of 0.8. So now if I hit save, it will be a little bit bigger, and that is because the screen as it is now is bigger than 700 pixels. So I save, and it's a little bit bigger. If I make it more mobile-like, you can see. We can maybe even decrease the line height to just 1 here, and make it 1.2 here for desktop only. Yeah, now if I make it bigger, and that looks really nice. And I think we are done. So that's all for today. I hope you liked the project. If you learned something, don't forget to click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next one.